here, and with a new Toyota, you can go out and do all the things that make summer, summer. Like getting ice cream, movie nights. I'll keep it down. Hiking with the besties. Catching sunsets. Or just plain catch. Go long.
Did you know that every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care? A 2-year or 25,000-mile maintenance plan and roadside assistance. That's the value you can expect from Toyota.
Your summer starts here.
Toyota, let's go places.
All right, good morning and welcome in to the 2023 Stotesbury Cup Regatta presented by Toyota. My name is Joe Leonard. Joining me on the broadcast today is Maurice Scott. As you see on the screen already is the girls' JV8 semifinal number 1. In the meantime, Maurice, how are you this morning?
I'm doing all right, man. Can't complain. I am in super sunny Philadelphia right now. It's always sunny in Philadelphia, obviously.
Yeah, as you can see on the screen at the moment, apologies for the extra sound. But we have, some fog on the course. There's a light mist. It's not super wet outside, but it is just a strong mist in the air. Around 60 degrees at the moment. Conditions are all right for rowing. It's a little cold.
Lane 6.
All right, so we're going to get you the lineups for this event going on right now. In lane 1, we have Villa Maria. Lane 2 is Unionville. In lane 3, we have Mount St. Joe's in lane 3. In lane 4 is Atlantic City. In lane 5 is Haddonfield, and in lane 6 is St. Andrews. Girls JV8 semifinal number 1. This is the first semifinal of 3. Top 2 places will go to the final to compete for the D. Campbell Trophy later this afternoon.
So yeah, it looks like they're coming down the line now.
Yeah, so yesterday in the time trial, Mount St. Joe's, the boat there in lane 3 with the yellow oars and the purple unis, finished with the fastest time of 5 minutes and 30 seconds. That was 8 seconds faster than the next fastest time in the time trial. So,
wow,
pretty good time for them. Meanwhile, in this semifinal, it was, I believe, the next fastest time was from Atlantic City, 5:45, and then Unionville was at 5:46. So expect a tight battle there for that position to move on to the final between Unionville and Atlantic City. But you see here, Mount St. Joe's in lane 3 well out in front at the moment.
For sure. Very, very good oar placement here. Very together. I mean, definitely not surprised that they are leading the pack right now.
Yeah, so Mount St. Joe's is the city champion here on the Schuylkill 2 weeks ago. They won the freshman 8, the JV 8, the second 8, and the varsity 8.
Wow. So
at the Philadelphia City Championship. So,
clean sweep there, I see.
Yeah, they won all the 8 categories in the girls' event, so
nice. Expect
them to be a strong competitor across the board here at the Stotesbury Cup Regatta.
Nice, and it looks like they're now coming through the island now with a very, very commanding lead. I would say pretty much open water. I mean, looks like lane 4 may be holding on to their stern just a little bit, but it looks like they will pull away from that very, very quickly and to finish first amongst the pack.
Yeah, impressive race here. They're going to end up winning by about 6 seconds as they cross the finish line, and they'll head to the final later today. And Atlantic City, with an impressive race, will finish in second. Unionville will cross the line in third. Looks like we'll get Haddonfield in fourth. Here comes Villa Maria out of lane 1. They'll finish in fifth. And finally, in sixth, will be St. Andrews. So Mount St. Joe's and Atlantic City moving on to the final later this afternoon from semifinal number 1. All right, and it looks like we're just getting set still here for semifinal number 2 here on the Schuylkill. Yeah, so as you see, as we get ready here for semifinal number 2 in the girls' JV8 event. You see there's a pretty strong fog out here on the course this morning. Maurice, what is it like for you rowing in conditions like this?
To be honest, I mean, I guess it'll be a little bit different if you're talking about either, sculling or sweeping, because if we have a coxswain and whatnot, I mean, the coxswain's job is to steer the boat, and so we don't really have to, worry about what's behind us. But if you're sculling, that's a, different story, and you have to be mindful where you're going, and you have to be able to be aware and being able to steer down a course in a straight line and be able to use the bright orange buoys and the buoy markers out of peripheral vision in order to stay in place within your lane. So it's never, really been an issue in terms of the fog. I mean, now if we had some wind here and some crosswinds here, that'd be a different story. But I think the fog has been, it's not too dense to where you can't see in front of you, but you still have to be aware as the coxswain, especially for these races.
Yeah, we'll see that kind of as a storyline throughout the day. Coxswains and bow people trying to get their points on the course. The fog should clear in the next few hours as the sun starts to become a little higher in the sky. But we have, around 60 degrees at the moment. We have a high of 72 today, so the temperature will rise as the day goes on. Really not the end of the world to have
Lane 2, Blair Crew.
the end of the world to have some fog out onto the course, some rain on the course. Honestly, it's almost better when you have the overcast instead of that sun beating down on you, really, to make it really hot.
For sure. So, I mean, to be honest, if I had to race in these conditions, I would not be upset.
No. Not the worst conditions. There is a little bit of wind out on the course. Feels like a little bit of a cross from the west to the east side. Maybe a cross tail. There's not too much movement in the trees though across from us here at the finish line where Maurice and I are situated. So, pretty fair conditions to say the least. You see on the screen there the fog is really the biggest issue at the moment.
For sure. Yes, we will be gearing up for that round 2 semifinal of the girls junior 8. And in lane 1 we will have WT Woodson. Lane 2 we will have Blair Crew. Lane 3 South County. Lane 4 Montclair. Lane 5 Churchill, and lane 6 Westminster.
Where did they go?
And it's been so long since I've raced on the Schuylkill. This is bringing back some memories. This is like nostalgia for me.
Yeah, it's been a minute since I raced here as well. It's such a great race course. This just 1,500 meter straight shot under the Strawberry Mansion Bridge, through the Peters Island there in the middle of the course with about 500 left to go. And then finally finishing at the train bridge, the Columbia train bridge here. So really scenic course. Hopefully, the rain will subside and we'll get some scenic drone shots up for you throughout the day. But stick with us. And it looks like we have a start here in this girls semifinal number 2. And you see there the lineup as Maurice stated on the screen. A little bit of context here from yesterday. You have South County in lane 3. They finished at 5 minutes and 38 seconds in the time trial. Montclair, the second fastest time in this heat, 5:45. And then Blair Crew, 5:49. So those are the 3 crews with the fastest times in qualifying. Again, only two teams can move on to the grand final later this afternoon.
And it's crunch time. I mean, you have 6 boats, only 2 spots. I mean, this is everything on the line. You can't really kind of settle for a 3rd place spot or a 4th place spot like you need that top 2.
Yeah, it's a little tough just getting thrown right into it first thing in the morning, semifinal, winner go home kind of race.
Right.
But, sometimes that can help settle the nerves when you just have to get up and go at it. And you see there, that looks like we got lane 4 Montclair. Always a strong team here on the Schuylkill, the team from New Jersey, looking like they are currently out in front at the moment. And if my eyes don't deceive me, it looks like that is South County right there, lane 3, out in 2nd place at the moment.
So this is not an open water situation. I mean, they are the top two, but it looks like you have lane 1 and lane 2 also holding on to the stern decks of these other 2 boats. And so this is the racing you want to see, because again, there's the top 2 spots, but you still have right on the screen, you have 4 boats in contention for those top 2 spots. There's still enough room to overtake any of these boats. It could be any boat's game at this point.
Yeah, so it's a 1,500 meter race course. Looks like we're about halfway through. They're at about the 750 meter mark right here. So still a lot of time for some teams to get back into this and kind of pull themselves back up into this race here. Again, semifinal number 2, girls JV8.
And you see, typically when I've raced on this, when you start to hear the cowbells, you know it's time to pick it up. I don't hear any cowbells yet, but I'm sure I'll hear some for the finals.
Oh, don't worry. I'm sure the Montclair fans will make themselves heard. They always do. They're very loud, which is not, throwing any shade. They're fans. Their team shows up, and they're close by the Schuylkill, so the parents are all here on the sideline. The teammates are all here. You'll hear loud, long cheers of Montclair. Always a strong program at the Stotes. There's your lane 4 crew in the middle of your screen there, Montclair.
And yeah, it looks like they have a lead on the pack, but not by much.
Yeah, lane 3, it's tough to tell exactly from this angle. Lane 3 does look to be down, but in second place, but we saw lanes 1 and 2 kind of pass by a little bit earlier, and they were close behind. And then now you see lanes 5 and 6 also pretty looking like they're putting up a pretty good fight there. That is Churchill and Westminster. Very British. And under the wire into Peters Island here.
And this is that once you start to see that island, you're just like, all right, well, it's time to prep for that last 300, 250 meters to go, and that's where you pick up, make your move, and even sometimes you may have to make your move just slightly earlier because it'll be down to the wire. But it looks like Montclair will not have to do that, as they have what appears to be open water based off of the screen. But second place is kind of hard to tell by this angle who is in front of that, and it looks like we may have a little mishap with lane 2, a mini crab there, but they've recovered from that.
Yeah, it looked like Montclair did pick up their rate there just a little bit as they come here down to the finish. But again, they don't have to put on the full sprint here. They're going to walk away and win this race, move on to the final. They have another race later today, so time to get back, get hydrated, and get prepared, as Montclair finishes first and South County finishes in second, and those two will move on. Blair finishes in second. Looks like Churchill 4.
And it looks like lane 1 is walking on lane 6.
Yeah, Woodson here will finish in
nice
5th, and then
Never
Westminster in 6th. Pretty close race there. And you see it's 5-minute centers this morning, so we're going to be sending these races off pretty quickly. Semifinal number 3 out onto the race course now. And it is in lane 1, Ocean City. Lane 2, Washington Liberty. Lane 3 is Villa Joseph Marie. Lane 4 is Nardin. 5, Walter Johnson. And in lane 6 is Lake Braddock.
And this looks like a nice lineup here. Washington Liberty actually trains out of my club, Potomac Boat Club. And I see Lake Braddock as well from Fairfax County. And Walter Johnson, I'm pretty sure.
Lane 2.
I don't want to be mistaken, so I won't say where Walter Johnson's from. But Washington Liberty and Lake Braddock, I know those crews pretty well, especially Washington Liberty. So there won't be any bias, but I'll give a little love as they're coming down the line.
Yeah, I mean, don't worry. Once the boys' schools start rowing, I don't think it'll be too long before my bias starts to show. Villa Joseph Marie, a local school, as is Ocean City, from Ocean City, New Jersey, and of course Nardin is also a school that competes here at the Philadelphia City Championships, a PSRA school. So some Philly schools, some DC area schools, and That's what you love about Stotesbury. You get schools like from all over the eastern seaboard. Sometimes we'll get schools from the west coast that make it out, but from Florida up to Canada, we get a good amount of crews here. One of the largest high school sporting events in the country.
For sure. For sure.
About halfway through here in semifinal number 3. Again, 2 boats looking to join Mount St. Joe's, Atlantic City, South County, and Montclair. And then you see there the results from semifinal number 1.
Nice. I mean, 5:09, 5:15. That's pretty big gap there. So they're looking to make a statement, obviously.
Yeah, so looks like the race course might be moving a little quicker than it was yesterday. Mount St. Joe's 5:30 in the time trial, 5:05 there on their heat. And again, in the time trials, you don't have you have a rolling start a lot of times. So definitely a faster river today to finish 25 seconds faster than the time trial.
For sure.
In this race, Villa Joseph Marie 5:39 in the time trial, Nardin 5:42. So those were the 2 fastest finishers. After them, Washington Liberty and Walter Johnson were not too far behind. So this looks to be a competitive race. Looks like 3 and 4 have the advantage at the moment. That's Nardin and Villa Joe. But it still looks like a pretty close race as we head 500 meters left to go now.
Again, and you just love to see, especially when they're coming through the island, to see the coxswain and how they react or be proactive when they're coming through, because it all depends on placement. It depends on where each boat is, and again, it's really interesting to see how long they wait or how early they want to go. So
yeah, it also depends on the race plan. So these crews, this is for a lot of them the culmination of the season. Some will go on to nationals or youth nationals later in the season, but for a lot of these crews, this is the end of the season, or we're getting towards the end of the season. So they've been rowing for a few months. They know how to row their race, and the coxswains have a plan. Sometimes you get out into the middle of the course and you have to improvise a little bit if somebody punches you in the mouth and you weren't expecting it.
Exactly.
But it looks like we've got Nardin there, Nardin Academy, looking really strong here out of lane 4.
And see, that's when we start to hear those cowbells.
Yeah.
And lane 4 seems to be out in front right now. And it looks like they have slightly open water, but not by much. Followed by lane 3. But lane 5 looks to be very, very close to lane 3. But as long as lane 3 maintains what they have now, they will walk away with that 2nd place finish. But you have lane 1 holding on, trying to get away from lane 2. And they will secure that 4th place finish, followed by lane 2 and then lane 6.
Yeah, so Nardin Academy and Villa Joseph Marie moving on to the final later this afternoon. That'll set up a girls JV8 final of Mount St. Joe's, Atlantic City, South County, Montclair, Villa Joe, and Nardin. So you see there lanes 3 and 4 winning the semifinals in that event after positioning themselves in the fastest lanes from time trials. So, one of the things to note, as we'll get you this boys JV quad lineup in a second. One of the things to note is that there is a strong advantage here on the Schuylkill for lanes 3 and 4.
For sure.
And then 2 and 5, and then obviously 1 and 6 after that. So here in the boys JV quad, in lane 1, Haddon Township. Lane 2, Shaker. Lane 3 is Seton Hall. In lane 4, St. Benedict's. Lane 5, Germantown Friends. And in lane 6, Germantown Academy. See, there's still a pretty heavy fog out on the course. Difficult to tell exactly what's going on here in this race. Looks like maybe lane 3 there, Seton Hall out in front, but difficult to tell.
Top 3 places to final, George C. Hines Trophy. Lane 1, Haddon Township. Lane 2, Shaker. Lane 3, Seton
And this is what we were talking about before, how the difference with having a coxswain steer you down the course, and now with these quads, that bowman has to row and has to keep that line coming down the course. I mean, it's a huge responsibility to do that, and definitely a huge pressure. So kudos to every bow seat that is in this race right now, because they have multiple jobs. They have to row hard. They have to motivate their crew typically, and they have to steer a straight course.
Yeah, so Maurice, for those listeners at home who may not know the difference, explain the difference between what we just saw in the 8s, the sweep boats, versus these quads, the sculling boats.
So for the 8s, you have one oar, so that's what you would call sweeping. So just imagine you sweeping, you're not using 2 brooms, you're using 1. Then you have sculling. Sculling is with 2 oars, and that is typically without a coxswain. And so the person in the bow, which is the one that's going to cross the finish line first, the person in the back of the boat, that is the one that is making the calls, keeping the line straight. If they need to turn one way or another, they're going to call pressure on either the left hand or the right hand, starboard or port. Just depends on their typical style. And so it's a very pressure heavy position, especially as somebody that has bowed a quad in a pretty fast quad coming down the Schuylkill course. It can be very, very difficult. And so for these junior athletes to be able to maintain their course coming down and to row hard and strong, it's a lot of kudos to them.
Yeah, so Seton Hall there in lane 3 looks to be out in front. They had the fastest time in qualifying yesterday by just about a second over Shenenda Hoa, who'll be in semifinal number 2. But at the moment, it's Seton Hall, and then it looks like Germantown Friends, the city champion, doing pretty strong here as well. So Germantown Friends out of lane 5.
It looks like lane 3 will come across first, followed by lane 5, which typically will be an upset to lane 4.
Yeah, St. Benedict's there in lane 4, crossing in 3rd. They will move on to the final. So only 2 semifinals here in the boys JV quad. So top three moving on to the final. Looks like a tough race there from Germantown Friends, as we have some guys in that boat gasping for air at the moment. But strong race there. And again, it was Seton Hall, Germantown Friends, and St. Benedict's, your top 3 finishers. Meanwhile, semifinal number 2 out onto the race course. In lane 1, Ridley. Lane 2 is Manhasset. Lane 3 is Shenenda Hoa. In lane 4, Conestoga. Lane 5, Ridgewood. And in lane 6, Roman Catholic. The boys JV quad, semifinal number 2.
And you'd love to see it. I love how tight that race was. Like, that was a really nice race, and down to the wire there. They definitely earned their top 3 spots for sure.
Yeah, the JV quad's always a pretty competitive event. The quads move pretty quickly. They're not quite as fast as the 8s, but they're still going to be the 2nd fastest boat class we see out here today.
Yep.
So they move pretty quick. Not much between these boys. Shenenda Hoa had the fastest qualifying time in this heat. They were just 1 second off of the Seton Hall time in the time trials. So
nice.
Shenenda Hoa with a strong boys JV quad here. Expect them to perform well. Looks like they are out in front out of lane 3 there, but it's tight. Looks like lane 4, Conestoga, performing well early as well. So does look like Shenenda Hoa and Conestoga have a bit of an edge here, and then Manhasset and Ridgewood not too far behind.
From my knowledge and history of Boathouse Row, Conestoga has always had pretty decent programs when it comes to sculling. They've always been pretty strong. When I rode for Undine, they were always there. They made sure they made their presence known, and so definitely not surprised that they are in the position that they are right now.
Yeah, Conestoga, one of the better co-ed schools that we get here on the race course. A lot of these teams will be all boys, all girls schools. Conestoga is a public high school and has one of the only public schools that we see here as well that performs at such a high level.
You see a roll of yellow caution tape anywhere down here? It was, no, maybe in that far corner behind your right shoulder? No? Okay.
And we are now coming through the island here, and it looks like lane 5 may be leading the pack. I mean, it's a weird angle, but lane 5 may be leading the pack right now, which will be
Yeah, I think you're going to have to give the edge to Shenendehowa here out of lane 3.
Actually, you know what? Yeah, you're right.
But then
Angles.
the fight, again, it's only top 3 moving on. So Shenendehowa here is out in front. Looks like Conestoga's in second, but the fight for third is a really good one right now between Ridgewood and Manhasset.
Wow, and Manhasset is walking through lane 5 right now. And they're walking through lane 4. Whew, that is going to be a tight finish. But it looks like lane 2, 3, and 4 will secure those top 3 spots.
And then you see there Ridley finishing up, followed by Roman Catholic there in lane 6.
Nice.
So it looked like we had Shenendehowa, Conestoga, and Manhasset in some order. Manhasset and Conestoga finished just a couple seconds next to each other. Yeah, and those 3 will be moving on to the final to join Seton Hall, St. Benedict's, and Germantown Friends. That's your final for the boys JV quad later this afternoon. Meanwhile, out onto the race course in timely fashion is the girls JV quad. In lane 1 here we have St. Benedict's. Lane 2 is Western Albemarle. Lane 3 EL Crossley. 4 Conestoga. 5 is Rumson Fairhaven, and in lane 6 is Ridgewood. And again, this one, a little bit of a deeper field, so we'll have 3 semifinals. Top 2 moving on to the final.
Semifinal number 1.
And you see there EL Crossley, lane 3, well out in front, rowing by themselves at the moment.
Lane 1.
On that lonely island.
They look really strong here. Pretty high stroke rate, but they look like they're rowing together.
Lane 4, Conestoga. Lane 5, Rumson Fairhaven. Lane 6, Ridgewood.
Yeah, so in the time trial yesterday, EL Crossley did have the fastest time of 5:31. The next fastest in this heat was Conestoga, 5:51. So you're seeing that 20-second difference kind of play out here as EL Crossley currently rowing their own race out in front from lane 3.
And and this could play a role into the finals, because I mean, if you're having a 20-second gap, drop rate, drop power, and just cruise on down the lane, and that's you're conserving energy for that final race. And so this all plays a role into the ultimate goal, which is to win that Ruth Robin Hold trophy.
Yeah, so just about 500 meters left to go now here in that first semifinal, as we have the semifinal number 1 results from the boys JV quad up on the screen. You see how close that finish was between those St. Benedict's and Shaker there for that final spot in the final.
Yeah, see, I still got chills from that race. That was awesome. That last move was, gotta love it. You love to see it. I mean, they didn't travel this far to be done yet. And still, we will have EL Crossley still leading the way, approaching that line in the island here, which will look like will be followed by Conestoga. And as a reminder, the top 2 places go to the final. And EL Crossley, very nice composure. Very nice boat run coming through. They know they have this race in the bag.
Yeah, really strong race start to finish here from EL Crossley. They've dropped their rate down. You saw there in that first 750 they were up pretty high, trying to win that race early on, and now they're just cruising here to the finish line as they know they have another race this afternoon and they're looking for the gold.
And this will be followed by Conestoga, which will look to secure that second place spot and punching their ticket to the final round.
Strong finish from Stoga.
Nice.
And
very
Stoga
nice.
will move on to the final in both the boys and the girls JV quad.
Love it.
Finishing in third here is Western Albemarle. And then we'll have a few more finishes. Meanwhile, you see there, semifinal number 2 already out onto the race course. 2 boats looking to join Conestoga and E.L. Crossley, who have already punched their tickets for the final. In lane 1 is Owen J. Roberts. Lane 2 is Albemarle. Lane 3 is Ridley. Lane 4 is Augustine Classical. Lane 5 is Niskayuna. And in lane 6 is Holy Spirit. Looks like a pretty close race here. After that first event had a bit of a spread. Ridley, the fastest time in qualifying yesterday. You see there, that's the boat out in front in lane 3. Next to them was Augustine Classical, and it does look like the girls from Augustine Classical in lane 4 kind of hanging on the stern deck there of our leaders, Ridley.
On the course now are the girls' junior quads, heat number 2, lane 1, Owen J. Roberts.
Now I gotta ask, favorite boat class to row in?
Eights.
Eights all day.
Easy.
Starboard or port then?
I rowed both. I was more of a starboard though.
Okay, starboard. Yeah, starboard's the best side. Yeah. So yeah, we're good. We're good. That was your test. We could be friends now.
For those who are curious, there's really no difference in rowing either side. Just the hand that feathers.
True. Very true. But I mean, it's almost fighting words,
Yeah.
especially in high school, junior rowing.
Yeah.
Like starboard and port, like that will pin teammates against each other.
It's funny because a lot of times it's just the coach randomly deciding who gets to row.
Right. It's not even their choice. Our choice, I should say.
It's just a random assignment. And then you stick with it for the rest of your life.
Yep. It becomes your identity.
Yeah, so eights are generally my favorite because of the speed. I rode pretty much I rode a bunch of boat classes in high school. My high school doesn't scull anymore, but when we were there, in order to win the Catholic League Championship, sculling was a major part of rowing. So we had to. So I rode in a few quads throughout my time, a couple doubles, and but mostly 4s and 8s.
Nice.
Yeah, but the varsity 8 my senior year was the fastest boat I was ever in, so a lot of fun going fast.
Yeah, when those 8s pick up, I mean that is a different feeling. I won't say that isn't my favorite boat class right now, but I will say the adrenaline that goes through your body when you're in a very fast 8 is definitely unmatched because it is the fastest boat that you can race in.
What do you enjoy rowing these days?
See, I like doubles and quads.
Yeah.
I say double because of the strategy that goes into it, because it's not a very fast boat, but it's a very technical boat because it's not fast. And so you have to be very technically sound to row in a double, but you also have to be able to work very well with your partner. And you can't really hide in that boat, It's almost like, the single, you can't blame nobody. It's just you, yourself, and yourself. But in the double, you have a partner, but you just have to be able to row well. For the quad, it's the fastest sculling boat that you can be in, and so that's why I like it, because you can get that rate up, get those quick hands away.
Yeah.
Less of a laid back in these quads, and you'll see the difference between the doubles and the quads. There's going to be, especially for the very, very experienced crews, there's going to be a little bit less laid back in order to get that rate, because that power in the quad is going to pick up. It's almost like the juggernaut, right? Like it's a slow start, but once you start to pick up that momentum, it's up there. And the same thing with the 8s. Like it takes a little bit to pick up, but once it's up, it's up.
Yeah, so you see here Ridley looking strong. They're going to cross the finish line first here, barring anything unforeseen. But they should cruise here. They look pretty low, pretty calm at the end of this race. And Ridley will move on to the final, followed by Augustine Classical.
Love their unis.
Yeah,
really cool.
Purple and neon green.
Dope.
unis at Augustine Classical there. Meanwhile, we're going to get a finish here from Albemarle, finishing third, Niskayuna with fourth, and then Holy Spirit, and finally Owen J. Roberts. You see there Holy Spirit with the yellow oars. We'll see more of that team, I'm sure, as the day goes on.
For sure. And again, very impressed with the alignment of each of these boats and their lines here, because again, I've definitely rode into other lanes as the bowman of some of these quads, and they're very, very impressed with these junior athletes and their course down the lane.
All right, out onto the race course now is semifinal number 3. In lane 1 is Episcopal. Lane 2, Agnes Irwin. In lane 3 is Hockaday. Lane 4 is Germantown Friends. 5 is Springside Chestnut Hill, and in lane 6 is Haddon Township. And again, top 2 places moving on to the final. They're looking to join Ridley, Augustine Classical, E.L. Crossley, and Conestoga. So as we have these, semifinals with top 2, top 3, keep an eye on the lanes that are making it. We've had, 3 and 4 make it in the last 2 heats, and they were the fastest times in time trial. So you see the importance of the time trial as, you get those better lane assignments, set yourself up in a position to go out and win your semifinal.
For sure, for sure.
Lane 4, Germantown Friends.
And you see up on the screen that boat that was on this lonely island. I mean, well over 10-second difference between first and second. So definitely look out for E.L. Crossley in that final round to see if they can maintain that island.
Yeah, so now we have Hockaday and Germantown Friends in lanes 3 and 4. They're the favorites to move on in this semifinal. Keep an eye out on Springside Chestnut Hill and Agnes Irwin to try and make a push against them. But again, those are the 2 boats in position based on the time trial to move on.
Hey, but I love an upset.
Who doesn't?
I love an upset. I mean, I've definitely I've definitely placed lower, and it just gave me a little bit more momentum for that semifinal. Placed high enough to, move on to the semis, but, when you beat crews that were projected to beat you, it's always a good feeling. It's always a good feeling.
All right, and it looks like that's lane 4, looking pretty strong here. Again, that is Germantown Friends. In fact, as I look, that's Germantown Friends with the orange blades in second there. Out in front there is Hockaday. Hockaday out in front out of lane 3. As you see, we're catching up on some results from the boys' semifinal number 2 here. Pretty close finish there between Manhasset and Conestoga. 0.07 of a second from second to third there.
Crazy.
Hockaday here looking really strong out of lane 3.
Very, very, very composed. Again, I love to see it. Rowing is the ultimate team sport, and if you don't row together, you won't win together. And so you're seeing lane 3, they are rowing together, they're swinging together, they're coming out together, and that is why they will walk away with this one and first place and punch their ticket to the final round, followed by lane 4, who are also swinging very well together, maintaining that boat speed and coming across that line to punch that second ticket to the final round.
Yeah, so Germantown Friends and Hockaday will move on to the final here, as we'll finish up with Agnes Irwin, followed by Haddon Township, and then a little bit of a race here. It looks like SCH, Springside Chestnut Hill, will finish 5th, and finally Episcopal. All right, and you see we're getting these races off pretty quickly here. Lots of racing to get through this morning. 5-minute centers. As we move on to the boys lightweight 4, semifinal number 1. In lane 1, Canisius. Lane 2 is Gonzaga. 3 is E.L. Crossley. In lane 4 is Christian Brothers. Lane 5 is Lake Brantley. And in lane 6 is Seton Hall. So some really good rowing schools here in this this lightweight 4 event. A couple different places throughout, Canisius, Christian Brothers, some New York schools. We got Gonzaga from D.C., of course, Seton Hall from Jersey. So pretty good mix of some strong rowing teams here in this boys lightweight 4 event.
Boys lightweight 4, semifinal number 1.
And it's nice to see all of these schools still being powerhouses. I mean, Christian Brothers, Canisius, like these are all schools that I've raced against. And I've also was recruited with some of those guys to the U.S. Naval Academy for the lightweight program. So I know they have some heavy hitters, and it's really nice to see that they're still hanging and banging on down the course.
Yeah. So E.L. Crossley had the fastest time in qualifying at 5:13. So you see there, that is E.L. Crossley out of lane 3 out in front. Not the cleanest of strokes here from these boys, but they're getting the job done. Looks like we have a little sky there from the bowman. And you see here, check out lane 2. Lane 2 is Gonzaga. Gonzaga looking really strong as well.
And Gonzaga trains out of the Anacostia Community Boat House in D.C., Southeast D.C. And so I definitely know, I've seen them out on the water a few times, and they have a very, very strong program and strong showing throughout the events.
Yeah, Gonzaga with a pretty dominant boys team throughout the early 2010s. They won 3 straight Stotesburys in the boys varsity 8 event, and just a deep competitive team. Looking to, have a nice showing here at the Stotesbury, maybe claim that boys varsity 8 title again. But in the meantime, it's the boys lightweight 4 out onto the race course. And, over the past, decade or so, we've seen a lot of lightweight 8s kind of disappear from that boys lightweight 8 event. You see more of these lightweight 4s now. Just less guys able to row lightweight, most likely, and also, only a few teams really with a deep enough team to field that lightweight 8. So the lightweight 4 has become a much more competitive event.
You gotta love it. There's these things up in the air about lightweight rowing. Is lightweight rowing dying? No, it is not. I am still around. I'm 28 years old and still a lightweight rower, and you still have these competitors that are lightweight. Yes, it could be hard, but some people still naturally can be lightweights, and I know a lot of fast lightweights that will give a heavyweight a very, very strong run for their money or even win. And so lightweight rowing is not dead. I will be the first to say that.
All right, so again, this is only 2 semifinals here. Top three places moving on to the final. As you see there, the results from that girls JV quad semifinal number 2 up on the screen. Ridley and Augustine Classical moving on from that event. About 500 meters left to go now for our leaders, E.L. Crossley. You'll see them come under the wire here. That's around the 400 meter mark there, that wire. And it looks like Christian Brothers has pulled their way back into this race. And again, it's top 3. So right now it looks like E.L. Crossley, Gonzaga, and Christian Brothers out in front as your 3 looking to move on. But check out lane 5. They're not giving up. That's Lake Brantley. Lake Brantley is going to try and make a late push into this.
And now if these crews need to make a move or
yeah, you see the sprint out of lane 5. Lane 5's taking the rate up. There they go. That's one of the benefits of these lightweight rowers is that they can get the boats up to a pretty high rate pretty quickly. We'll see as they come by. It looked like Gonzaga had fallen off a little bit. Maybe Lake Brantley just pulling back up into them. Christian Brothers looking strong. You see there the boys from E.L. Crossley. Just a peek behind his head there from the 3 seat. He knows that the grandstands are coming up. And when you feel those grandstands, you know it's 10 strokes to the finish line. Give it all you got here as E.L. Crossley will win semifinal number 1.
And this is what you call the spirit of the lightweights right here. Because this is going to be a very, very tight race for that 3rd place finish.
Lane 1's here too.
And we have lane 1 walking. Lane 2 is pushing. Ooh, my goodness. And man, that is spirit. That is what you call spirit of the lightweights right there.
That was a really
racing.
strong finish there.
To be honest, I have no idea who got that one. I don't know if you got that, but
I do think it was Canisius there out of lane 1.
My gosh.
Pulling up. It looked like Canisius maybe pulled lane 3. It was definitely between Canisius and Gonzaga. Lake Brantley was the third in that grouping. I would say the Gonzaga boys look very upset as they came across the line. So they don't think that they punched their ticket there. So they're not too happy with themselves after being in good position, potentially not moving on. In the meantime, we'll move on to the semifinal number 2 after a great semifinal number 1. In lane 1, we'll have Radnor. In lane 2, St. Joe's Prep. Lane 3 is Montclair. In lane 4, LaSalle. Lane 5, St. John's, and lane 6 is St. Joseph's Collegiate. So a little race within the race here between St. Joe's Prep and LaSalle. Bitter rivals across all sports, but definitely out here on the race course, Prep and LaSalle, not the biggest fans of each other. So keep your eye on that throughout the day between the boys, the Explorers from LaSalle and the Hawks from St. Joe's.
It's the second heat of the boys lightweight 4. Top 3 to finals. Lane 1. Radnor. Lane 2, St. Joseph's Prep. Lane 3, Montclair.
And it looks like we have LaSalle out in front at the moment. Out of lane 4, you see the Bumblebees, the Bumblebee unis out of the boys from LaSalle there. And there's St. Joe's Prep. St. Joe's Prep out of lane 2 looking really strong as well. So, Montclair was, the fastest time in qualifying from this heat, but at the moment, it's 5 boats across from lanes 1 to 6. Not really much between them.
Nope.
Maybe give the edge to the boys from Prep. So let's get a little context here. So Montclair 5:18 in the time trial. LaSalle 5:19. St. Joe's 5:26. St. John's 5:26. St. Joe's Collegiate 5:37, and Radnor was 5:35. So, Radnor and St. Joe's Collegiate a little bit further back in the time trial, but between Montclair, LaSalle, St. Joe's, and St. John's, there wasn't much of a difference, and you saw that kind of playing out there in the first half of the race. One of the really interesting things about this race course, in my opinion, is that there's a lot of different ways in 1,500 meters to kind of break down the race, and there's a ton of landmarks throughout the course that allow you different places for the coxswain to take their moves. The 4s are a really strategic boat class, in my opinion. You have these bow-loaded coxswains, so they can't really see behind them. It's the one difference between them and the coxswains in the 8s, is that the coxswains in the 4 are in the front of the boat, the bow, laying down as they look at their bow ball and try and get their point that way. So they don't really have a vantage point to see behind them and see where the other crews are. So they really just got to, get their race plan, know where they want to take their moves, and hope for the best. It's a little bit more of a strategic, coxswain. Whereas the 8s, they have a bit of, they sit up straight in the stern, and they can see in front of them and can kind of see all around them and have, range of motion with their head to check out where other people are.
And yeah, you can't really see it on the screen, but the mile markers that he's talking about. I mean, you have your Strawberry Mansion Bridge, you'll have your St. Joe's Boathouse, you'll have your 500-meter marker, you have your lane lines, which you can see.
Bonner Stairs as well.
Yep. The island, and then once you're clear of the island, that's the green light that you got to go.
And you hear the grandstands, the fans start to, buoy you a little bit more.
Yep.
This is a really close race, though. Don't mean to ignore it. We just, it's tough to tell exactly who's winning. It does look like LaSalle there with an edge on lanes 3 and 4. That's Montclair and St. John's. But it's tough to tell. We also saw St. Joe's in lane 2. They're not on your screen. They were performing well, as was Radnor. You see at the moment, looks like St. Joe's Collegiate just off the pace. But St. John's, LaSalle, Montclair all vying. Again, only 3 boats can move on to the final.
It looks like LaSalle will be leading the way, but not by much here. They'll be followed closely behind 5, but St. Joe's is still trying
there's
to
St.
hold
Joe's
on.
Prep. We just got St. Joe's Prep now.
So this is going to be a fight for 3rd place here. Actually, 2nd and 3rd place. Only 3 spots. Wow.
All right, so
St. Joe's just walked into the 2nd place line, and then we will have lane 5 might have taken that 3rd ticket to the final. That was very close racing.
It's very tough to tell. So we're directly under.
That was hard.
We're directly under the bridge here, and it does. The Montclair boys think they lost it for sure. St. Joe's and LaSalle definitely safe. The race, and you see there, it was Canisius. Canisius finished.
Dude, that was crazy.
1/10 of a second over Gonzaga.
God.
Gonzaga with just a second over Lake Brantley. So I think
called it. You called it.
I got that one. This one was closer. This one was a lot closer. I think we're gonna see like a thousandth of a second between. I believe that was Montclair and St. John's. But again, Prep and LaSalle move on to the final later today.
Wow, that was a nice move by Prep there. I mean, they were behind, but they knew what they had in them. Like they knew what they needed to do, and they executed.
That's the first real upset that we've seen of the day. Montclair out of lane 3. Potentially not moving on to the final. It just shows you that just kind of how important each portion of the race is.
Yep.
You know, if you can jump out to a good start in that 750, you put their heels to the fire. The team that's in lane 3 there, and sometimes it's difficult to respond when you're in a losing position.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, boys 2nd 4 out onto the race course now. This is semifinal number 1. Top 3 places to the final. In lane 1, Hill School. Lane 2, Oakton. Lane 3, Montclair. Lane 4, Manhasset. 5 is Holy Ghost. And in lane 6 is West Potomac. And again, top 3 moving on to the final for the Chipolone Cup.
Yep, and we definitely, Oakton and West Potomac, also Fairfax County, Virginia, and train around where I train at. So special shout out to them for traveling a little distance to compete here today.
Yeah, so in the first 500 meters of the race, looks like we've got Montclair out to a pretty good start. And Manhasset and Oakton look like they're in 2nd and 3rd position, but definitely a little bit of a closer grouping for 2nd and 3rd there than Montclair. Looks like they're going to run away with this one at the moment in lane 3.
It's just CI, but it's pronounced shipping.
And this will be top 3 places to the final. Top 3. Man, see, I'm so excited from those lightweight quads. I'm like, man, I'm hoping every race is like that.
Yeah, that was good. That was good stuff.
It's not fun while being in the boat, though. I will say that. It is not fun at all. It hurts a lot.
Yeah, digging deep in those last 200 meters when you know that you might not make it, you might not have another race. It asks some questions.
Yeah, for sure. I know one of my coaches way back when I was in high school. She told me, she said, you need to make sure that you see Jesus at the end of that race if it comes down to the wire. I'm like, yes, ma'am. It is blackout time.
So Montclair had the fastest time in time trials yesterday in this 2nd 4 event at 5:25. In the next heat, we'll see Prep and Bosco. They finished really close to Montclair in the time trial. But Manhasset about 7 seconds off of Montclair's pace. Oakton right there with Manhasset. And then it looks like the next fastest in this event was Holy Ghost. So potentially we'll look for Holy Ghost to try and pass Manhasset or Oakton here. But does look like Montclair is still out in front. And then Oakton and Manhasset look strong. Looks like lane 1, Hill School, with a chance at the moment, but it does look pretty standard here. Lanes 2, 3, and 4 look strong. And there you see,
dude, you caught it again. 2 for 2.
I've been doing this a little while. I said I think it would be 1/1000th of a second.
Oh my God! Like,
and it was in fact 1/1000th of a second there. St. John's,
oh my God,
and Montclair. St. John's finishing just 1/1000th ahead of Montclair.
That's crazy. And it looks like lane 3 and lane 4 will be leading the pack right now, Manhasset and Montclair.
So we've already seen a lot of Montclair this morning. They're one of the deeper teams here. Again, one of the co-ed teams that we have here. So we'll see them in both boys and girls events throughout the day.
And we'll have lane 2 not too far behind this pack. And again, top 3 to finishes. So lane 2 just needs to hold off lane 1.
Oh, wow. Nice push here from the Hill School.
But it may not be enough for him.
Yeah, a little bit too late there.
Yeah.
So we'll have Oakton, Montclair, and Manhasset moving on. As you see, Ghost finishing up there, and West Potomac after them. Meanwhile, semifinal number 2 is out onto the race course. In lane 1 is Hun School. In lane 2, we have Norfolk. In lane 3 is St. Joe's Prep. Lane 4 is Don Bosco. Lane 5 is Gonzaga, and in lane 6 is Blair Academy. So again, I mentioned in the semifinal, or in the time trial, St. Joe's and Bosco finished within about, a half second of each other. So you see that kind of playing out here, and then Gonzaga in lane 5 at the moment also looking strong. But Prep, Bosco, Gonzaga, again, top 3 move on to the final.
We got some fans over here. Your sister's students are over here. I want to say hi to you.
On the course now is heat number 2 of the boys' second 4 for the Chip Cup. Lane 1, Hun School. Lane 2. Lane 2, Norfolk. Lane 3, St. Joseph's Prep. Lane 4.
Yeah, so that's St. John's crew. It's from DC as well. I believe my sister is a teacher at St. John's in Washington DC. So shout out to them for knocking off Montclair there in that boys lightweight 4 semifinal.
That was awesome. That was so awesome. Love to see it.
500 meters left now. This fog really hasn't cleared up too much. I thought we might get a little bit of a clearing here. It's still a little misty and rainy at the moment. In the forecast, it's probably going to be overcast all day. I thought maybe the fog would clear around 9 a.m. Maybe we got to get closer to noon for this fog to clear, but it actually looks like it's heavier than it was.
Yeah, it does. I'm like, oh man, I mean, the rain is picking up a little bit.
Yeah,
I mean, still a drizzle, very, very small raindrops, but it is coming down consistently.
Yeah, so a little bit more rain coverage. Hopefully the rain will stop when we get into the finals later today. Currently, the forecast is looking like...
And we will be approaching the wire here very, very shortly and into the island for that last stretch of this race.
Gonzaga looking strong here out of lane 5. We've got St. Joe's Prep. We've got Don Bosco and Gonzaga looking like your leaders. Again, top 3 can move on to the final.
And it appears to be some tight racing here, especially for that first 3 finishes. Again, it's top 3, so if they have a solid spot for that one of those 3 spots, is it worth spending that amount of energy to finish second or third? Yes, maybe so, because they want a better lane placement, but that'll be up to the decision of that Coxon.
So it looks like we've got Prep followed by Don Bosco, and then Gonzaga's in 3rd, but Norfolk out of lane 2 is also looking strong. So watch for them to maybe make a late push on Gonzaga here. St. Joe's looking strong through the final couple hundred meters here. Last strokes, and they are sprinting at the end. And St. Joe's will cross first, followed by Don Bosco. And the race for 3rd is tight, but Gonzaga's going to eke it out.
Gonna walk that one away.
Yeah, Norfolk finishing in 4th. Strong race, but just not enough. Ran out of water there at the end. Looks like Blair Academy in 5th, and then Hun School will finish in 6th. And out onto the race course now are the girls' second four semifinal number 1. In lane 1, West Springfield. Lane 2 is Sidwell Friends. 3, Petty. 4, Bishop O'Connell. In lane 5 is Nardin. And in lane 6 is Mount St. Joe's.
Coming down the course, girls second four, semi-final number 1, top 3 places to the finals, the Thomas B. Dow Trophy. Lane 1, West Springfield. Lane 2, Sidewell Friends. Lane 3, Petty. Lane 4, Bishop O'Connell. Lane 5, Nardin.
And looks like we've got them crossing here at the right around 600 meter mark. Looks like lane 4 out in front at the moment. That is Bishop O'Connell. Oh, and there's lane 2. Check that out. That's Sidwell Friends. Sidwell Friends out of lane 2 looking really strong here. So this is a top 3 places moving to the final. It looks like Sidwell, Petty, and Bishop O'Connell are in good position at the moment. In this girls' second 4 event, Petty had the fastest time in qualifying at 6:19. Bishop O'Connell 6:24. Sidwell Friends 6:32. So they're the teams that you would expect to be in the top 3 based on the time trial, and at the moment that seems to be holding true. West Springfield, Nardin, and Mount St. Joe's trying to push up and make it to the final. Yeah, Nardin only finished a few seconds off of Sidwell in the time trial, so we'll see if we don't see lane 5 making a push as this race goes on. About 500 meters left to go now.
We have some geese crossing the road here, trying to get to the other side.
Yeah, it's just a hazard of these outdoor water sports. You're gonna have some wildlife. Luckily, you know, it hasn't rained too much this week, so the river's conditions are good. Sometimes when it rains a lot the week before, you'll get the rivers from up north will kind of come down, and you'll get a high level, some flotsam throughout the course. But
bring all its baggage down here.
But at the moment, it you know, not too bad. It does look like the race course is pretty fast, which is something for sure. There's definitely some speed out there, which, you know, causes when you have the strong current underneath you, it can cause some issues technically for some crews. But no major issues. You know, not to put the announcers' jinx on it, but we haven't seen any crabs so far yet today, which is good. You know, normally we're good for one or two of those every couple of races, and then, you know, seemingly we always get at least one flip in the doubles and the singles. So keep your eyes out for some action there as we have some junior rowers here. So, you know, hazards abound. Looking pretty good here from Bishop O'Connell still. Bishop O'Connell in lane 4 seems to have rode that middle 500 really well. It's tough to say, but it looked like Sidwell was out at the first 500 out in front, and O'Connell has kind of pulled them back here. And then check out, that is Nardin in lane 5 that started to come up. We'll see how they start stacking up. Missing some water there. This is where, you know, the nerves start tightening, and you really just you don't want to take bad strokes. So every stroke really matters here. You only have about 30 strokes left in the race, and you see there they're just kind of dumping some water at the finish. As you raise the rate, you want to be able to row technically and without too much panic. When you start to panic, that's when things go wrong. But O'Connell they look like they're not going to sprint here just yet.
No.
Really, really comfortable to row their own race at the moment.
Yeah, they're pretty much on their own island.
Yeah, check this out. They've got a nice little, their hands are getting away quick, but they're all finishing exactly at the same time. Just taking a beat there at the finish to kind of collect themselves. Impressive race here from Bishop O'Connell.
And then you have 3, Petty right behind, followed by lane 2, Sidwell Friends.
Sidwell Friends, and then, yeah, Nardin just coming up short here in lane 5. They'll finish 4th. And they'll be followed by West Springfield and then Mount St. Joe's. In the meantime, semifinal number 2, top 3 moving on, is out onto the race course. In lane 1, Norfolk. In lane 2 is Marion Mercy. In lane 3 is Unionville. Lane 4, Stonebridge. 5 is Holton Arms, and in lane 6 is Forest Park. And you see there a shot of our finish line camera. You see some spectators there out on the course. This is the grandstands here. It's a great place to come and check out the finishes.
And yeah, we see that tight race in here. Look at that, 5:18, 5:18.
Yeah, that was really
to the
close.
wire, to the wire. And that was the one where Gonzaga. But wait, was it Gonzaga the ones that thought they didn't make it?
No, that was earlier. That was the lightweight 4.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
because I knew one of the boats were. But I mean, you love to see it. It sucks being in the boat when it's down to the line like that. But as a spectator, like that is just what you want to see. Like it's the adrenaline rush type of race there.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and it looks like we're.
Sidwell in lane 2 in that former race. Up next, the second heat of the girls' second 4. The top 3 places to finals. Lane 1, Norfolk. Lane 2, Marion Mercy.
About 500 meters left to go now here in this girls' second 4 semifinal. Looking to join
Lane 4,
Bishop O'Connell, Petty, and Sidwell Friends.
Lane 5, Holton Arms.
Of course, Unionville, the fastest time out of lane 3 in the time trial here. Unionville at 6:22. Stonebridge was just a 1/10 of a second behind Unionville in the time trial, so look for a close finish there. And then Marion with the 3rd fastest time, but only by about 5/10 of a second over Holton Arms in the time trial. So the race for 1st should be a close one. The race for 3rd should be a close one as we come under the wire here in girls' second 4 semifinal number 2.
And again, granted the conditions, I mean, every single last rower we saw thus far has done a pretty decent job with dealing with what the cars that they were drawing. So, I mean, we do have a little wind here, a little wind gust that is coming through quite frequently here, but they're still maintaining. And again, we haven't seen anything super wild, fingers crossed, since we've been sitting here. So,
well, so the last couple of events for sure have also been varsity rowers. So we've had the lightweight 4s and now the second 4s. So despite these, some crews only row in the 4 events. They don't row 8s. So for some of these crews, these might be the 4 like rowers 5 through 8 on the depth chart for the teams. These might be some of the best rowers on these teams. You never know exactly how teams break out their best rowers. So some of these second 4s are really experienced, really solid rowers.
And it looks like lane Lane 3 and Lane 4 are going to be pretty connected, with Lane 3 leading the pack right now, followed by Lane 4, which will be Stonebridge.
Yeah, so
and then Lane 3, Unionville.
So it's kind of playing out, as I said, we've got Unionville and Stonebridge. They're going to finish 1-2. The race for
this third
is
spot,
really close. Looks like Marion's going to take it.
Very close. But and you know, and Lane 2 responded very well. I mean, you could see the difference between Lane 2 and Lane 5. Lane 2 pretty much picked up that rate. Lane 5 pretty much stayed stagnant where they were. And, you know, typically when you're coming close to the end, the finish line, the more strokes you take, the faster you're going to get to that line, especially for that sprint.
Yeah, so one of the things that I like to talk about a lot with the high school crews is the uniform coordination. So we just saw a really good battle there between Marion with these neon blue hats and Holton Arms
Love to see
with
it.
the neon pink visors. And I will say, although Holton Arms is going to head home here after not making it to the final, just big shout out to those neon pink visors. They were great. All right, we're going to take a little break here as we have a moment before our next race. We'll be right back after these messages from our sponsors.
Summer's here, and with a new Toyota, you can do all your favorite beach activities, like spike ball, whitewater rafting, shrimp boils, wade fishing, or hanging with the locals. You can say that again.
Toyota has 20 models with available all-wheel or four-wheel drive, including the Corolla Cross, Corolla Hybrid, RAV4, Camry, Highlander, and Tundra.
Your summer starts here.
Toyota, let's go places.
All right, we're back, and it does seem like we've got a bit of a delay here up at the top. They were sending them off quick for a minute there. And we're right on schedule. It's 9:11 at the moment. 9:10 was scheduled for this girls' senior double. It can be a little bit more difficult for these doubles to get to the line. They're smaller boats. There is a pretty good tailwind at the moment on the course that we're feeling. So the doubles, the lighter boat classes generally have a little bit of difficulty getting themselves set. I don't know. It doesn't look like we have stake boats out there today, although I'm not sure.
It's hard to see.
I wonder if they'll try and get them in.
I've just been told on the course instead is the girls' senior double, but we're sending lane 1 Matthews, lane 2 Montclair, lane 3 Churchill.
So I'm just hearing from the PA announcer behind us. It seems like we're going to send semifinal number 2 down first. Semifinal number 2 is going to head down the course first, it seems. That's what the PA announcer here is telling us. So we're going to rock with that until we know otherwise. You have to wonder, maybe there was a false start. They'll do that sometimes. That's generally what you see. You get a false start. They'll have to turn the crews around, but it takes time to get back to the starting line. So they'll generally just send the next race off pretty quickly. And as you see some results there from the girls' second four semifinal number 2, that was the last race we saw. So we're all caught up on results. In the meantime, in the background of your shot there, you see, I believe that is the dock of the Gillen Boathouse of St. Joe's Prep.
No bias.
No bias. I'm just, just very, very familiar with those docks there. Spent 4 years rowing for St. Joe's Prep myself, so seeing the boys out there, warms the heart just a tad.
Love it. There's no place like home, and Philadelphia is home.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This Schuylkill River course is pretty iconic in the world of rowing. It's just such a beautiful venue. It's fun. You got a lot of really, really solid high school teams, a lot of solid club teams. Obviously the colleges are renowned. You've got, Penn, Drexel, Temple, LaSalle, St. Joe's.
Yep.
All competitive.
Power fives.
Yeah. So, just a great city for rowing. Everyone, you talk about Boston, the city of Boston, obviously known for great rowing on the Charles, DC on the Potomac, obviously, but Philly's right up there with them. These three cities on the eastern seaboard are beautiful towns for rowing, and a lot of great high schools and colleges come out of them. And it looks like we're off here in the girls' senior double. And again, on the screen, we have semifinal number 1. The PA announcer told us that it was semifinal number 2 that was heading off first. So we should get a good idea here of what's going on. It's supposed to be Matthews in lane 1, Montclair in lane 2, Churchill in lane 3, Albemarle in lane 4, Penn Charter in lane 5, and Ridgewood in lane 6. So I should be able to tell by Penn Charter. Penn Charter's got yellow blades. So if that's it, again, this fog is gonna be tough for us. But lane 3 is Churchill, lane 2 is Montclair, we believe. So if it is what the race I think it is, then we should be able to tell by Penn Charter's blades, and that is Penn Charter. You got the yellow of Penn Charter there in lane 5. So this is semifinal number 2. Ignore the graphic on the screen at the moment. This is the second semifinal for the girls' senior double based on your schedules.
And very, very nice placement by lane 4, which is Albemarle. Very, very nice boat run. Doubles again. It's one of my favorite boat classes, and it takes a lot of strategy, technique for these smaller boats, because you don't have the momentum. When you have more momentum, your boat sets itself up, but the less momentum, the more you have to be more technically sound, so to speak, inside of these boats. And so all of these ladies here today are doing a phenomenal job with moving their boats on down the course.
Yeah, so we are, again, semifinal number 2 was going off first here. There must have been some kind of false start in semifinal number 1. This is the girls' senior double. The girls' senior double. In the time trial, in this event, we had Montclair had the fastest time, I believe. This is interesting. So Montclair's in lane 2. Based on, okay, so I was not right. Churchill had the fastest time at 6:08. Churchill, and then Albemarle 6:21. Behind them, Montclair 6:34 and Penn Charter 6:36. So it did look like we had Churchill and Albemarle in lanes 3 and 4 out in front. And then we were seeing Penn Charter looking strong there in lane 5. And it does look like Montclair in lane 2 is maybe having some trouble. They look like they're pretty far behind after what was a good time trial yesterday. So Penn Charter out of lane 5 looks to be in 3rd at the moment.
And the wind has picked up a little bit more, it seems, from this morning.
Yeah, so we were seeing some fast times throughout the day. The river looks fast, but definitely there's a constant tailwind that's difficult to row through. The doubles, specifically the girls' doubles, are some of the lightest boats you'll see, and rowing in a tailwind without weight can be a really difficult challenge.
It can be.
You'll often see lightweights struggle a little bit more in windy conditions, just less weight to get blown around. So these girls doubles, some of the lighter boat classes we'll see. So it takes a lot of technical ability to row in a tailwind. Oftentimes you'll see oars start to sky a little bit at the catch, some mist water. But right now, we got some really strong crews rowing really, really well through this tailwind at the moment.
For sure. And again, Albemarle is doing a very good job maintaining. I mean, their technique looks phenomenal here. They're swaying together, they're entering together. I mean, I can tell this is a very experienced crew coming on down the line. They're very composed, hands away together. I mean, this is very nice rowing that we're looking at right now. And again, I'm not biased or anything, but I do think scullers may be some of the best, if not the best rowers in the world, just because of the amount of technical focus that comes with being in these boats here.
Yeah, but the fastest people are always in the 8s. So, you know, you can be as technically gifted as you want. But
Depends. But it looks like we will have a race here.
Oh, check this
Lane
out.
3 is like, nah, we want first place. And we will have, oh, wow. Did Lane 3 just walk through Lane 4 here?
Yeah,
I mean,
that was Churchill. They just said they want lane.
They wanted the best lane possible.
Yeah, and they want lane 4. They wanted lane 4 in that final later today, and they took it.
Wow. Okay. Well, statement made. Got it. Noted.
Penn Charter finishes 3rd, and they will move on to the final as well, joining Albemarle and Churchill. Some good sportsmanship out on the course there. The Albemarle girls and the Churchill girls giving each other some praise as they.
Nice.
They catch their breath under the Columbia Bridge. All right, so the first semifinal is out onto the race course now as we finish up with the second one. So out of order here a little bit, but in lane 1 we have Hockaday. Lane 2 is Lower Merion. 3 is Western Albemarle. In lane 4 is Dennis Morris. In lane 5 is Baldwin, and in lane 6 is Springside Chestnut Hill SCH.
And again, top 3 places to the final for the Lovey Farrell Award.
Yeah, so Western Albemarle had the fastest time in qualifying. They should dominate this semifinal based on those times. Dennis Morris was the next fastest, and then Lower Merion after them. So expect to see some maybe a walk away here by Western Albemarle, but after them should be pretty tight.
Norfolk, lane 1. Marion Mercy, lane 2. Lane 3, Unionville. Lane 4, Stonebridge. Lane 5, Holton Arms. And lane 6, Forest Park. This is the second heat of the girls' the girls' senior double. Hockaday, Lower Merion, Western Albemarle, Dennis Morris, Baldwin, Springside, Chestnut Hill, and lane 6. My apologies.
All right, 500 meters left to go here now in this girls' senior double event.
And pretty hard to tell, but I guess it would be safe to say that lane 3 may be leading, lane 3 may be leading the pack right now, which will be Western Albemarle.
All right, and you see here not too much drama yet in this one. Western Albemarle with a really strong swing here. Looks like some pretty big athletes there in that Western Albemarle boat. They look really strong. See the broad shoulders of both of those rowers. They look, the ideal body of a rower is tall, with broad shoulders and long legs, and it does look like you've got some height there in this Western Albemarle boat. And lane 5 as well. Lane 5 looking strong as well.
And this could well be an upset race here.
Yeah, great race by Western Albemarle. They're going to be favorites going into the final later today, and you can see why. They're just a really powerful boat there. As lane 5 is going to finish second here, Baldwin.
Lane 2 coming in to secure that final spot, knocking out lane 4.
Yeah, so Dennis Morris with a disappointing 4th here, and they will not move on, and we'll have Western Albemarle, Lower Merion, and Baldwin moving on to the final. They will join Churchill, Albemarle, and Penn Charter in the girls' senior double.
Race 22 has been changed to that.
Alrighty then. Boys senior double semifinal number 1 out onto the race course. In lane 1 is Frank W. Cox. Lane 2, St. Francis. In lane 3, West Niagara. Lane 4, Penn Charter. Lane 5 is Shipley. And in lane 6 is Charter School.
Final number 1, top 2 to the finals.
And you see there the results from that girls senior double final. Churchill just eking it out there at the end, coming back on Albemarle to win by 0.3 of a second there.
Lane 4, Penn Charter. Lane 5, Shipley. Lane 6, Charter School.
And looks like 500 meters left to go now in this boys senior double. Again, 5-minute centers this morning. This race was scheduled to go off at 9:20. It's 9:25, so just a couple ticks behind schedule at the moment, but nothing they can't make up, and lots of semifinals to get through here in this morning slate. Of course, I'm sure there were a few semifinals in the afternoon yesterday. Most of the day yesterday devoted to these time trials that we've been letting you know about, and then a bunch of senior finals or semifinals here in this morning, and then we'll move into some freshman and JV finals right after our lunch. So we're going to 11:40 this morning. That's the schedule for the last race. We'll take an hour break in between, and then we'll have the finals for you starting around 12:40 later today. But in the meantime, got a really strong race going on here in this boys senior double.
And this is top 2, again, top 2. And so it is a tighter tunnel to punch that ticket. It is not top 3, it is top 2. So be mindful of that as these finishers or as these rowers are coming across to the finish line.
Yeah, and West Niagara looking really strong here, but Penn Charter just kind of maintaining their distance, and West Niagara is going to cross the finish line
very
here.
Nice. Very, very nice. And then as long as lane 4 maintains, they will cross that line second, punching that last and final ticket to the finals for this semifinal.
And then St. Francis, followed by Shipley. We'll round out the top 4 there. In the meantime, they've got that second semifinal out onto the race course quickly. In lane 1, Robinson. In lane 2 is St. Joseph's. Lane 3 is Albemarle. Lane 4 is Springside Chestnut Hill. Lane 5 is Haddon Township. And in lane 6 is Germantown Academy. So that's St. Joe's, New Jersey. That is in lane 2. And again, top 2 moving on to the finish here. And something that you'll see as the semifinals go on, generally if there's 3 semifinals, it means that there was a deeper pool in that time trial. And there's going to be more parity as you get through. The first semifinal is going to have the fastest boat, West Niagara. As you get further down into the semifinals, you get closer to the mean of boats that made it to these semifinals, and you'll see some tighter, hopefully some tighter semis. Maybe we'll get some dramatic finishes.
And again, much love to the sponsors, Toyota, Coast Guard, Navy, for helping make this event possible. This is a really, really big event in the country, and so it's a major, major production. It takes a lot of effort and sponsorships to get this going. To the volunteers, thank you for being here, because the rowers appreciate it. As somebody that has been on both sides of the spectrum of being a rower and being a volunteer, volunteers are the backbone of getting this together, and so thank you all to the volunteers for putting your time and effort to make the Stotesbury Cup Regatta a special one.
All right, looks like about 500 meters left to go here in this boys senior double semifinal number 2. And it does look like our lanes 3 and 4 out in front at the moment. That's Albemarle and Springside Chestnut Hill, with maybe an outside chance here from St. Joe's in lane 2. Looking good as well. So it does look like Albemarle has started to pull away, but that race for the second spot between Springside Chestnut Hill and St. Joseph's is a good one. You want to row a clean race here. It looks like St. Joe's with just a little bit of a dip. Yeah, you see that they've got a dip to the port side. That could be them trying to adjust their point. But in the meantime, Albemarle looking really strong in the middle of the island. And you see there, Springside Chestnut Hill making a late push here. They're trying to pull away and not allow anyone to sprint, into them at the end here. But see if they can't make up any ground on Albemarle. But that does look like your top 2. Albemarle in lane 3, Springside Chestnut Hill in lane 4.
And again, it's very important, especially because these are coxswain-less boats. So the bow person is typically the one that's steering and motivating. And so it's very important to know your crew and know what you can and cannot do. And you know that you're going to be punching your ticket to the final. So for a situation like this, as long as you're on an island by yourself and you know nobody's going to walk on you, you should bring it down. But it looks like 2 is trying to make a push. So lane 4 needs to maintain their speed and get to that line first in order to stay away from them, which they will, and punch their ticket to the final round.
Man, that Albemarle crew is huge. Those guys are enormous. So, I mean, look for them later today. We'll have an Albemarle, West Albemarle, or West Niagara as your top 2. And then, so it looks like Albemarle, Springside Chestnut Hill there joining Penn Charter, West Niagara. Semifinal number 3 out onto the race course now. Again, top 2. Moving on. In lane 1, Holy Spirit. In lane 2, Haverford School. In lane 3, Ridgewood. In lane 4 is Germantown Friends. In lane 5 is First Colonial. And in lane 6 is Belleville. In semifinal number 3, top 2 places. Moving on.
And again, for our new listeners, I am Maurice Scott, and
I am Joe Leonard. Thank you guys for joining us as we bring you this slate of semifinals here at the Stotesbury Cup Regatta presented by Toyota. Yeah, so an interesting little wrinkle here from the time trials. Only 0.4 of a second between West Niagara and Albemarle there. Ridgewood, who's in lane 3 here, was a little bit further off that pace by about 10 seconds. So, we'll see how that plays out. But West Niagara, Albemarle look to be your favorites. And there you see the girls senior double semifinal number 1. The times there.
On the course, the 3rd heat of the boys senior double. Top 2 places to finals. Lane 1, Holy Spirit. Lane 2, Haverford School. Lane 3, Ridgewood. Lane 4, Germantown Friends. Lane 5, First Colonial. And lane 6, Belleville.
And we will have coming down the course the last semifinal for the boys senior double here. And lane 1, Holy Spirit. Lane 2, Haverford School. Lane 3, Ridgewood. Lane 4, Germantown Friends. Lane 5, First Colonial. And lane 6, Belleville. And this will be, again, top 2 going to the final. And we will be through the island now. The first rowers will be through the island. And it looks like we will have lane 4 and lane 3 leading the pack, which will be Germantown Friends and Ridgewood.
Yeah, so Ridgewood out in front at the moment there in lane 3. They look pretty calm. You see Germantown Friends is taking a look over to their right. You see that stroke seat. He's not looking for Ridgewood. He's looking for the Haverford School. The Haverford School's in lane 2, and they're right there with these guys. So you see Ridgewood is kind of not sprinting. They're kind of taking it easy. Germantown Friends is sprinting right now because the Haverford School isn't too far behind, but it looks like Germantown Friends is going to be able to hold them off. Ridgewood, yeah, last couple strokes, Ridgewood really turned it up there.
Oh, yeah.
Germantown
Very nice
Friends,
move.
Germantown Friends finishes second and holds
Very
off
nice move.
the Haverford School. And then Holy Spirit, First Colonial, and then finally Belleville. All right.
Way to respond.
Now here's some fun racing. The boys, not that we haven't seen some fun racing, I just, you know, the boys' second
Your
eight.
bias is showing.
I mean, the boys' second eight is just a fantastic race. This is the Hammer Trophy. It's the best trophy name in the Stotesbury Cup Regatta. The Hammer Trophy here in the boys' second eight. In lane 1 is James Madison. Lane 2, Lawrenceville. In lane 3 is St. Joe's Prep. Lane 4, St. Andrews. Lane 5, Yorktown. And in lane 6 is W.T. Woodson. So St. Joe's Prep will have had the fastest time in the time trials. They're out in front, but check out lane 2, Lawrenceville. Lawrenceville currently in second. This is 2 semifinals here in this boys' second eight. Top 2 moving on to the finish. Eights are pretty, we've been talking about this throughout the day, eights are a pretty quick race, so oftentimes you'll see in the 8 races there's less separation between the crews because, you know, when you have faster boats, there's obviously going to be less of a, you know, a spread between the times, and we'll probably see that play out. So in these boys' second eights, a lot of these boats are filled with the rowers 9 through 16. On their team, so they're very good rowers, especially in some of these deeper programs that we'll see. Also competing in the boys' first eight later today, but these boys' second eight are really talented rowers who just finished. You know, could have made the varsity eight, but you know some of these programs have really strong second eights as well. So nothing to sniff at these boys' second eight rowers.
And for those who don't know, I mean, for the eights, there is a breakdown to where people are placed. When you're counting from, so you'll have the coxswain. Obviously, that's the person that is steering the boat, keeping the boat motivated, and being the coach in the boat. And then the rower in front of them will be 8 seat and 7 seat. That will be your stern pair. So that is the pair that is keeping the pace of the boat, keeping the rhythm of the boat. 7 seat is leading for the starboard side, typically, and your 8 seat is leading pretty much the whole boat, but also for the port. And then you will have your, what they call the engine room, which will be your 6, 5, 4, and 3 seat. And that is normally your big guys and girls that are the monsters of the boat that, again, lays down the hammer, which is why that is a very legit name for a trophy. And
It's just the best.
It is. It is. I can't lie. It is. And then you have your bow pair, which is your 1 and 2, typically your lighter rowers in the boat, but also you're more technically sound because you're the being in the back of the boat, you help set up the boat, and you have to be very, very technically sound, again, to be back there to keep that boat steady. And so typically good coaches will be able to identify which rowers, the talents of each rower, and place them in the appropriate spots. And that is what you're going to see coming through the screen, is those athletes that those coaches think are best fit.
All right, so the prep there is on your screen. Just check out this stroke from the prep and compare it to the boat behind them. It's just, they're really smooth. They're easy swinging out of the finish. They're catching together. They're rolling up these feathers. Just a really strong race here from the boys out of St. Joe's, who will cruise And Lawrenceville will finish in second out of lane 2. Mad dash there as St. Andrews finishes third. We'll get James Madison in fourth. Looks like Yorktown in fifth, and W.T. Woodson finishing in sixth. So top 3 moving on to the final there. St. Joe's Prep, Lawrenceville, and St. Andrews in that order. And it looks like we are just waiting now for semifinal number 2 to get started. So those second eights, pretty fast. We're down. It's 9:39. This second semifinal is scheduled for 9:40. So these you see. We've seen some fast times. We're seeing 5 minutes, 12 seconds for doubles. Have to imagine that these eights are putting up, pretty quick times. Really quick race course today. And we're underway here in semifinal number 2 of the boys' second 8. In lane 1 is Thomas Jefferson. Lane 2 is McLean. Lane 3, Gonzaga. 4, Bethesda Chevy Chase. Lane 5, St. Albans, and in lane 6 is St. Augustine. So.
Oh yeah, we got a lot of DC.
I was going to say
here,
DC.
Gonzaga, but DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia, Bethesda, Chevy Chase. That is Maryland, St. Albans. Yeah, and I love McLean.
TJ's
Gotta
down
love
there.
it.
TJ's in Maryland too, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
TJ's always a competitive team here at Stotesbury. All these schools are.
Second 8. Semifinal number 2, top 3 places to final.
My senior year, I got the bronze medal in the boys varsity 8 at Stotesbury. We finished third to Gonzaga and St. Albans.
Wow, yeah, those are heavy hitters.
Yeah, you see there Gonzaga out in front at the moment in lane 3.
Lane 5, St. Albans. And lane 6, St. Augustine.
And it looks like, yeah, Gonzaga will be leading the pack here.
So Gonzaga with the second fastest time in this boys' second 8 yesterday. So they look to be running away with this one at the moment. St. Joe's Prep 4:35 in the time trial, Gonzaga 4:45 in the time trial. So Bethesda Chevy Chase was only a second off of Gonzaga in the time trial. They're a little bit further back now out of lane 4, but they're still in good position to try and move forward. And then the race between McLean and St. Albans should be a good one, along with St. Augustine and Thomas Jefferson. All of them should have a chance to move on. I'll say this is the first time I can remember the Stotesbury having some tunes down at the finish line. I don't know if we can hear it on the broadcast. But this is a little bit of a different vibe this year. Some music here, So come hang out at the grandstands if you're waiting, you're watching at home. Maybe you have a son or daughter, granddaughter, grandson rowing later today. Come down to the grandstands and enjoy the Stotesbury Cup Regatta. Hopefully, the weather starts to warm up. Still in the 60s, low 60s at the moment, hoping to get into the low 70s by the afternoon. And it does seem like the fog is just starting to lift a little bit here.
Just slightly.
The mist has gone away a bit. Looks like this race has tightened up just a tad.
Just a tad bit, yeah.
Gonzaga was well out in front. They still look like they're in front, but
not by much.
Yeah, it looks
not
like
by much.
Looks like Bethesda Chevy Chase has reeled them back in just a little bit here. And check out St. Albans there in lane 5. You have to imagine, we don't have McLean on the screen at the moment, but you have to imagine McLean in lane 2 is going to be putting up a fight. And there you see them. You see the red oars of McLean starting to peek into your screen. I have to imagine they're just pretty much even there.
They have to start early. They got to start their sprint early if they think about punching their ticket to the finals.
And check out Bethesda Chevy Chase. They're not going to pass Gonzaga here, but they definitely reeled them back in over the second half of this race. Check out that great shot of the Coxsons there, egging their team
Now
on.
McLean is walking through. McLean is walking through, and they may not have an. Oh, this is going to be close.
Wow.
They
McLean.
may not have. They're gliding, but they may not have enough room to get to that.
No, I think they're going to move on. They got the third there. They didn't finish second.
They didn't finish second, but that was close. That was so close. That was a nice move.
Gonzaga, maybe they put the brakes on a little bit at the end there, but those other crews, Bethesda, McLean, really strong into the finish there with great sprints. So setting up what should be a really good final later today in that boys second 8. We're going to have St. Joe's Prep, St. Andrews, Lawrenceville, Gonzaga, Bethesda, Chevy Chase, and McLean. All right, we're going to have the girls second 8s coming up next, but really quick, we're going to take a quick message from our sponsors. We'll be right back.
Summer's here, and with a new Toyota, you can go out and have s'more fun. Whoa, whoa. Yeah, that's crispy. Anyone?
Every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, our 2-year or 25,000-mile no-cost maintenance plan. Toyota, let's go places.
All right, and we're just waiting to get started here in this girls' second 8 for the Irish American Chamber Cup. Pretty good name, too, for that girls' second 8. So again, these should be some pretty fast crews here. Mount St. Joe's is going to be in lane 3. They won the city championship in this event. Again, they swept the 8 events at the city championships. You know, a deeper pool here at the Stotesbury. I'm sure the Mount would love to do the same again. St. Joe's Prep, I'm sure, would be looking to do the same. Obviously, the Prep and the Mount, the two powerhouses in the sweeping categories here from the city of Philadelphia. So in lane 1, we're going to have Yorktown. In lane 2, Walt Whitman. Lane 3, Mount St. Joe's. In lane 4 is Jackson Reed. In lane 5 is McLean.
And lane 6, West Potomac.
Oh, so my apologies. We did have an adjustment here. There's been an adjustment in the schedule. In lane 1, Wakefield. In lane 2 is St. Andrews. In lane 3 is Mount St. Joe's. In lane 4 is Walt Whitman. Lane 5 is Yorktown. And in lane 6 is West Potomac. So a bit of a different schedule than originally thought, but that is our semifinal number 1 here. Wakefield, St. Andrews, Mount St. Joe's, Walt Whitman, Yorktown, and West Potomac. But still Mount St. Joe's in lane 3 with the fastest time.
Yep, and then you have Wakefield, Walt Whitman, Yorktown, West Potomac, all D.C., Maryland, Virginia schools. So nice to see some representation over here on the Schuylkill.
Yeah, so St. Andrews, obviously the Delaware school, and then Mount St. Joe's in Flourtown here in the Philadelphia area. Both of my sisters, graduates of Mount St. Joe's. My one sister, a Stotesbury champion in the lightweight 8 at Mount St. Joe's. So a little bit of bias there for the Mount St. Joe's team, but we'll see as they come down. Again, I was talking about Mount St. Joe's sweeping the 8 categories at the city championships. A much deeper pool of competitors here, so a much taller task. We saw their JV 8 earlier today, who looked really fast in their semifinal. We'll see if their second 8 can put up a similarly dominant performance.
For sure, and again, you love to see it. Yorktown, West Potomac, Wakefield are all public schools, so it's nice to see public schools representing and deep in these races as well.
Yeah, most certainly. You see a nice shot here of our leaders at the moment. It's Mount St. Joe's. Again, top 3 places going to the final here. In qualifying yesterday, you had Mount St. Joe's with the fastest time. The next fastest time in this heat in lane 4 was Walt Whitman, who was about 16 seconds off of the Mount. So check this out. Look at St. Andrews there in lane 2, out in second place at the moment. Mount St. Joe's with open water. And then again, it's the next 2 boats behind the Mount also get to go to the final. And that race looks really close right now between pretty much all 5 crews. So even lane 1 there, Wakefield, not out of this yet.
And again, top 3 places punch their ticket to the final to compete for the Irish American Chamber Cup.
Yeah, so Walt Whitman at 5:41 in the time trial. St. Andrews just 0.03 of a second off of them. McLean pretty close behind them. Yorktown at 5:47. West Potomac 6:04. And Wakefield at 5:50.
And this look at that on your screen. That was that last race that we saw where McLean made their move.
Yeah, McLean with a really strong finish there. They just finished 0.2 of a second off of Bethesda Chevy Chase, but they put the fear of God into the mind of their opponents. So now Gonzaga and Chevy Chase know not to let them get too close there at the end.
Because that was a smooth sprint.
Yeah, so that boys, you see there only 3 seconds between the teams that made it to the final. We should have some fun some fun finals in that boys second 8 later today.
And we're not talking a smooth with a TH. We're talking smooth with a V.
Fans of Curb Your Enthusiasm will know the famous actor J.B. Smoove.
Big facts.
And then you see the yellow blades of Mount St. Joe's leading the pack at the moment. Really nice shot here, just kind of giving you an idea. Kind of compare the two boats. It's a little different because obviously Walt Whitman doesn't have, I think, uniform blade colors, but you just see Mount really in tune. Like there's not much difference in the height of the blades. They're catching at the same time. They're squaring. You know, in Walt Whitman, which is also a pretty strong-looking boat there's just a little bit of, you know, a difference in when they're squaring, a little bit of difference in oar height. You see a little bit more shake in that boat as they're leaning down to the starboard side just a bit. And then you see the Mount here, just 8 oars looking almost identical. It's really impressive stuff. Walt Whitman looking really good too, though. Not to take anything away from them as they look like they're in second place at the moment. We'll have to get a view here of this Lane 2 St. Andrews boat. They looked really strong at the 500-meter mark as the grandstand fans start to rise up here.
And I've always been a fan of Mount St. Joe's is that purple. I've always been a fan of that purple.
Purple and yellow is great.
It's a great combo.
The Lakers, come on.
For sure. So it looks like, again, top three places punch their ticket. Lane 2 is not going to let Lane 4 get away with second place that easy, and they are trying to move up on them, and that will be a very close call for the second place, but both crews punched their ticket to the final.
Yeah, so Walt Whitman and St. Andrews there finishing within a second of each other. Looked like Walt Whitman took second, St. Andrews the third, but those 3 crews will be moving on to the final later this afternoon.
And it looks like we're now starting on the semifinal number 2 for the girls' second 8. First, Lane 1, Radnor. Lane 2, Bethesda Chevy Chase. Lane 3, W.T. Woodson. Lane 4, Jackson Reed. Lane 5, McLean. Lane 6, Langley. And it looks like we again have a strong showing from those DC, Maryland, Virginia schools. And I do got to give a special shout out to the head coach of the McLean women, Carol Dinian. She is a coach at Potomac Boat Club, but also coaches McLean. She has produced multiple national team athletes and has helped me out greatly at Potomac Boat Club as a high performance sculler there. And so I will not be surprised. I am not surprised to see her crew in the semifinal.
Yeah, for folks who may have been following the Stotesbury Cup Regatta for a while, they might not recognize the Jackson Reed team. Last year they won the boys senior 8 event, and they were in fact Wilson. They've since changed their name to Jackson Reed, but just for those who may know some history about the Stotesbury Cup Regatta, that Jackson Reed team, a really strong team in both the boys and the girls events. So we'll look to see them be highly competitive. And in fact, it does look like Jackson Reed out of lane 4 is your leader at the halfway mark. Again, expect W.T. Woodson and Jackson Reed to be your leaders, as they had the fastest times in qualifying from this. You had W.T. Woodson at 5:40 and Jackson Reed at 5:40 as well. So something to keep an eye on. The reason that we've had this change in the schedule is because National Cathedral has pulled out of this girls' second 8 event. National Cathedral, always a really competitive team in the girls' 8s event. They finished with the second fastest time in qualifying, but are no longer in this event. So W.T. Woodson slots into that lane 3 position. And again, only 0.2 of a second between them and Jackson Reed in the time trial. And then Bethesda Chevy Chase just a second off of them. McLean 2 seconds off of them. So expect those 4 schools to be highly competitive, and it does look like that's what we're going to get here. It looks like we've got 4 boats across from lanes 2 to 5, not much between them. .500 meters left to go now as they approach the wire, and as they head under the wire, 400 meters left to go. It does look like we've got lane 4, Jackson Reed. Jackson Reed, your leaders through the wire, followed by W.T. Woodson. And then if I had to guess, I'd say Bethesda Chevy Chase is in 3rd at the moment, but McLean looking strong out of lane 5. We'll see if they can. We just saw the boys from McLean make that late push at the end. We'll see if their girls can follow suit. Sometimes you'll see similar strategies across a school with similar race plans. So we'll see if McLean has strong sprints throughout their team. But obviously boat to boat things can be different.
For sure.
Different boats have different strengths, but nice shot there of our leaders from Jackson Reed.
Very nice V-splash there.
Yeah, really nice catching here. You want a little bit of backsplash at the catch, just kind of helps you really lock in and create that connection through the drive, and you're seeing that out of this Jackson Reed boat. And look at this.
This is, I mean, again, top 3.
W.T. Woodson. W.T. Woodson out of lane 3, looking really strong now. They're out in front.
This is going to be a fight for 3rd. You have McLean in 5, and in lane 2, you will have Bethesda Chevy Chase, and these are rivals on the Potomac. So who's going to walk away with this one?
All right, so it looks like W.T. Woodson, followed by Jackson Reed. Bethesda Chevy Chase takes 3rd. McLean finishing 3 seconds back in 4th. And then the race for 5th and 6th is a good one. Looks like
that was
really
tight.
Really tight.
That was tight racing there.
Maybe give the edge to Langley, and then Radner in lane 1, potentially in 6. So tight there as you see the results from the first semifinal. The finish between Walt Whitman and St. Andrews was really tight there. 0.2 of a second between Whitman and St. Andrews as those 3 schools mount. Walt Whitman and St. Andrews will move on to the final. Rain has started back up here on the course. Pretty consistent rain. Earlier we saw more of a mist out there. This is a definite rain coming down now. We should maybe a couple more hours of this here in this morning slate. As we wait for the girls' senior quads to make their way down the race course.
To the 1996 Stotesbury Cup Regatta, presented by Toyota.
And we're going to take a quick break here as we wait for the girls' senior quads to get on the river. Stay tuned, and we'll have that race for you right after this.
Summer's here, and with a new Toyota, you can do all your favorite beach activities, like spike ball, whitewater rafting, shrimp boils, wade fishing, or hanging with the locals. You can say that again.
Toyota has 20 models with available all-wheel or four-wheel drive, including the Corolla Cross, Corolla Hybrid, RAV4, Camry, Highlander, and Tundra.
Your summer starts here.
Toyota, let's go places.
Lane 2.
Here we are. We're back now in this girls' senior quad semifinal number 1.
Lane 3.
In lane 1 is Germantown Academy. In lane 2, Springside Chestnut Hill. Lane 3, Conestoga. 4, Haddon Township. 5, Hockaday. And in lane 6, Penn Charter. So this is the girls' senior quad semifinal number 1. So Conestoga there in lane 3 was going to be your pole position finisher from qualifying. They had the fastest time. This is a top 3 moving on to the final. Top 3 for the Bride's Plate Trophy. And it looks like we have a start and are underway. 1,500 meters, the Olympic mile here for high school rowing. The more standard rowing length, of course, is the 2,000 meters when you get to the college and national team levels. The 2,000 meter is, of course, the general race, but here for the high school rowers, just 1,500 meters. Under the Strawberry Mansion Bridge now in this semifinal number 1.
See, a good thing I love about this race is the scenery changes a little bit, so it doesn't get too boring. Like, it's not just trees and that's it. Like, you have different you have different sites. Again, you have St. Joe's Boathouse, you have Strawberry Mansion, you have the grandstands, you have the island, you have the bridges, the bridges around you. Like, it's pretty nice and scenic area and iconic area, if I must say, on Kelly Drive.
So Conestoga looks pretty good here. They're out in front. Maybe a bit of a steering issue there for a second, but it looked like they were kind of going across their lane there. But really strong right now from Conestoga in lane 3. Again, they had the fastest time in qualifying yesterday. Top three places are going to move on to the final. Conestoga looking strong so far. You see there lane 4, Haddon Township, also looking good. Lane 5 is Hockaday. Hockaday not too far behind. We'll see where lane 2 is as well. Springside Chestnut Hill. You'll see the yellow blades from the girls from Springside. One of the interesting things, that's a team that is combined. So when you see the girls from Springside Chestnut Hill, they've got the yellow oars. When you see the boys from Springside Chestnut Hill, they've got the baby blue oars. So kind of a women's team and a men's team that have combined over the years to become one team in name, but in colors, still 2 separate teams. Meanwhile, Conestoga looking really strong there. They've opened up a good amount of water on the competition. Again, top 3 places moving to the final. So the races for 2nd and 3rd are on. Looks like Hockaday in good position there out of lane 4. And then it looked like 3 boats across for Germantown Academy, Springside Chestnut Hill, and Hockaday there in lane 5. So Haddon Township looking good in second. As you see there, the results from that semifinal number 2. W.T. Woodson, Jackson Reed, and Bethesda Chevy Chase edging out McLean. About halfway through this girls' senior quad. Semifinal number 1. You see the girls from Conestoga striking out in front of the pack. Germantown Academy looks really good out of lane 1 at the moment. Definitely a bit of a rivalry built in there between Germantown Academy and SCH, 2 Interact schools here in Philly. As is Penn Charter. Penn Charter in lane 6, another Interact school. You'll see a bunch of Interact schools out on the race course here at the Stotesbury Cup Regatta.
As we approach that final leg of the 1,500 meter piece, it still shows that lane 3 will still be leading the pack, which will be
Conestoga.
Yes.
Yeah, Stoga. Out in front, looks like Hockaday or Haddon Township there out of lane 4 is in second, but the race for third place is a good one. You see Hockaday there in lane 5 looking strong, but we also saw Germantown Academy and SCH in lanes 1 and 2 respectively looking good. So Conestoga is going to walk away with this one. They're going to finish in first, and it's not going to be too much of a struggle for them. You see there a really nice shot of them rowing together. You know, they're swinging together. Their bodies are moving at the same time. Their oars are squaring at the same time. Just a really nice race there from Conestoga.
Very, 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 very composed there.
Yeah, they don't even need to sprint. They're going to row without a sprint here and get ready for their race later in the afternoon. Here comes Haddon Township. Haddon Township's going to finish in second. And they're going to move on. And Hockaday looking good, but Springside Chestnut Hill's trying to make them work at the end here. It's just going to not be enough as they ran out of water there. And Hockaday moves on. Springside Chestnut Hill, 4th. Germantown Academy, 5th. And Penn Charter in 6th. And semifinal number 2 now out onto the race course in lane 1, Niskayuna. Lane 2 is North Allegheny. Lane 3, Agnes Irwin. You see them there. They're out in front. In lane 4, Episcopal Academy. In lane 5 is Ridgewood. And in lane 6 is Shenendehowa. So Agnes Irwin out in front. Again, top 3 moving on. Looks like North Allegheny and Episcopal Academy are in 2nd and 3rd. And then Niskayuna out of lane 1 also looking to push themselves up into this one 500 meters down here in semifinal number 2.
Come visit the Toyota experience in Stotesbury Village and meet Team USA Olympian rower Brooke Mooney. She's going to be on site today from 11:30 to 1:30, sharing her experiences from the Tokyo 2020 Summer Olympic Games. We also have another Coast Guard flyover that'll be happening during the national anthem at 12 noon. On the course, second heat of the girls senior quad semifinals. Top 3 to the finals for the bride's plate. Lane 1, Niskayuna. Lane 2, North Allegheny. Lane 3, Agnes Irwin. Lane 4, Episcopal, PA. Lane 5, Ridgewood. Lane 6, Shenendehowa.
And yes, we will be starting. I don't know if you heard the announcer the onside announcer in the background, but we are now in our girls senior quad semifinal 2, and in lane 1, Niskayuna, lane 2, North Allegheny, lane 3, and it's Agnes Irwin, lane 4, Episcopal, lane 5, Ridgewood, and lane 6, Shenandoah.
I believe it's Shenandoah.
Shenandoah. See, there is a Shenandoah in Virginia.
Yeah.
And then there's, so that's what's getting me, because I'm like, dang, how many, like, Shenandoahs are there?
Yeah, it would be much easier if it was just Shenandoah, but it's got that extra DE, that DE in there, Shenandoah.
That's what's getting me. That's what's getting me.
Yeah. They're a great sculling team. They show up every year and perform well in the sculling events here at the Stotesbury Cup Regatta. You see there the girls from Agnes Irwin looking really strong. Conestoga had the fastest time yet, and they just won the first heat. Agnes Irwin had the second fastest time. So expect them to win this one. But you see Episcopal Academy there. They had the third fastest time, and they're looking strong as well.
For sure.
2 Philly area schools, Agnes Irwin and Episcopal Academy.
And have always been very, very prominent in this area when it comes to high school and rowing. I mean, you'll typically see them punch their tickets into the finals across the board.
Yeah, so strong race right now. Episcopal trying to make it tough on Agnes Irwin, trying to make them sprint here, maybe use a little bit of an extra energy. And you do see Agnes Irwin raise the rate just a little bit.
And again, top 3.
Fast. Real fast finish here from Agnes Irwin.
Very. They want to solidify that first place spot.
Yeah, they want to take lane 4 in the final later this afternoon, and they will. Episcopal will finish in second.
And then North Allegheny will punch that ticket to the finals.
Yeah, Niskayuna will finish 4th, followed by Ridgewood and Shenandoah in the girls' senior quad. Meanwhile, we are underway in the boys' senior quad semifinal number 1. Top 3 places to the final. In lane 1 is Ridgewood. Lane 2, Roman Catholic. In lane 3 is Haverford School. Lane 4 is Ridley. 5, Western Albemarle. And in lane 6 is North Allegheny. So this is the boys' senior quad now out onto the course. In the time trial yesterday, the Haverford School had the fastest time at 4 minutes and 52 seconds. That's a pretty fast time for a quad in 1,500 meters. They were followed by Haddon Township and Conestoga, who will be in the second heat. The second fastest time in this race was Ridley in lane 4. But Ridley with a tough start there in lane 4. This is top 3 moving on to the finish, and it looks like lanes 1 and 2 are currently out in front. So Ridley with some work to do at the 500-meter mark if they want to make it through. Meanwhile, Roman Catholic in lane 2 looking really good, and then Ridgewood in lane 1 also looking strong. So, can never count out Ridgewood and Roman Catholic in these events. They're pretty strong sculling schools. But the Haverford School, the city champion in the boys' senior quad, looking to win Stotesbury. Really strong here, and there you see the boys from Roman out in second at the moment.
Again, very, very nice technique here. Swinging together, getting those oars into the water together. Don't see anybody getting caught being late. Because of these quads are the fastest scully boat over water, it can be detrimental if you're not exiting the water as fast as the other boat or the other rowers inside the boat, because it can get your oar can get caught quicker, and so it can be it can hurt your speed it can hurt your speed a lot, and so being able to have that entry and exit happening at the same time within the boat is very, very crucial, especially for these faster moving sculling boats.
Haverford School looking strong here still. We'll Looks like Ridley has pulled themselves back into this one. Again, top 3 moving on, so Ridley in lane 4, and then check out lane 5, Western Albemarle. They're not out of it just yet. Looks like we are underway in the second semifinal as well. You see there in the top left-hand corner, we have the semifinal number 2 of the boys senior quad out onto the race course. Meanwhile, semifinal number 1 with 500 meters left to go.
I love it. We're, I guess, multitasking.
It's like red zone. Just call me Scott Hansen.
Goated.
You see semifinal number 2 under the wire. Semifinal number 1, my apologies. Haverford School looking strong still. Roman there in lane 2, still in second place. And that race for third between Western Albemarle and Ridley is a good one.
And as they're coming through the island, it's time to start thinking about making that move. And a good friend of mine, John Obrist, he's now in Amsterdam doing his thing, but he brought up a good point about you start off a race with matches and you need to figure out how to strategically burn those matches, because once there are burned, you're not getting that energy back. And so once you're at this island, you need to realize, like, hey, do we want to burn these matches early, later on? You just got to know what you can do.
So check this out. This is a really nice shot to see the muscles kind of contract on the arms of these Haverford School rowers. As soon as they get the oars into the water and start their leg drive, their arms acting as a lever, as Haverford School will move on to the final, followed by Roman Catholic. And it looks like Ridley has successfully moved away from Western Albemarle, and Ridley will move on to the final at a third, Western Albemarle in fourth. Finally, we'll have looks like Ridgewood and North Allegheny finishing right next to each other there for 5th and 6th. Meanwhile, we have semifinal number 2 is already about halfway through. In lane 1 is Devon Prep, lane 2 Albemarle, lane 3 Haddon Township, lane 4 Conestoga, lane 5 is Burnt Hills, and in lane 6 is Lower Marion.
Coming down the course, second heat of the boys.
And results there from the girls senior quad semifinal number 2. We saw Agnes Irwin, Episcopal PA, and North Allegheny make their way to the final this afternoon.
Lane 4, Conestoga. Lane 5, Burnt Hills. And lane 6, Lower Marion.
And again, this will be for the boys senior quad semifinal 2, top 3 places to the final.
Looks like Haddon Township in lane 3 looking really strong. Next to them, Conestoga in lane 4 looking good as well. As you see, we've got some singles out onto the race course now. Again, 5-minute centers here and just running slightly behind, so they're sending them off pretty quickly. The boys senior singles in the top left-hand side. Meanwhile, we're coming down to the final stretch here of this really close boys senior quad semifinal number 2. Looks like Conestoga in lane 4 has really, and in fact that is Haddon Township in the gray unis. Haddon Township in the gray unis out in front. Next to them, Conestoga in the Empacher, yellow Empacher boat there in lane 4, trying to make a push. Again, it's only top 3 moving on. Check out lane 5. Lane 5, Burnt Hills looking good.
Wow, lane 2 is slightly behind, but they have room, and they can absolutely walk through this crew, which they are doing. They are walking through lane 5. Lane 2 is walking through lane 5 to solidify that 3rd place finish to punch their ticket to the final. Lane 2 will be Albemarle.
Yeah, so we had Haddon Township, Conestoga, followed by Albemarle just edging out Burnt Hills. So it'll be Conestoga, Haddon Township, and Albemarle to join Haverford School, Roman Catholic, and Ridley. And you see we've got some singles out onto the race course now. The boys' senior single in lane 1 on the left-hand side of your screen, St. Benedict's. Lane 2, Brophy. Lane 3, E.L. Crossley. Lane 4, Wakefield. In lane 5 is Grassfield Rowing. And in lane 6 is Archbishop Carroll. So Crossley, the rower Perko from Crossley, will have had the fastest time in qualifying, earning him the lane 3 position here in this semifinal.
And I got to give a special shout out here. Lane 4 will be Tony Madigan from Wakefield. He is one of the guys that will train on occasion with the high performance team at Potomac Boat Club, and so he is definitely a powerhouse to look for. His father coaches Georgetown, Matt Madigan, and so they have a very prominent name, the Madigan family, in the DC, Maryland, Virginia area.
Yeah, so the Crossley rower here in lane 3 had the fastest time by 12.5 seconds in qualifying over the next fastest time. So this is a bit of a deeper event, so this is only two spots to the final. We're going to have 3 semifinals here in this boys senior single event, and only two teams will be able to make it to the final.
Archbishop Carroll. This is the first heat. The top 2 place to finals for the
No, it's really cool to see a lot of athletes, like when you're especially like when you're training, and athletes will come through your boat club, and they may have some cross training between juniors and the high performance teams and throughout all the programs, and to see products of what the grind has created is really nice to see. So hopefully, apparently he's in lane 4, Tony Madigan, and he's pulled a pretty fast time to earn that lane. So we will see how he responds for the semifinal.
Yeah, so the Wakefield rower Madigan finished 6th in qualifying, but they were really bunched up after Crossley. Crossley went out with a really fast time, and then Ridgewood had the second fastest time at 5:54, and then 7th was Brophy at 5:59. Okay. So only 5 seconds between 2nd and 6th or 7th in the time trial yesterday. So
it's pretty tight.
Yeah, pretty tight, and I bet you'll see that play out more in that second semifinal, which is out onto the race course now. You see in the top left-hand side, because that has a larger number of crews in that bunched up area there. You see the Crossley rower in the bottom right-hand side of your screen in the blue and yellow, rowing a pretty easy race right now out of lane 3. He's got a lot of power in that leg drive. You see it as he gets those legs down really fast. And
very composed.
Yeah, he looks really comfortable. The Wakefield rower in lane 4.
Tony Madigan.
Yeah, looking good as well. We'll have to see exactly where lane 2 is.
Lane 2 is right here, and he will be sitting in 2nd. And love the boat. Wintec collaboration, Wintec Rowing Blazers was the face of that whole collaboration, and you'd love to see it coming down the line.
So Crossley and Brophy will move on to the final. Wakefield will finish in 3rd. So only 2 boats moving to the final. There was E.L. Crossley and Brophy.
It will be followed by lane 1, St. Benedict's, will be Kay Richardson, and then lane 6 will be Archbishop Carroll, and that will be R. Spellman.
Grassfield Rowing will finish in 6th place. Mr. Hodge from Grassfield Rowing in 6th. In semifinal number 1, and we're on to semifinal number 2 as we've got some power tools going on here down at the finish line as they get set up for the medal dock set up for later today, adding just one more obstacle for us to contend with as we try and figure out who's winning the races. Meanwhile, we've got the boys senior single semifinal number 2 now out onto the race course. In lane 1 is Malvern Prep. Lane 2, Niskayuna. Lane 3 is Ridgewood. In lane 4 is Bonner. Lane 5 is Haverford High School, the public high school. And in lane 6 is Germantown Academy. So not to confuse Haverford High School with the Haverford School. there. And then, of course, Ridgewood with the fastest time in qualifying out of these boats. But as I mentioned, probably see some bunched up finishes here between Ridgewood and then Bonner. Yeah, only 3 seconds between those two. So they're the favorites moving into this semifinal, Ridgewood and Bonner. But keep an eye out on Niskayuna and Haverford High School to potentially move up. And you see there the third semifinal. They're sending them off really quick now. The third semifinal is also out onto the race course. We'll get you that lineup once the second semifinal finishes up. 500 meters left to go now.
Lane 5, Haverford High School. And lane 6, Germantown Academy.
And it does look like we've got Bonner and Ridgewood out in front here in this second semifinal for this boys senior single. In the meantime, in that third semifinal, we have Red Lion, Holy Spirit, Western Albemarle, who looks like he's out in front, Don Bosco, Fordham Prep, and Northern Valley. So we're going to get a finish here in the first semifinal. Really close race right now.
Very close.
We've got Ridgewood and Bonner. Of course, they would have seen each other already this season in the cities and the flicks. Two schools that compete here on the Schuylkill regularly. So you see the Bonner rower not really too pressed to, win this race.
No.
Ridgewood just kind of taking a look at him. He'll raise the rate there just a little bit and push this one away.
And it's top two.
As the Bonner rower looks really comfortable in his finish just to take second place. And we will get Ridgewood and Bonner moving on to the final, joining E.L. Crossley and Brophy. Meanwhile, finishing in third, Niskayuna, followed by Haverford High School, Malvern Prep, and finally Germantown Academy. All right, but semifinal number 3 onto the course now. You see them at about the halfway point in this one. Red Lion, Holy Spirit, Western Albemarle, Don Bosco, Fordham Prep, and Northern Valley. So for this one, Western Albemarle and Don Bosco finished 0.2 of a second between each other in the time trial. And then Holy Spirit just about 10 seconds off of them. And Fordham Prep right there as well.
The Schuylkill Navy would also like to thank the Navy. This regatta is brought to you in part by the United States Navy and the Navy Talent Acquisition Group, Philadelphia, with amazing worldwide career opportunities and up to $115,000 just to join. The U.S. Navy is ready to forge your future. Stop by the Navy tent in Stotesbury Village or call your Navy recruiter today. On the course, the third heat of the boys senior single. Top 2 to finals. Lane 1, Red Lion. Lane 2, Holy Spirit. Lane 3, Western Albemarle. Lane 4, Don Bosco. Lane 5.
All right, 500 meters left to go now in this boys senior single semifinal number 3. Difficult to tell exactly what's going on here, but check out lane 2. Looks like Holy Spirit making a push here. Again, he was 10 seconds off of the times of Western Albemarle and Don Bosco, but only two spots up for grabs in the final. Looks like Western Albemarle has some work to do here out of lane 3. Holy Spirit in lane 2 looking really strong. And then Don Bosco in lane 4 looking good. Check out lane 5 too, Fordham Prep. Fordham Prep's in it as well. So 4 boats right now, only two spots between them.
Only 2 spots.
And there you see the sprint from That looks like Western Albemarle. He's raised his rate. Don Bosco's your leader. Lane 5 is your leader at the moment. But look at Fordham Prep. Fordham Prep looking strong. So Bosco looking to row his way into the final. And there you see the rower from Western Albemarle really picked it up at the end.
He did, and he is trying to walk.
Spirit needs to go.
Wow.
And it's not going to be enough for Holy Spirit here.
Yeah, lane 3 is he's held his strong finishes.
Yeah,
Very
Don
strong
Bosco,
press.
Western Albemarle, and Holy Spirit finishes in 3rd. Looks like Fordham Prep will take 4th. So tough finish there for Holy Spirit. Great race. Just comes up short.
And next, we will have now coming down the lane, girls senior single semifinal 1. Lane 1, no bias or anything, but Ella Dowley from Potomac School, lane 2. Ann Meyer, lane 3, St. Mark's. Lane 4, Hickory. Lane 5, Kellam. Lane 6, Governor Simcoe. I would say that. Yeah, I would say that. No, this is awesome. So, a little backstory on lane 1 here. Ella Dowley, she rose out of Potomac Boat Club. Her coach is Carol Dinian. And she is, fun fact, she is only 16 years old, approximately, I would say about 6'1", and in the senior single right now.
Wow.
And she is in the semifinal. She is a beast. I've rode with her. I've raced with her. And, you know, we'll race in open mixed events. And we've won. We're undefeated in those events thus far.
Nice.
And so I'm so proud to see her out here in the senior event, because again, she's only 16 years old and she is hanging with the fast of the fast when it comes to these single scullers.
Right, the bunch of 18-year-olds in this senior event.
Exactly.
As you see from St. Mark's, who was the fastest finisher. Miss Moore from St. Mark's was the fastest finisher in qualifying yesterday, and she is out to a strong lead at the moment in lane 3. Again, for the rest of the morning slate here, these are some of the most competitive races. We're going to have the singles, the doubles, the singles, the 4s, and the 8s, and it's going to be top 2. So moving forward, only 2 boats in each of the semifinals will get to move on. So it's tough sledding from here on out for these senior events.
And again, you love to see it. I mean, again, no bias or anything, but when it comes to single scullers, that is a whole nother beast. You have nobody to blame but yourself. When you win, it's because of you. When you lose, it's because of you. And so there's a lot of pressure when it comes to be a single sculler, but it gives you it helps you create a strong mental mindset for you, and it builds a confidence like no other. I can tell you right now, when I grew up through Philadelphia City Rowing, we did mostly sweep boats. But once I went overseas to Australia, I was forced to go into singles and doubles and learn how to scull. And I can tell you right now that my confidence level skyrocketed because of the fact that I had to believe in myself that I could keep that single scull set, and I had to learn how to do that. And so for these single scullers, both the men and women, kudos to you all for doing this in the high school, because it takes a even stronger focus to get from start to finish in the single scull.
So these girls competing for the Anna Thomas Connect Trophy. I had the pleasure of commentating for the Connect Cup over on the Cooper River back in April. Really great event there. So the Connect family, synonymous with rowing here in this Philly, South Jersey area. And of course, this girls senior single event named after Anna Thomas Connect. 500 meters left to go in semifinal number 1. As you see in the top left side of your screen, semifinal number 2. out onto the race course. Again, only 2 boats in each of these semifinals will be able to move on to the final this afternoon. So for two rowers, they'll have to get through this race, get back to their docks, and then recovery begins. Maurice, tell me a little bit about when you have multiple races over 2 days, that recovery process in between.
I mean, typically for me, is fueling yourself. So once you're done, needs to cool down. I mean, typically you're rowing back to your dock, so that typically can be enough for you to be a cool down, getting off your feet, getting some carbs in you, getting some natural sugars, fruits inside of you, because you need to replenish. I mean, it's only but so much you'll be able to recover. You won't obviously fully recover, especially doing a 1,500 to a 2,000 meter race. So you have to do it efficiently, and depending on how distant your race is from, whether you have an hour, 3 hours, there's a big difference in how you will eat in between, depending upon the timing between. But for me, again, I like to eat maybe a peanut butter jelly. I'll have some fruits, banana, just to prevent myself from cramping up, and drinking lots of water, getting those electrolytes. And so it's a strategy.
So in that first semifinal that just finished up there, we had St. Mark's and A.N. Meyer. A.N. Meyer finishing in first and second, followed by Miss Dowley from Potomac and the rower from Hickory. In the meantime, semifinal number 2 out onto the race course. In lane 1, Washington Liberty. Lane 2 is Bishop Moore. Lane 3 is Phoenix Country. Lane 4, Haddonfield. Lane 5 is Melbourne, and in lane 6 is Penn Charter. Girls senior singles semifinal number 2, 2 spots in the final later this afternoon to join St. Mark's and A.N. Meyer.
So what about you? Have you had any secrets to your recoveries after racing multiple races?
No, I think hydration is really key. In any type of recovery, you want to give your muscles the best chance to respond, and I think that starts with hydration over anything.
For sure.
So, just immediately getting some water, some electrolytes in you. Like a Gatorade's really not the worst thing, because, there's some sugar in there as well. Just kind of give you a little pep. And then I think it's get yourself into a dark room. So for a lot of these crews, it's difficult, right? When I was rowing on the Schuylkill, we had the benefit of being able to row our semifinal early in the morning, and then the Varsity 8 race isn't until 5 p.m. So we would go to a teammate's house, sit in the basement, turn a movie on, maybe take a nap if you can, get some rest, but just kind of relax, sensory deprivation, just let your mind relax too, so that you can put yourself, because that's really, I think, one of the underrated parts of this sport is really the mental fortitude it takes to set yourself up to row properly, because you can do all the preparation in the world, you can get your body right, you're fit, but when you get out there, you need to have the confidence and the mental state to actually, put that into practice, and that takes time on the water. That takes a lot of things. So I think when you're recovering, you just kind of want to, get the rest of the world out, just chill with your teammates, and know that you have a single-minded team, so that you have the confidence when you get into that boat that each of you have the same goal. So I think the mental aspect is, the physical aspect is, it's almost easy. It's like, you got to eat, you got to hydrate, you got to do all those things. It's really the mental toll of saying, okay, I have to go back out in 6 hours and do this all over again. Like, how do I compartmentalize my emotions in order to do that to the best of my ability?
Right. Now you hit the nail on the head with that one, especially that knowing that you have another race coming up and kind of just going over, like, in your head, because you already raced the course, you know what to expect typically, and replaying that over and over and over and over again. I know for me, again, like if I'm racing in a single or a double, I only have myself and maybe my partner to worry about, and so there's it's almost like in an 8, there's a lot more that can go wrong because there's more people, but that allows you to kind of be like, well, I'm gonna just do what I can do. But the pressure, especially for these small boats, is, hey, if I take one bad stroke, like, I may not be able to recover from that.
Yeah, most certainly. And you see here in this semifinal number 2, the rower from Phoenix Country out in front in lane 3. It looks like we've got Haddonfield there in lane 4. in second, but we'll have to see exactly how lanes 1 and 2 are stacking up, as we don't have a view on them. But really nice race here from Phoenix Country. Miss Rosenfeld is going to walk away with this one at the end.
Very nice body swing here from her. Very nice power, leading with those legs.
And she'll cross and make her way to the final, as will the rower from Haddonfield. So Phoenix Country and Haddonfield joining St. Mark's and A.N. Meyer. Meanwhile, you saw there on the screen, semifinal number 3 made its way past the 500-meter mark. In lane 1, Great Valley. Lane 2, Conestoga. Lane 3 is Eden. In lane 4 is Baldwin. Lane 5 is Albemarle. And in lane 6 is Germantown Friends.
It's awesome. We're seeing a whole lot of repeats here. I mean, Albemarle, Conestoga, Germantown Friends. Like there's a lot of repeats here, which goes to show you the again, like you were talking about, the depth and the history behind all of these clubs and being able to stay on top for this long. Again, I've seen these clubs 10 years ago when I started, or more than 10 years ago, 2010 when I started rowing, and they're still making a statement today in 2023.
So Maurice, did you graduate high school in 2013?
2012.
Oh, okay.
I graduated in 2012. Yeah.
Say, we probably raced against each other.
We probably did. We probably did. I mean, the prep.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You gotta love it. I hope y'all felt my stare down. Like I was like, oh, there goes the prep. It's always like the public versus the prep.
Yeah.
But you gotta love it. I mean, it's all in good fun.
I had some good battles with PCR when I was a freshman. I was in the novice 8 at the prep. And PCR had a good novice boat, because a lot of PCR rowers were from the different public schools in Philly get a chance to row at Philadelphia City Rowing. So you had a lot of guys come to the sport as sophomores, juniors.
And that's when I came in as a junior. And we won the city championships in the novice 8. We were our first year. We'll never forget, we beat Egg Harbor Township, and it was awesome. I mean,
that was probably a year after my freshman year, your junior year.
Yep.
So we didn't cross over there. So, but yeah, I believe my freshman year, I think we got at the novice 8 at Stotesbury doesn't race. It's only the freshmen. So Cities is the last boat for that. I'm pretty sure my novice 8 we either got second or bronze. I think Egg Harbor and PCR might have beat us, I think, that year.
Wow.
I'm not sure, though. I don't remember that race exactly at the Cities, but I'm pretty sure we got third to a couple schools. Yeah, the PCR boat was tough, right? Because you got the guys who are older and just a little bit more mature than some of the freshmen. But, it also gives, a fair field for the novice event, at least, for guys who have never, and girls who have never rowed before, who might be sophomores or juniors. All right, and in this senior single semifinal number 3, you have the rower from Eden there in lane 3, rowing just a heavenly race. See what I did there? Sorry.
Love it.
In lane 4, it looks like Baldwin there. In lane 2, or in lane 4 is in second place. So Eden and Baldwin looking good to move on here. So not too much drama in these girls' senior singles, as we'll have St. Mark's, A.N. Meyer, Phoenix Country, Haddonfield, and now Eden and Baldwin.
Very comfortable finish here. It wasn't much to that. And again, top 2 places punched their ticket to the finals, and those were the final 2 spots for the girls' senior single final. And looks like we've got a bit of a wait here, and we do have stake boats out on the course. That's good to see. Very good.
And we will have the girls' senior 4 coming up next, and it looks like we are off and underway here in the girls' senior 4. So again, 3 semifinals here for the girls' senior 4, top 2 places moving on to the final for the Airlie Cup. In lane 1 here we have Petty. In lane 2, Branksome. Lane 3, Lawrenceville. 4, Sidwell Friends. 5, Bishop O'Connell. And in lane 6 is Nutley. Get you some info here on the time trials from this girls' senior 4. We had, obviously, the Lawrenceville crew in lane 3 was the fastest, but they were only, so the second fastest will be lane 4, Sidwell Friends, 5:52. Lawrenceville had 5:38. So expect Lawrenceville to look really good here. And then after that, Sidwell Friends is going to have a tough race on their hands from Branksome and Bishop O'Connell. And Petty as well. Petty and Bishop O'Connell finishing very close to each other. Nutley not too far behind. So expect Lawrenceville in lane 3 to strike out in front, and you are seeing that play out. And then the race for the second spot should be a really good one. And Lawrenceville at the moment out in front.
Semi-final 1, the top 2 to finals. Lane 1, Petty. Lane 2, Branksome. Lane 3, Lawrenceville. Lane 4, Sidwell Friends. Lane 5, Bishop O'Connell. Lane 6, Nutley.
Again, you see there lane 3, Lawrenceville striking out in first. Lane 4 looking really good as well. That's Sidwell Friends.
Yeah, some pretty decent racing here. I mean, I think this is going to be a fight to the finish because, I mean, we have, just on our screen alone, we have 4 boats and top, what?
It's just 2, yeah.
Top 2. I mean, yeah, that tunnel is very, very small to get to the finals, and so we'll see who can edge out who in a couple minutes here.
Yeah, so we had looked like lane 2 Branksome and Sidwell Friends in lane 4 were really, really close together. Lawrenceville obviously looking good in lane 3, but not as big as lead as you'd expect here at the halfway point after winning this time trial by 14 seconds over the next fastest in this event, that is. So winning the time trial, especially in these events with 3 semifinals, is such a boon because instead of 12 boats moving on to the semifinals, it's 18 boats. So the next fastest boat in this girls senior 4 finished 6th in qualifying. So it just goes to show how important it is to put up a fast time in the time trial. It sets you up for success in the semis, and then a chance to put yourself in a really good lane for the final.
This inspired the creation of the first of their ore jewelry. Emmy Kaiser Ores creates beautiful handmade jewelry in sterling silver and gold with your school play design in hard-fired enamel. You can order your own custom-made ore jewelry by calling or emailing Mary Ellen Kaiser. A link to the Emmy Kaiser website can be found on the Stotesbury Cup Regatta website.
All right, 500 meters left to go here, girls senior 4. So just a little insight into what's up on the race course. These are the real prize sweeping events. We went through the quads and the doubles, the singles, which are the big senior sculling events. Now we're on to the big senior sweeping events, the girls and boys senior 4s and the girls and boys senior 8s. So we saw the second 4s and the second 8s earlier today, and we saw some really great racing in those events. So now these are the first 4s and the first 8s coming up. We'll have 3 semifinals in each. So just about 12 more races before we take our break here in the afternoon slate of semifinals. It's been a really nice morning of semifinal racing. We got about an hour left here in the morning slate. The conditions are starting to ease up. The rain is still coming down. The fog has lifted, though. The sun is starting to...
Trying to peek out.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see cloud coverage all day, but the sun is, at the very least getting higher in the sky. Hopefully we'll get it a little bit warm. It's still in the low 60s here, and you see Lawrenceville.
It's going to be tight.
Lawrenceville's looking really good there in lane 3. They're good. It's Branksome, Sidwell Friends, and Bishop O'Connell now are fighting for that second spot in the final. Only one boat can join Lawrenceville. Who's it going to be? We saw Branksome in lane 2 looking really good earlier. We'll have to see where exactly they are. Lawrenceville just looking really good here.
Really good, really strong, connecting very well. They won't have no issues, and we may have a lane 2 taking that second place spot here,
yeah,
which
Branksome
absolutely will be an upset.
Yeah, so Branksome takes second. Sidwell Friends will be third. Bishop O'Connell finishes fourth. Meanwhile, onto the race course is semifinal number 2. Semifinal number 2 on your screen now. In lane 1 is Ursuline. Lane 2, Unionville. 3 is Blair Academy. In lane 4, Atlantic City. 5 is Stone Bridge. And in lane 6 is the Hill School. So lane 3, Blair Academy, the favorite. And they're looking good here at the start. They're the boat out in front. You see the B of Blair on their oars there.
Can't miss it.
And then that race for second looks like a really good one there between Unionville and Atlantic City at the moment. So keep an eye on that as they come down. Only 2 boats can move on here in the semifinal number 2 of the girls' senior 4 for the Airlie Cup.
And you are, and for our viewers that are watching, I mean, this as he said, these are the premier boats, the senior events. These are your athletes that are potentially going to your D1, D2, D3 schools to move on for a higher level of rowing. And so you are seeing the cream of the crop of the Stotesbury Cup Regatta.
Yeah, and so some of these schools you'll see some similar names in the 4s, as you will, in the 8s, but you also will see some schools that just focus on the 4s. So for some of these teams, these are the 4 best rowers on the team. You don't know exactly how they break it down. Some teams focus on 8s, some teams focus on 4s, some teams are deep enough to do both. That's rare, though, so you'll often see teams really focus on 4s because it allows you to get your 4 best rowers into one sweep boat, and a lot of high schools are smaller programs, may not have the depth to field multiple 8s and multiple 4s, so some of these teams really focus on the 4s.
Yeah, but I know my year, that was my senior year, we focused on the 4. I was in a varsity 4, and that was our premier boat.
Nice.
And yeah, it was a fun time. Very, very fun time going from the 8 to the 4. It's different.
4s are definitely different. They're interesting. I was never the biggest fan of rowing in 4s. I just think sometimes if you're not evenly matched, you can have guys really out rowing each other on either side, and it can be really difficult for a coxswain sometimes to keep the boat straight in a 4.
No, that's for sure. That is for sure.
And you see there, lane 3, Blair still striking out in front. Looking like a good race from lane 4, too. Looks like Atlantic City also strong, but there you see lane 2, Unionville, also looking good at the start here. So 750 meters down, about 500 now. Looks like, yeah, they're about at the 500 meter mark. That wire that you see there, that's about 400 meters left to go. You know, the coxswains can look over and see that 500 meter mark on the eastern shore here of Kelly Drive. Of course, named after John Kelly, who has a statue here at the grandstands. John Kelly, of course, the father of the Princess of Monaco, Grace Kelly. And yeah, you see Blair Academy there, just really strong. Meanwhile, you got the results there from the girls' senior 4.
It looks like we are going to have lane 3 take away that first spot in the girls' senior 4, which will be Lawrenceville, followed by
Blair. It's Blair.
Or Blair, sorry. Blair Academy, followed by lane 4, which will be Atlantic City.
Yeah, so those are the 2 boats moving on here in that first semifinal from the girls' senior 4. And you saw there Unionville crossing as well. All right, and in the meantime, on the race course now is semifinal number 2 in lane 1, or I'm sorry, semifinal number 3. In lane 1, Marian Mercy. Lane 2, Archbishop Carroll. In lane 3 is Villa Maria. Lane 4 is Nardin. Lane 5 is Notre Dame, and in lane 6 is Oakton. And
I'm starting to smell some food here.
yeah, I wonder if that's not the sweet smells of the St. Joe's Prep tent here. The last the last one on Boathouse Row coming our way. Listen, it's all around you, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Hey, tell them to save us some food then.
Yeah, it's getting to that point. It's getting to lunchtime. We're getting there. Talking takes it out of you.
It does. It really does. You know, burning so many calories.
And it looks like we're about halfway through here, this girls senior 4 semifinal number 3.
Girls senior 4 are coming down the course.
Well, you know, Villa Maria, the local school here, will be the favorite in this one at 5:41. But Nardin finished pretty close to them. So Nardin and Villa should be your favorites here. But this third semifinal will be a little bit more stacked together, right? So Archbishop Carroll not too far behind. Notre Dame not too far behind. So look for those two schools to kind of push forward here. Marion also and Oakton not too far off the pace here. So this is easily, of the 3 semifinals, the closest in times. And expect that to bear out. It does look like we've got a pretty close race here. Maybe give the edges to lanes 3 and 4, Nardin and Villa. But, you know, definitely still in it. All 6 crews at the moment. Oh.
Love the random photo bomb there, video bomb.
Paul Horvat making a cameo. Just about 500 meters left to go now in this girls senior 4 semifinal number 3. We've already seen Lawrenceville, Branksome, Blair, and Atlantic City make their way to the final. 2 more boats to join them. And it does look like we've got, I would say Nardin looking really strong out of lane 4. Villa looking good in lane 3, but check out lane 2. Lane 2 is Archbishop Carroll. Not giving up, as is Marian Mercy looking good as well in lane 1. So a tight race, and maybe lane 6 too.
We may have a fight on our hands.
Yeah, this is a tight one here, a real tight one. Nardin looking good in lane 4. We're gonna see some sprints here though. Not much between all 6 crews at the moment. Only 2 spots.
Only 2 spots.
And there you see Nardin striking out in front. Nardin is gonna take this one, it seems. We'll see where Villa is. Villa is in lane 3. They are in second, and it is going to be Nardin and Villa.
They will walk away with that one.
Yeah, nice racing. Villa is gonna try and take this.
Try to take them.
They're not gonna get it at the end here, but Villa with the speed, you can see each stroke taking a seat there as they come to the finish. Nardin and
will
Villa.
be a fight for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and you love to see it. Even though they are just shy of being out of that 2nd place finish, they still fight to the end. And again, you just love to see it, because this sets the standard for their following races, whether they're, you know, have their punch their ticket to nationals at another qualification regatta, or they have some other races in the future. This is the new standard for them.
Yeah, so a little quick wrap up there. It looked like it finished Archbishop Carroll in 3rd, Marion in 4th, Notre Dame 5, and then Oakton 6. And now on the race course are the boys senior 4 semifinal number 1. In lane 1 is Petty. Holy Ghost. In lane 2 is St. Joe's Collegiate. In lane 3, Montclair. They would have had the fastest time in qualifying. In lane 4, LaSalle. Lane 5, Unionville. And in lane 6, Episcopal Academy. So you see there Montclair looking really good in lane 3. They're the fastest team from qualifying in this event. I believe they were the city champion. I'll check that real quick.
Our final start around the 12 noon hour. An AS-365 Dolphin will be flying over our water here along the Schuylkill.
No, they were not.
Piloted by Joe
Never mind. It was Christian Brothers, who I believe is also here in this event. It doesn't seem like it, so maybe they put together an 8 to compete in that 8 event. But Montclair looking really good in the boys' senior 4.
It was pretty amazing if you were here yesterday. Thank you to the U.S. Coast Guard. On the course, heat 1 of the boys' senior 4. The top 2 go to the final for the Kings Club Cup.
Yeah, you see there the rain
Lane 1,
starting to increase a little bit here. We thought maybe we would be out of the woods by 11 a.m. It doesn't seem like it.
Montclair.
It's always sunny in Philadelphia. That's what I tell myself.
Yeah, now it looks like we're going to have some rain through the 12 o'clock hour, and we may never reach the clear skies we were hoping for today, but hopefully the rain will subside over the lunch hour. But it looks like for at least the rest of the semifinals, we're going to have some pretty serious rain coverage here. Definitely wet out there. So this is where blade work starts to become really important as the rain starts to become a little bit heavier, and it's a little chilly out there. You want to stay warmed up. You want to have a nice, strong warm-up. Make sure that when you get out onto the boat, because there can be some sitting around as you wait to get started, you want to keep loose, because you want to stay as loose and warm as possible before your race. Again, 3 semifinals here in this boys senior 4. Top 2 places will move on to the final.
And we will be coming down to the wire that last 500 meters of the race.
Yeah, tough to say exactly. It does look like we've got that Montclair crew still out in front. But after them, that race for second could be anyone's game. Maybe from this angle, give the edge to Unionville in lane 5, but LaSalle in lane 4 looking strong. Looked like St. Joe's Collegiate was looking strong. So Montclair in a good position here. You saw that coxswain just sit up a bit to try and get an idea of what they need to do here in this final stretch of the race.
I mean, it looks like they will.
This is really tight for second.
It is. And yeah, Montclair looks like they'll solidify and punch their ticket to the finals. But for second, I mean, you have LaSalle picking it up, trying to walk on lane 5 here. And lane 2 is right here as well. This is going to be whose dog inside of them is bigger than the other dog. Lane 2 walking through. Will they solidify that spot? Lane 2 will punch their ticket to the finals.
Yeah, so you had Montclair and then St. Joe's Collegiate. St. Joe's Collegiate followed by Unionville. LaSalle finishes in a disappointing 4th. Episcopal, and then finally Holy Ghost. All right, and then the second semifinal out onto the race course. In lane 1 is Petty, lane 2 Radnor, lane 3 St. Joe's Prep, 4 is Norfolk, in lane 5 is Nichols, and in lane 6 is Bishop O'Connell.
And again, top 2 places to the final to compete for the Kings Club Cup. Damn, that's a tongue twister. Kings Club Cup. Love it.
And looks like another tight race here. We just saw Montclair, kind of walk away with that first heat, and then a really tight race for second after that.
Lane 2, Radnor. Lane 3, St. Joe's Prep. Lane 4,
And looks like the Hawks from the prep
Lane 5,
looking really good
Nichols.
here out of lane 3.
Lane 6, Bishop O'Connell.
So prep striking out in front here. It looks like lane 2 at the moment. That is Radner. Radner looking really strong in second. And then following
one
Radner.
entering the shot. Petty.
Yeah, Norfolk there in lane 4. Looked like they were in third place. We'll see if they can climb back on Radner and try and take that spot in the final. Again, only 2 boats to join Montclair and St. Joe's Collegiate.
Credit cards that have been found. Please stop by the big informational tent in the parking lot and make sure you have your ID with you.
And just about halfway through here, you see in this girls senior 4, boys senior 4. Sorry, the girls senior 4 results are up on your screen. You saw that close finish between Nardin and Villa, just about less than a second between them. It didn't look that close, but very, very tight finish between the 4s there. Those 2 rounding out the field of the girls senior 4 final later today. But on to the boys. Again, Montclair and St. Joe's Collegiate have made their way to the final after the first semifinal, and now here in the second semifinal, St. Joe's Prep out in front in lane 3, and then the race between Radner and Norfolk is a good one in first, second place. Again, only 2 boats can go to the final.
Now, have you had, in your career, have you had any tight races where, you know, you were in that second or third place and only 2 go?
Yeah, so definitely Stotesbury qualifying these semifinals when I was in the senior 8, my senior year. You know, we probably had the 3rd or 4th fastest time in our heat, so we ended up in the 3rd semifinal, and I think it was us and Winter Park, and we had a tight race, and they edged it out over us. So we had the lane, I think we had lane 1 in the final. So we had to come out of lane 1 for bronze, which we were able to do, but you know, you set yourself at a disadvantage when you have tough. But yeah, so we had a really tough semifinal to make it to the final of Stotes my senior year. We were able to get the bronze, because once you get into that final, you know, anything can happen.
Anything, yeah. It could be any man's or woman's game at that point.
It's really a sport that has a ton of variance from race to race. Like, you don't row the same race twice.
Right, and that's why we're seeing some upsets here throughout the day. And right now, I mean,
looks like Norfolk has really started to reel St. Joe's Prep back in.
Wow.
We'll have to see where Radner is in relation to Norfolk.
And now I'm curious if, I mean, will they let it go and just sit on that second place finish, or will they try to go for lane? I mean, St. Joe's is going to hold that. They're going to hold that, but I'm curious if that was their intention from lane 4. But they both will punch their ticket to the finals.
Yeah, so just a little bit of a read on that as they finished there. St. Joe's Prep looked pretty composed through the finish. Not a ton of you know, gasping for air, desperation. A little bit of an air gasp there for Norfolk, who really put a sprint on at the end. So you can see them feeling it a little bit. The Prep guys maybe not sprinting there at the end. Definitely tired, but you know, there's a difference you can tell from someone who just sprinted versus, you know, just a regular 1500 race. So Norfolk with a good sprint there. Again, you just want to put it in your opponent's head sometimes. Hey, we have this speed at the end, so if we sprinted earlier,
watch yourself.
Yeah, exactly. And you see there the results from that first semifinal. It was Montclair and St. Joe's Collegiate, and then St. Joe's Prep and Norfolk will be after them. And we're off here. We have a start in the boys senior 4 semifinal number 3. In lane 1 is the Haverford School. Lane 2 is Blair Academy. Lane 3, the Hun School. Lane 4, Father Judge. Lane 5, Oakton. And in lane 6, Gonzaga. So remember what I've been saying in these these 18-boat semifinals, these third semifinals are often the closest in times between the 6 boats. So we've already seen some pretty good racing here in the Senior 4 semifinals. I expect this third one to be the best of the bunch.
Coming down the course, heat 3 of the boys Senior 4, top 2 to finals.
Yeah, so in the time trials, Montclair had a really fast time, 4:48. St. Joe's Prep, the next fastest at 5:01, and then of course the Hun School, just a second behind them. But the Hun School and Father Judge always strong in the boys' 4s, expected to be the fastest. But there you see the Haverford School in lane 2 is your leader at the moment. The Haverford School also a pretty good team in the boys' Senior 4. I'm sorry, that is Blair Academy in lane 2. Out in front. Potentially, though, that was, maybe I read the bow numbers wrong. It looked like lane 1, Haverford School with those yellow oars out in front. So you see there not much between Father Judge in lane 4 in the baby blue and the red, and the Hun School in lane 3. So look at this, 6 boats right now, all in competition for 2 spots.
For 2 spots. Emphasis on 2.
We'll get a good look as they come by this camera at about the halfway point. Check out the Haverford School in lane 1, maintaining that lead. Call it the Haverford School, Judge, Hun School, Blair, and then lane 6 is Gonzaga there. Gonzaga there in 5th at the moment, but still within striking distance of the leaders. So Haverford School getting out to a blistering pace. I like to see that from a school out of lane 1. You know that you have maybe not the same base speed as those boats in lanes 3 and 4. So if you can jump them at the start, get them to start asking some questions about, how they, can climb their way back into it, maybe cause some mistakes, some panic. There's only 2 spots. So if you jump out to that early lead, you can really start to put some pressure on the boats around you.
Right, and this is again, it's a mental game. Like when you're in a boat, you can typically, for me, I can tell when they're slowing down, and typically if you're holding on to someone's stern, they're in front of you, but you can tell they're slowing down. Typically, I'll sit on their stern deck for an extended period of time to start getting into their head, and then I will start to walk on them after that. And so it like when you have somebody sit in bow to stern, it can be one of the most nerve-wracking things. And some good coxswains or good bowmen or bowwomen will be able to read off that. And how I like to call it is blood in the water. Like, I mean, you're a shark, you can smell that blood in the water, and you just wait for that moment to strike.
I like that analogy. 500 meters left to go now in this boys Senior 4 semifinal number 3. Again, look at that, 6 boats all in competition at the moment. Not much. It looks like maybe the Hun School has started to assert their dominance in the second half of this race. Looks like lane 3 has really pulled. You would expect that based on the time trial. And man, check that out. So the Haverford School, who was in lane 1, at the halfway point, we saw that they were out in front. I don't know if they're in 4th or 5th now. They've definitely fallen back a little bit. So might have been a little accurate on that prediction that they just went out flying. Sometimes you'll see that. The strategies at these 1,500 meters can be really fun. I've been in boats that were not favored, like we didn't have the speed, and our coach said, go out and hang on for dear life. just hope and pray.
Just fly but never die.
Yeah. And then there's other boats that I've been in where it's like we don't really care off the start. We want to get a good start, but we know we have the speed in the middle of that race, that middle 750, where nobody's going to be as fast as us.
And that's that confidence right
exactly. there. And you see here the Hun School has really taken over in the second half of this race. The race for second could be a tight one. Looks like Judge is pulled away from lanes 5 and 6.
Yeah, and they picked up their strokes per minute.
Yeah,
for sure.
And it is going to be the Hun School.
They're going to walk away with that one, Hunt and Father Judge.
Yeah, Judge with also a really nice second half of that race. So the boys from the Northeast, getting into the semifinal in the final here in the Haverford School after a really
But lane
fast
1
start.
is going to walk on lane 6 to secure that 3rd place spot. It is not enough for the final, but they did finish third, and they can compare those times to the rest of the semifinals and see how they line up.
All right, and here is a good race for you now. The boys' senior 8. In fact, I don't believe this is the boys' senior 8. I think this is the girls' senior 8, semifinal number 1. In lane 1 is Mainland. In lane 2, Montclair. Lane 3 is St. Andrews. 4, Walt Whitman. In lane 5 is Radnor, and in lane 6 is Thomas Jefferson. So interesting thing here, St. Andrews, I had talked about Mount St. Joe's being a really dominant force in these 8s. They had the second fastest time, so they're not in this first semifinal. That would be St. Andrews. St. Andrews, you see there, coming through Strawberry Mansion Bridge first with the white crosses, white X's on their red oars out of lane 3. So check this out. Girls Senior 8, always a competitive event. 8s in general are the fastest boats we have here, and a lot of parity between them. So St. Andrews at 5:09. Next fastest in this heat was Bethesda Chevy Chase, or I'm sorry, Holy Spirit. I'm sorry again, Walt Whitman, who finished 6th, only 6 seconds off of St. Andrews. And you see here that playing out. Looks like we've got in lane 3 St. Andrews, followed by Montclair, and then Walt Whitman. There's only 2 spots up for grabs in the final in the girls' senior 8, semifinal number 1.
And again, this is your cream of the crop from their programs. This is your best of the best. And so we're seeing here typically that peak in terms of high school at these specific programs.
Yeah, so St. Andrews, you see there, pushing out in front. Montclair always strong in the girls' 8. In second at the moment. Walt Whitman with some work to do if they want to make it to the final. Halfway through here, semifinal number 1. St. Andrews looking really good. But Montclair looks composed. You don't see a lot of dip in that boat. They're rowing together. They look like they've got their race plan, and they think they can take St. Andrews. You see the coxswains looking over at each other, just saying, all right, what you got? Whitman with some work to do with the black and white oars there in lane 4. Again, only two boats can move on to the final later today. Montclair, for some context here, Montclair and Whitman finished 6th and 7th in the semifinal, or in the time trial. Montclair finished just 0.5 of a second behind Walt Whitman. So you're seeing that play out here a little bit. Both boats about 6 seconds behind St. Andrews. And those 3 crews have separated themselves here. Maybe give an outside shot to Radnor there in lane 5. But it does look like Whitman and Montclair competing for that second spot as St. Andrews continues to hold out in front. 500 meters left to go now.
I know one thing I love seeing is 8 sprint. It's just like chaos.
Yeah.
Like controlled chaos, and I just love it to hear the oars in the oarlock just boom, boom, and then hear the coxswains just yelling. Then you have the grandstands. It's just a phenomenal atmosphere. And for that final push.
Especially when we get to the end of the day today, a bunch of the teams will have finished, and so their teammates will be here in the grandstands cheering for them, and it'll get really, really loud. You'll hear, I'm sure the Mount St. Joe's team will all still be here because that's one of the benefits of being a local school is that all your supporters can stay because it's only a 20, 30-minute ride home.
For sure.
But St. Andrews looking really good. Montclair and Whitman in a battle here. It looks like they're trying to walk on Andrews as well. You see the sprints have started. The rates are up.
Like I said, this is going to be chaos coming down the line, and you love to see it. You love to see it. This is where that dog shows. This is where you dig deep. And as, again, my old coach says, you start to see Jesus. You see red, and that's all you see. And we will have a battle for the
Final
At least
couple
the
strokes
top
here.
two
St. Andrews
top
is
spots.
St. Andrews is going to take the top spot.
Wow.
It's going to be St. Andrews.
Oh wow, for that third spot. Oh my
Montclair.
God, wow.
Montclair.
Wow. Wow.
Really, really tight there. Andrews had about 4 seats on second and third, and then the finish between Montclair and Whitman has to come down to a tenth of a second.
Oh my God,
think.
that was insane.
I'm going to give the edge.
Do you think it was 2?
I think Montclair got the edge a little bit there. We'll have to wait.
I might say Montclair. That was a sick walk. That was a sick sprint. Shout out to
Whitman,
Montclair. Whatever whatever the results is, that was an amazing push.
In fairness to Whitman, we saw Whitman down at the halfway point, and they clawed their way back into that. We'll see. We'll have to see for the final results. We'll get them up when we can. The difference between Montclair and Whitman there, and whether or not which one of those boats is heading to the final. In the meantime, the second semifinal is out onto the race course. In lane 1 is Gwynedd Mercy Academy. Lane 2 is National Cathedral. Lane 3 is Mount St. Joe's Academy. Lane 4 is Holy Spirit. Lane 5 is Yorktown, and in lane 6 is Langley. And you see there Mount St. Joe's with a pretty good start here. Gwynedd Mercy out of lane 1 looking good at the start too. So expect Mount St. Joe's and Holy Spirit, 2 boats who are almost always competitors in this girls senior 8 event, to separate themselves from the field. But Gwynedd and National Cathedral are going to try and make it hard on them.
And hopefully today's will either make it tonight or by tomorrow.
Well done. I gotta meet this guy. She's so
Coming down the course, Heat 2 of the girls senior 8. The top 2.
We'll see how they're stacking up here as they cross by the halfway point. Mount St. Joe's looking really good.
Really, really good.
Holy Spirit at this vantage point is in second. We'll have to see. It does look like they are in second as they pass the camera. And there's Gwynedd Mercy in third.
Lane 4, Holy Spirit.
Locked there with National Cathedral. So Holy Spirit looking strong out of lane 4. But Mount St. Joe's going to try and walk away with this one.
For lane 6, Langley.
And you love to see these tight races. I'm just like, my adrenaline is just pumping right now.
And you see the boys senior 4s making their way back to their docks as we continue with the girls senior 8 second semifinal. So last couple races here in our semifinal slates, the girls senior 8s, and then finally the boys senior 8s, the fastest boats on their course. As you see there, the boys senior 4 semifinal number 3 finishing Hun School and then Father Judge. Again, we're still waiting on the official results from that girls senior 8 semifinal number 1.
I'm like anticipating right now. I'm like ready for it.
Yeah, it'll be fun. It was a great finish. That's the best part about 8 races, in my opinion, is that you get these really tight finishes, and a lot of times it can come down to whose blades are in the water when they cross the line.
You'll like see that photo finish and like those, or that one rower looking outside the boat, and it's like that could have been what slowed that millisecond that prevented. But no, it's awesome to see.
And I think it's going to set up you saw how close the finish was to St. Andrews too. It's when you get these close semifinals, it sets up a great final later today where, there's not much between these boats really in terms of speed. So when they get out onto that course, it's who's got the better race plan, whose coxswain is smart enough to make decisions on the fly, right? Like, because sometimes you need to adjust in the middle of a race. You can't just row the same old race plan because the other boats that you've been racing have become in tune with when you take your moves.
Yep.
So you have to change some things up, and you need to rely on a coxswain who can, recognize those things. It's why the coxswain is such a crucial, and just like it takes a ton of intangible skills to be a good coxswain. All right, Mount St. Joe's looking good here. Holy Spirit trying to give them a run for their money. These two crews seem to have separated themselves from the pack. Again, a nice little rivalry between these two, constantly in battle in this girls senior 8 event. But you see Mount St. Joe's has got them by about a length at the moment. We'll see how it finishes here. Maybe only 6 seats there, six seats.
I mean, it's pretty close. They are connected right now. But they may just, or I don't.
Yeah, here as they cross.
They're trying to.
It's Mount St. Joe's, the bow ball at the 6th seat of Mount St. Joe's from Holy Spirit. So those two move on.
Tickets to the final. But we have a close for lane 1 and lane 2. They are going to fight, and lane 6. Looks like lane 1 will take that 4th place finish, which will be Gwen and Mercy.
Yeah, so great race there from Gwinnett out of lane 1, finishing in 4th there. Definitely a race to be proud of for them. As Yorktown finished in 3rd, just off the pace. So so far we have we still are waiting on those results from that first semifinal, but Mount St. Joe's and Holy Spirit joining St. Andrews, and we'll still wait to see between Montclair and Whitman. In the meantime, the 3rd semifinal onto the race course. In lane 1, McLean. Lane 2, Wakefield. Lane 3 is Jackson Reed. 4, Bethesda Chevy Chase. In lane 5 is WT Woodson, and in lane 6 is Burnt Hills. And you see really tight race there between lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5 at the moment. Again, only 2 boats get to move on.
And again, these are some crews, especially for the semifinal number 3. These crews are very familiar with each other. McLean, Wakefield, Jackson Reed, Bethesda, Chevy Chase. These are all schools that roll out of the D.C., Maryland, Virginia area. So they have seen each other multiple times throughout this season. So it'll be interesting how they respond to each other.
So I do have the results here now from that girls' first semifinal. And as we predicted, it was Montclair in lane 2 by 2/10 of a second.
Dude, that was sick.
Over Walt Whitman. Just great. Just great.
Toyota works with partners to address our society's most pressing mobility challenges. When people are free to move, anything is possible.
So it looks like the green oars there of Jackson Reed striking out in front. Bethesda Chevy Chase, another really great program. Bethesda Chevy Chase, we've seen them in the boys and the girls now. And Jackson Reed as well is a team that competes in both boys and girls. You love to see that parity across the two teams. For these teams with both boys and girls teams.
But look at that, Montclair, Walt Whitman. You see how tight that race was.
That's heartbreaking for Walt Whitman as they have to pack it up and they won't be racing in the final. That's kind of the breaks of these 8 races. You know, you rode a great race. It's probably their fastest race they've rode.
Yeah.
Right? You know, that's probably the fastest time they've put up all year. And it just was barely just not enough. So it's a tough thing to swallow. That's part of sports, right? That's why we compete. It's tough to lose, but without loss, there's no victory.
There's no growth.
Yeah,
as I like to say.
You know, there's a lot to learn when you lose a close race like that. Some questions you have to ask yourselves, but you know, in the end, you should be able to come out the other side, you know, a better rower for it.
How I like to say, you turn those losses into lessons.
500 meters now for semifinal number 3 here, girls senior 8. Again, only 2 boats get to move on to the final. It does look like Jackson Reed has separated themselves a little bit, but that race between Chevy Chase, Woodson, and Wakefield is raging for that 2nd spot. So we'll see under the wire who can put the screws on to the other boats with their sprints here. Conditions have started to calm down here. It looks like the rain is finally starting to let up. I can see some of these rain clouds maybe passing away as we get to the heavier overcast above that. Last few races of our morning slate. You see here the girls senior 8 coming to the finish line.
And you hear the BCC in the background. I'm sure they are out in force right now, coming all the way from Maryland. the DMV to support their squad. But it looks like we will have a bit of a fight for that second place, first place as well. I mean, this is going to come down to the wire here. We have lane 3, Jackson Reed, but we have lane 5, lane 4, and lane 2 fighting for that second spot. Lane 2 is trying to make a move, but lane 5 might edge out for that second place, which will be Woodson.
That was insane.
That was stroke for stroke.
I got to give it, Wakefield and Woodson, lanes 2 and 5. Bethesda Chevy Chase finished in 4th there.
Wow.
So Bethesda Chevy Chase isn't going to make it. I don't know how it finished between Woodson and Wakefield. That was one of the closer finishes I've watched all day, I think.
I'm going to have to say Woodson. I'm going to say Woodson.
I actually disagree.
Really?
Yeah.
Ooh.
I think it's Wakefield, and I haven't been wrong yet. So
you haven't. You are undefeated right now, but I won't doubt it. Wakefield is defending state champions. They have won the Virginia championship for a couple times, and so I wouldn't even be mad.
Yeah,
they're a very good program.
We'll have to see. As in the meantime, we each took one, and we'll let the chips fall where they may.
For sure.
In the meantime, we have the boys senior 8 now onto the race course, and you see there the favorites in this event out in front, St. Joe's Prep. In lane 1, we have Yorktown. Lane 2, St. Andrews. In lane 3 is St. Joe's Prep. Lane 4 is McLean. In lane 5 is St. Augustine. And in lane 6 is Jackson Reed. So Jackson Reed, the defending Stotesbury champion in this event, is out in lane 6. So not the best time trial from the Jackson Reed boys, who edged out a victory over St. Joe's Prep last year in stunning fashion.
Wow.
The Prep having won the past few Stotesburys in this event. Looking for some revenge here. And look at this. Halfway through the race, it's St. Joe's Prep with open water.
I think they took that personal.
I think so.
Lane 1, Yorktown. Lane 2.
Oh, look at that. It looks like the rain has started to cease here.
Yeah.
Lane 3.
I'm getting excited, yes.
Lane 4.
So in this boys senior 8 in the time trial, St. Joe's Prep with the fastest time at 4:25. They were followed by Gonzaga and then LaSalle. So we'll see those boats as they come in later today. That third semifinal is going to shape up to be a good one. The second fastest boat in this event was McLean at 4:37. St. Andrews in lane 2 was 4:38. Yorktown was 4:42. St. Augustine 4:41. And finally, Jackson Reed 4:47. So again, McLean and St. Joe's, the favorites. St. Andrews right there with McLean, as are Augies, and I believe Yorktown is also with a competitive time. Yeah, so the difference between McLean and Yorktown is 4 seconds from the time trial. So St. Joe's Prep is going to strike out in front here, and then the race for second is going to be a good one.
Now I see a familiar name on here for McLean, Max Blackston. He is a Potomac scholar as well, and he just committed to Yale. So we have some big dogs in these races. I'm sure the Prep has some dogs going.
I can't even imagine.
IVs, and so this is some high speed races coming down the line right now.
Yeah, so I've got some intel on the Prep boat. I don't know a ton about the rowers themselves, but I know the coach for the Prep expects them to be competitive at Youth Nationals once again this year. Of course, the Prep, the first ever scholastic rowing program to win the boys junior 8 at Youth Nationals just a few years ago in 2021. Looking to do it again this year, and potentially the fastest boat they've had under head coach John Fife this year in 2023.
Nice.
So I would expect that you got some D1 rowers on that
for
boat.
Sure. No, I'm definitely, and I mean, seeing Max grow over the last year and some change, I'm pretty sure he is stroking that boat there. And I don't know what's going on here, but lane 3 will be, St. Joe's Prep will be in front. I know you can't see it on the screen, but we will commentate that for you.
Yeah, St. Joe's Prep is going to
walk away with that, and McLean will hold on to solidify that second spot, and lane 2 will try to fight, but there is not enough room. As we said, top 2 will go, and so they will get third, but will not be enough to punch that ticket to the finals.
Yeah, so St. Joe's maybe let up a little bit at the end there as the two boats next to them sprinted through them. Some agony on the faces of the St. Andrews boys as they come up short, and their race will end here. Potentially, you know, their last race at Stotesbury for some of those guys. You can see it on their faces. They're disappointed. Again, the beauty and the tough nature of sports here on display. As we move into semifinal number 2, lane 1 is Egg Harbor. Lane 2 is James Madison. Lane 3 is Gonzaga. They're going to be the favorites here. Lane 4, St. Albans. Lane 5, St. Peter's. And in lane 6, Chaminade. Gonzaga, you see there out in front. And we should have a really good race here in this second semifinal.
Look at that. We a little bit 2 minutes ahead of schedule. I love it.
Is heat 2 of the boys senior 8, top 2 to the finals for the Edward T. Stotesbury Cup.
And again, I am Maurice Scott here with
Joe Leonard.
And lovely to be commentating for you all. Such a fun time. Such a fun time.
I got a lot of love for the Stotesbury Cup Regatta. This is, you know, not counting the COVID year where it got canceled. I've been doing the commentating since 2017 here at this event. So this is year number 6. So, you know.
See, I am a newbie, but I am one of the official announcers for U.S. Rowing. So for those that have punched their ticket to Youth Nationals 2023, you will see me there. See you in Sarasota.
Nice.
The regatta wants to thank U.S. Rowing, a nonprofit membership organization recognized by the United States Olympic Committee as the national governing body for the
500 meters left to go now in this boys senior 8 semifinal number 2. You see there Gonzaga in lane 3 looking good. St. Albans in lane 4. Competitive, and then so I think you're going to get Gonzaga here in lane 3 out in front, and then that race for second is really tight. We'll see if these crews can't pull Gonzaga in as well as they start to come to the finish line.
And conditions are starting to ease up a bit. The wind has died down a little bit. The rain has died down a little bit, and so your rowing will typically be a little bit different than how you're rowing earlier this morning. And so you'll see that you'll probably have a little bit less skying of the blades because the wind is dying down and more direct into the water. As you can see on our screens, I don't see any of these crews skying too much, and they're pretty much going direct in. Lane 6 may be skying just a bit there, but it's not taking them out of the process. So
yeah, Gonzaga here looking good. St. Albans in lane 4 seems to be in second at the moment. I would say that James Madison and St. Peter's still with a chance to push themselves into that top 2. And lane 6 as well. Chaminade looking strong here. Maybe just not enough at the end, but Gonzaga, your leaders with a few hundred meters left to go. St. Albans in second. Can St. Albans hang on to second place?
I mean, it is going to be a fight to the finish. There's nothing easy.
And just a few hundred meters left to go now for our leaders, and then you get a nice shot as they come by our camera here. The Gonzaga team is, and I don't know why we keep losing this feed as we got it back there. Gonzaga crosses the line,
but St. Albans will seem to hold on to that second place finish, but they are going to be pushed to the line.
Yeah, it will be Gonzaga finish, or Albans in second.
And very close between third, fourth.
Looked like St. Peter's prep, and then James Madison, followed by Chaminade, and finally Egg Harbor. And I just wanted to see if I can't get you the result from that girls senior 8, the third semifinal, and it was Wakefield. So in that third semifinal, we saw that close finish between Wakefield and Woodson. Jackson Reed finished first at 5:03. Wakefield edging out Woodson by 1/10 of a second. So Wakefield moving on in that event. Meanwhile, the results from that boys senior 8 semifinal number 1, St. Joe's Prep at 4:21. Keep that number in mind as we see what Gonzaga posted. And McLean edging out St. Andrews by a couple seconds there to move on. Really tight race.
Wait, so did that race come up, the close one yet?
I did. I just looked it up. It was Wakefield over Woodson.
Oh, so you got me. All right. I'll take it. I'll take that L. It's a lesson, line of loss, remember?
Yeah, exactly. Listen, man, I've been doing this a long time.
You got me. You got me.
Never lost.
You got me. Well, no, congratulations to Wakefield. Way to push. And again, I am not surprised as they are state champions.
Okay, our final race of our morning slate out onto the race course now. In lane 1, we're going to have DeMatha. Lane 2 is West Springfield. Lane 3, LaSalle. Lane 4 is Bethesda Chevy Chase. Lane 5 is Lawrenceville. And in lane 6 is Walt Whitman. So apologies for the discrepancy on your screen there. Egg Harbor was just in lane 1. So shift these boats all up 1 lane and add Walt Whitman there in lane 6. So that's DeMatha in lane 1. And again, LaSalle, the Explorer, is expected to be your favorite here, but again, this 3rd semifinal should be a little bit more bunched together. We've already seen some tight finishes here in the boys senior 8, so expect another one as we see them come through Strawberry Mansion Bridge here. LaSalle in lane 3, your favorite.
Lane 3, LaSalle.
And again, top two places go to the finals for the Edward T. Stotesbury Cup.
Lane 5, Lawrenceville. And lane 6, Walt Whitman.
So it does look, as we come by 500 meters or so here, does look like LaSalle out in front, followed by Lawrenceville. Lawrenceville in second out of lane 5. Then it looked like Bethesda Chevy Chase, Springfield, and then DeMatha, and then Walt Whitman in lane 6, slightly off the pace at the moment. But you see there, your leaders LaSalle and Lawrenceville in lanes 3 and 5. Can Bethesda Chevy Chase push themselves back in it? We just saw their girls senior 8 miss out on the final. Do their boys miss out as well? It will be a tough pill to swallow for the Bethesda Chevy Chase program. And you see there West Springfield looking good as well. So Lawrenceville with the coordinated bucket hats out there looking fly. Can they hold on to this 2nd place spot as LaSalle looks strong in lane 3? On your screen there from left to right, DeMatha, West Springfield, LaSalle. You see LaSalle out in front, just about 750 meters into this one. And then you see Bethesda Chevy Chase out there in lane 4, Lawrenceville in lane 5. Lawrenceville hanging on to that 2nd place at the moment. 2 spots to join St. Joe's, McLean, Gonzaga, and St. Albans.
That's going to be a fast race.
Yeah.
It's going to be a fast
That final
race.
is going to be blazing.
No, it's going to be insane.
The girls and the boys senior 8s are going to be really, really competitive finals later today.
Yeah. Now I'm just like, you know what, 6 lanes across, I want everybody just to go to the wire. Like, I want it to be by, like, the millisecond of just boom, 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 like, down the line.
I'll be honest, I've been doing this a while. This is, in recent memory, the semifinals was some of the closest finishes I can remember. Normally, it's not super dramatic. We've had a lot of drama here this morning, which bodes well for some exciting finals later this afternoon. So be sure to tune in. We're going to have a bit of an hour break here for our officials and volunteers to get some food, refuel for the afternoon. Hopefully we get, the weather warms up a little bit, and we'll have a really nice afternoon of racing here on the Schuylkill River. In the meantime, 400 meters under the wire here in boys senior 8 semifinal number 3, LaSalle and Lawrenceville looking to maintain the lead they've had the whole time. Lawrenceville looking swaggy out there with the buckets.
Right, it's bucket season.
LaSalle, of course, the city champion here with St. Joe's Prep no longer competing in the city championship. LaSalle with a really impressive win at the city championships, looking to make the medal stand here at the Stotesbury Cup Regatta. Lawrenceville, though, trying to get that lane assignment. They want that lane 2.
And this is definitely going to be down to the wire.
Yeah, those two boats have seemingly walked away with this one. LaSalle maintaining their lead. It is LaSalle.
LaSalle is going to be rowing very, very clean here.
Yeah, not too much in it there for LaSalle. And as they cross the finish line here, it is LaSalle crossing in first, followed by Lawrenceville. Lawrenceville holds off West Springfield.
Second will walk through for to get that third place spot. Again, will not be enough to punch their ticket to the final, but it will be a new standard set for that school.
Yeah, so Bethesda Chevy Chase finishes in fourth, followed by Walt Whitman, and finally DeMatha in sixth, DeMatha Catholic. All right, so that's going to do it for our slate of semifinals here in the morning. We'll be back at around 12:40 to bring you our finals for the day. So come back and join us this afternoon as we finish up here at the Stotesbury Cup Regatta presented by Toyota as we go to a message from our sponsors right now.
Summer's here, and with a new Toyota, you can go out and do all the things that make summer, summer. Like getting ice cream, movie nights. I'll keep it down. Hiking with the besties, catching sunsets, or just plain catch. Go long.
Did you know that every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care? A 2-year or 25,000-mile maintenance plan and roadside assistance. That's the value you can expect from Toyota.
Your summer starts here.
Toyota, let's go places.
All right, welcome back to the Stotesbury Cup Regatta, the 2023 edition, presented by Toyota. On the course right now, we have the inclusive adaptive double final for the Isabel Bone Trophy. In lane 1, we have Conestoga. Lane 2, Washington Liberty, and in lane 3 is Holy Spirit. So a little bit of info on these boats. You know, they can include folks with physical disabilities, mental disabilities, and folks with vision impaired issues. So, you know, it looks like we have all 3 boats here are full strokes, which is great to see. Sometimes you'll see the inclusive boats with only half strokes or just arms and shoulders, but here we have a full stroke from all 3 boats, so really great to see. Yeah, so I will chime in on this one because this does fall under a specialty of mine. So with the para-rowing world, the qualifications, you'll have your PR1, PR2, PR3. PR3 is full body, PR2 arms and body, and PR1 is just arms. And so right here, this event is so special because you will have an adaptive athlete with a non-adaptive athlete, and it combines, pretty much brings all of rowing together into one race, and it just makes it so special because this is inclusivity. This is what we want for the sport, and it's amazing to see these athletes to continue fighting on down the line. Now, there does seem to be, I know, into another lane here. This will be W&L, but they will try to correct themselves. The bowman's struggling. Oh boy. And Conestoga's gonna walk away with the gold. Oh, that's tough. The Washington and Liberty crew just caught some crabs there. It looked like they were en route to win, and it's tough, but they're gonna finish valiantly here. Stoga's gonna take the gold. Oh man. But way to fight to that finish by lane 1, 2, and 3. And all of these programs, again, it's very special to see this event go down. And we want to make sure we can grow events like this because, again, it combines all of the sport of rowing and brings what we love together into one boat for any and everybody, regardless of how you classify yourself. Yeah. Yeah, it was great. That was a really fast race for that double. The inclusive double. Really nice to see all 3 boats competing hard and putting up fast times. You know, just fun to see some competition there in that event. You know, it's one thing to get the people out onto the course and, you know, provide an opportunity for them to compete, but to actually have a competitive race is a whole other thing that really lights a fire. And, you know, it's you know, part of the reason we play sports. And it's really it's great to see that not only could we, you know, have an inclusive event, but that inclusive event could, you know, actually have some competition within it. It was fun to see. All right, meanwhile, we're going to get started here soon on some of our finals of the day. The first up will be the Patrick O'Rourke Memorial Trophy for the girls junior double. In the meantime, we thought we'd have some reprieve from the rain. That was not to be so, as the rain continues to fall here in Philadelphia on the Schuylkill River. The temperature has risen a little bit. The wind has calmed down just a tad. The river looks to have settled down a little bit. It's not running as quick as it was, but all in all, it's still pretty miserable conditions-wise. We've got a good amount of rain, and yeah, you know, not the warmest day here by any means. No, at all. But you know, we don't prepare for it to be a super perfect day, sunny, 75 degrees out, no wind. We prepare for everything. All right, and it looks like we're underway here in our first final of the day at the Stotesbury Cup Regatta presented by Toyota. We have in lane 1, Niskayuna. Lane 2 is Dennis Morris. 3, Hockaday. In lane 4, St. Michael. Lane 5 is Eden, and in lane 6 is Germantown Friends. So some interesting stuff going on here. We have Hockaday won their semifinal with a time of 6 minutes and 13 seconds. St. Michael won their final, 6:17, and Dennis Morris won their semifinal at 6:21. So Hockaday the favorite in lane 3 heading into this final. 3 semifinals though, so you know, 6 boats that should have some pretty evenly matched times coming down the race course. So the fight for gold, silver, and bronze should be good.
Walk down the steps. They have a
Yeah, this is exciting. I mean, being kicked off the finals with the inclusion of adaptive double and now going into the junior doubles is. I'm excited for racing this afternoon. It's I'm already coming from an adrenaline rush from the semifinals, and I feel like it's only going to get better from here.
And it looks like Hockaday and St. Michael, along with potentially Eden out there in lane 5, all off to some good starts as we approach 750 meters here. Oh, and there you see it is our lane 2 school. It's Dennis Morris at the moment out in front. So this is a really good race so far. Not much between those 4 crews that you see on your screen, and then lane 1, Niskayuna as well. Very much in this race still. So Dennis Morris, your leader at the halfway point. A lot of race left and a lot of boats really close to them.
And this is it. I mean, the finals was, I mean, top 2 to the final, but this is the big dance. This is where you earn your medals. This is where, if you win, you can earn your ring. And so I'm really excited to see who comes out on top for each of these events.
And Washington Liberty. Give these athletes a big round of applause.
And looks like we've got about 500 meters left to go now here in our first final of the day, the girls' junior double for the Patrick O'Rourke Memorial Trophy. And in this afternoon, looks like we're running off of 9-minute centers today, so we should have some time in between the races as we bring to you a slate of races. We're going to be going this afternoon until around 5:15 is the scheduled last race. So be with us for a couple hours here, and we'll bring you a whole slate of afternoon finals at the 2023 Stotesbury Cup Regatta. All right.
The girls' junior double, the final, the Patrick O'Rourke Memorial Trophy. Lane 1, Niskayuna. Lane 2, Dennis Morris. Lane 3, Hockaday. Lane 4, St. Michael. Lane 5.
All right, under the wire they go. It's still difficult to tell. Looks like maybe we've got that Dennis Morris crew out in front at the moment still.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to tell from this angle here. But I can tell you that most boats are across that 500 and going into that last piece or that last stretch.
Yeah, under the wire now into the island. 400 meters left, and again, you see there not much between those 4 crews. And also, we saw lane 2, Dennis Morris, potentially lane 1, Niskayuna in it as well. Let's see here. Eden looking good out of lane 5, and there you see it is Dennis Morris. Dennis Morris is out in front in lane 2. Can any of these crews track them down?
And again, the favorites will be lanes 3 and 4 for the first and second place. And so are we going to see an upset? This is the finals. Anything can happen.
In these events with the 3 semifinals, though, lane 2 will also be a winner of their semifinal. So Dennis Morris with a great race start to finish here.
Nice.
Looking to put the finishing touches on this one as they come into the final 100 meters through the grandstands here. And the winner of the Patrick O'Rourke Memorial Trophy will be Dennis Morris.
Wow.
The silver to Hockaday and the bronze to St. Michael. Eden finishes 4th. Niskayuna will finish in 5th. And 6th to Germantown Friends.
You love to see it. Champions are being crowned today, ladies and gentlemen. This is the biggest high school race in the nation, in the United States of America.
Yeah, so this is a really prestigious event here. So Dennis Morris winning the Stotesbury Cup Regatta. They can home the gold here, hopefully continuing a great championship season for them, and just off to a great start. And you see sitting there, business as usual.
Love it. Winning first place at an event like this is just so,
Yeah.
it's amazing.
And there you see the times from that adaptive double final.
Yes, the inclusion adaptive double.
Really not much between them.
Love to see the Unity Blades there, Unity Boat Club, a new club, and I'm also the co-founder of that club. So it's nice to see our blades on the water right now. Way to go.
Thank you.
Washington, Liberty, Holy Spirit, Conestoga.
And there were your winners of the Inclusion Adaptive Double Final, the Conestoga boat, taking home the gold medal there. And it looks like we have a start here. We do in the boys freshman 8 final. In lane 1 is Yorktown, lane 2 Montclair, lane 3 St. Joe's Prep, 4 Jackson Reed, in lane 5 Gonzaga, and in lane 6 is Walt Whitman. So we had 2 semifinals in this event yesterday evening. St. Joe's Prep won theirs with a time of 5 minutes and 1 second. Jackson Reed won theirs with 5 minutes and 7 seconds. So Gonzaga and Yorktown right at 5:07. Montclair, Walt Whitman 5:10. So not much between these 6 schools here. Prep the favorite in lane 3, having won the time trial and their semifinal.
State right goals.
And just about 500 meters down here in this boys freshman 8 final, St. Joe's Prep there in the white boat out in front. Jackson Reed there in lane 4 looks to be in second. We'll have to check in with what's going on in lane 2 with Montclair, and of course Gonzaga in lane 5 out there off the pace at the moment. And there's lane 2, Montclair peeking their bow right onto the screen. They might be about 6 or 7 seats down on the Prep at the moment, but they are in second place. Montclair locked in there with Jackson Reed. But there you see the difference. St. Joe's Prep well out in front here in the boys freshman 8. This is, of course, for the Robert W. Suter Trophy, the boys freshman 8 final here at the Stotesbury Cup Regatta.
And I feel like it's going to get progressively louder as the day goes on, because you have all the support coming down to support their teams in the final events where champions will be crowned.
And looks like we're about halfway through here, approaching 500 meters now in this boys freshman 8.
And we will be approaching that last final 500-meter stretch very shortly. And I would take a guess, maybe you're going for the Prep, maybe not, I don't know. It's not like you attended there or anything.
Commentators never show their hands. I'm an unbiased bastion of journalistic integrity. But yeah, Prep's out in front.
Love it. Love to see it. Love to see it. Fly your colors. We are now through the island. This is the last stretch where you can make a move, sit where you're at, be content where you're at, or
looks like Jackson Reed is making a push out of lane 4.
Go get what you want.
St. Joe's Prep maintaining that lead at the moment. Jackson Reed looking good out of lane 4. The race for bronze at the moment is a great one, too. St. Joe's Prep and Jackson Reed pulling away from the rest of the competition.
And they are going to duke it out for that first place finish. St. Joe's Prep still looks to have the advantage right now, but it can be any boat's game.
All right, and the final 100 meters as they come to the grandstands here. They enter the sprint, the Robert W. Suter Trophy. It's going back home. St. Joe's Prep takes the freshman 8 gold, followed by
Jackson Reed.
Jackson Reed, the silver. Bronze to Gonzaga or Montclair. Who's it going to be?
And I say it's going to be Gonzaga taking that. Very, very close, but I'll say Gonzaga took that third place finish here.
Yeah, Montclair 4th, Whitman 5th, and 6th place to Yorktown. A great freshman 8 race here at the Stotesbury Cup Regatta. Some celebrations there from the boys from the prep. You get a nice finish line cam there of them as they row through.
The girls junior doubles. Can we have a round of applause for them?
There you see the final results from the girls' junior double event, with the girls from Dennis Morris coming in at a time of 5 minutes and 44 seconds. And there you see the gold medalist from Dennis Morris.
Way to go, ladies. And up next, we will have the boys junior double final in lane 1, Lower Marion, lane 2, Malvern Prep, lane 3, Churchill, lane 4, Eden, lane 5, Western Albemarle, and lane 6, Penn Charter. Kind of hard to see the start here because the fog said, psych, we're back.
Yeah, and we were up with our finish line camera at the moment. I actually think that's just rain.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think it's just like we got a strong mist. There's definitely a fog cover, but I think we just got it's just a mist going on right now. Just weird weather conditions, and the weather apps keep telling us that the rain is going to stop. The rain doesn't stop. In fact, my weather app is telling me that it's not raining in Philadelphia, and clearly that couldn't be further from the truth. Yeah, this boys junior double event, Churchill will be the favorite. They had a time trial time of 5 minutes and 21 seconds, and then they won their semifinal. Eden was just 1 second behind Churchill and won their semifinal. And then, of course, Malvern Prep was just a second behind them and won their semifinal. So, Malvern, Eden, Churchill, your favorites. But don't count out Western Albemarle in lane 5. And for that matter, don't count out St. Joe's. Oh, in fact, so St. Joseph's, New Jersey just missed this final by 0.3 of a second to Western Albemarle. Yeah, these were from last night. That's tough.
Wow. Wow.
So Yeah, so Western Albemarle, or St. Joe's, New Jersey just missed out. But Churchill, Western Albemarle, Eden, Lower Merion, Malvern Prep, Penn Charter should be in for a good race here.
So hard to tell if they started the race or not.
I don't think they have.
Now filling in for their medals and dagger.
There are the results from the boys' freshman 8 final. St. Joe's Prep, Jackson Reed, Gonzaga, your podium there. Gonzaga edging out Montclair by 0.4 of a second.
Whew, a very tight race in there.
Jackson Reed pulling in for their medals.
And pulling into the medal dock now for their gold medal from the boys' freshman 8 are St. Joe's Prep.
Congratulations, athletes.
It's time to get you some contacts, young man.
As the Jitters just won the Stotesbury Cup Regatta.
And you see here the boys from St. Joe's Prep receiving their gold medals from the freshman 8 final.
This is every athlete's dream and opportunity to be up on this medal stand, and that's why they show up, because this is what they're competing for. They're competing to finally be on that stand, have the glamour, the cameras, and the cheers at the grandstands for the final race.
Looks like we finally might have a start here in this boys junior double. And it does look like we do. Yep, all right, we're underway here in the boys junior double final. Lineup there is on your screen again. Churchill, Eden, Malvern, the favorites, but don't count out the other 3 schools here. They all finished with pretty similar times in the semifinals. Again, this was a 3 semifinal race.
And coming down the course is race number 3, the boys junior double. Lane 1, Lower Merion,
And as they come to around 500 meters here, not much between these boats at the moment. There you see lanes 4, 5, and 6, all pretty competitive.
Wow.
And striking out in front there is lane 2.
Wow.
That's going to be Malvern Prep. No surprise to see the boys from Malvern performing well in the double events, but there you go, lane 2, Malvern looking really good here. Obviously the third fastest time in the time trials, ended up in the third semifinal, which of course is why they have the lane 2 assignment here. Still a pretty good lane assignment, and they're working hard to prove that they are the best boat in this boys junior double event.
Yeah, pretty good conditions here. But I mean, the rain it's all right. You can fight through that. I mean, it'll be a little difficult with squaring and turning your oars, but outside of that is a pretty decent weather. So for these doubles, they're maintaining their course, and this is your cream of the crop for this event. These are the boats that outperformed some other boats to make it here to be the top 6 to fight for the Undine Cup.
Yeah, so 750 meters down, 750 to go here in this boys junior double final. It does seem like we might be getting a little reprieve from the rain now.
I love how I literally just forgot what feathering was. I said, yeah, you square and yeah, turn the oar. I literally just had I've been doing this for how long, and I'm still just having brain farts.
Happens to the best of us. Talking to a mic for 8 hours a day, you're bound to go crazy eventually.
Yeah. I love it. What is it? But we're doing the same thing over and over again. I think they call that insanity.
Yeah.
And I think that's what rowers, we're an insane group of individuals. I mean, we put ourselves through so much mental strain and physical strain, but we love to do it. And I mean, that's what makes us special. And in my opinion, in my humblest opinion, I think rowers are probably they are the elite athletes of the world. I mean, there's not many sports that can match up to the physical and mental strain. There's a fun fact, and I always say this when I'm on a live stream, that 1,500 to 2,000 meter piece is equivalent of playing 2 back-to-back NBA basketball games, so one after the other, and that's the equivalent. I think World Rowing did a study on that, which was very, very interesting. Don't quote me on World Rowing doing that study, but there was a study done.
I hear you.
It's pretty awesome.
I hear you. I'm going to take my chances with LeBron James, though, if you don't mind.
I don't know. I mean, you can't really stop and call a timeout in a 1500 2K. You got to keep going. Whereas, LeBron can kind of fly. And then don't get me wrong, he's the man. But he can stop a play by, I don't know, faking an injury or something. There ain't no stopping that on a 1500 2K. These athletes are going from start to finish, and there is no stopping.
Yeah, you're going to have to work on that one a little bit more for me, I think, before I concede that point. Nevertheless, we have the boys junior double making their way to the finish line here. Malvern Prep looking strong here in the Undine Cup. And it is Malvern Prep, the
walk away with that one. Followed by lane 4, which will be Eden. And a battle for third, which will be lane 3, Churchill, followed by lane 6, Penn Charter.
Lower Merion finishes 5th. Western Albemarle finishes in 6th. So Malvern Prep, the gold. Eden, the silver. Churchill, the bronze. The boys junior double, Malvern Prep. Exhaustion there on the faces of the boys from Malvern Prep. And we're just waiting now to get started for the girls' freshman 8. In the meantime, before we get started here, we're just going to take a quick break to have a quick message from our sponsors. Or not.
They said, psych.
Summer's here, and with a new Toyota, you can go out and have s'more fun. Whoa, whoa. Yeah, that's crispy. Anyone?
Every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, our 2-year or 25,000-mile no-cost maintenance plan. Toyota, let's go places.
All right, welcome back here. You see there, we're still waiting to get started on this girls' freshman 8. In lane 1, we have McLean. In lane 2, Bethesda Chevy Chase. In lane 3, Mount St. Joe's. Lane 4 is Niskayuna. 5, St. Andrews. And in lane 6 is National Cathedral.
And again, this is your top finishers from the semifinals, all in one race, where they will duke it out for the Freshman Coach Award.
In the 2 semifinals earlier today, we had Mount St. Joe's, yesterday evening, we had Mount St. Joe's winning theirs with a time of 5:47. St. Andrews and McLean finishing 2nd and 3rd in that semifinal. And then Niskayuna winning their semifinal at 5:56. Bethesda Chevy Chase and National Cathedral finishing just a few tenths of a second away from each other. And we are off here in the girls' freshman 8.
And again, I'm loving to see it. Special shout out to McLean there. Very, very good friend of mine who coaches there, Carol Dinian. Amazing coach, so super excited to see how they level up against Bethesda Chevy Chase, which is another powerhouse DMV team, Mount St. Joe's, which is also a powerhouse Philly team. Niskayuna are,
I can find out.
yeah, St. Andrews, National Cathedral, all powerhouse schools right now coming down, obviously, if they are in.
Niskayuna's in New York.
New York, wow, so they came to compete, obviously. They didn't travel far to go home empty-handed, so we'll see how they can pull this one off.
So, nice racing so far here. Looks like Mount St. Joe's is peeking out in front, but not much between McLean, Bethesda Chevy Chase. Niskayuna's in there, St. Andrews is there. Looks like we've just maybe National Cathedral just off the pace a little bit, but it did look like Mount striking out to a bit of a lead in the first 500 here.
Yeah, the conditions are starting to change up a little bit. So it'll be very important for the rowers as well as the coxswain to adjust to the conditions. And there are slightly different conditions on the course from starting before Strawberry Mansion, coming through the bridge and hitting that island. The island does protect a little bit from the conditions, but if you are close to the island, the current is a little bit slower, so there can be a disadvantage to lane 6. So it'll depend on the coxswain how they want to approach those conditions.
Yeah, lane 6 definitely the toughest lane on this course. When you get out into the middle 500, there's definitely, as you see here, the double from Malvern receiving their cup. There's definitely an advantage. You know, it evens out a little bit, but then when you get to the end here, lanes 3 and 4 really have the speed. So time trials, semifinals, really important at the Stotesbury Cup Regatta on the Schuylkill River.
Again, it's just awesome to see once you get up on that medal stand, your awesome work, that the countless hours in testing, 6Ks, 2Ks, pyramid, like whatever, all of the work that has went on to this. And let me remind you all that these are also full-time students. Like, they are balancing their academics as well as being high-performing athletes. And so that is amazing, you know, amazing to see. Again, these athletes balance out the two. And I mean, I've over my course of a little over a decade in the sport, I've seen rowers are pretty daggone good academically, I would say, in comparison to a lot of their counterparts. And again, it's amazing to see how they balance between academics and sports.
Just about 500 meters left to go here in semifinal, or in the final for the girls, freshman 8. Mount St. Joe's was the leader at the halfway point, and as they approach the wire here, it does look like we've got Mount St. Joe's in a good position in that lane 3 spot. Again, Mount St. Joe's swept the 8 categories at the city championships just 2 weeks ago on this race course. This is their home course. They know it well. Can they take home the gold in the girls' freshman 8? Couple hundred meters left to go now into the middle of the island. Mount St. Joe's maintaining that lead. The race for second looks like a good one. Let's call it Niskayuna in second, St. Andrews in third, Bethesda Chevy Chase in fourth at the moment, but nobody coming close to the Mount as they exit Peters Island. 200 meters left to go.
This will absolutely be a fight for second and third place here right now.
Silver's going to be tight. Niskayuna looking good. And as they come to the finish line, the T.C. Williams Freshman Coach Award belongs to Mount St. Joe's,
which will be followed by lane 4, Niskayuna, and then lane 5, St. Andrews.
Tight finish here. Looks like Bethesda takes fourth, fifth to what looks to be National Cathedral out there, and then McLean taking 6th, but the 4, 5, 6 finish was really close.
Very, very close.
But congratulations to Mount St. Joe's, the winners in the girls' freshman 8 final.
Yeah, and this Niskayuna is like, yeah, you don't know our names now, but you will.
Just waiting on our next race to get started here in the girls' lightweight double. Again, 9-minute centers this afternoon.
Hey, you just posted us, right? That was you? I just followed you. Follow us back. I didn't realize you're, here's a...
All right, we're just waiting to get started here on this girls lightweight double.
Oh man, this is, I enjoy announcing because, yeah, you have been announcing, but the random stuff that happens like throughout the time. I mean, you're sitting in a spot for about 4 hours, take a little break, and then speak some more for another 4 hours. But the random stuff that goes on around you, like you start to key in and hone in on it, and it's hilarious.
I just always find it funny. We're sitting here, and people know we're doing the live stream, but yet still want to talk to us. And I try and be polite. I do.
Well, you're a hot commodity. Let's be honest there. Like, you had a whole school come up and be like, oh, my God, are you something? And I'm just like, whoa, okay. All right, now.
Those are my sister's students. It's not like I'm some celebrity over here. I just think it's funny. It's like, what do you think we're doing?
Nothing. We're just sitting here looking pretty with our mics. Yeah. We look official, ladies and gentlemen. I wish you could see us. Or maybe you can. I don't know. Like, will they put the camera on us? They should. Like, we're amazing people. Like, forget the racing. Like, look at us. Okay? Look at us. See that? See that?
See now.
Look, see now you got the FaceTime. You love it. I love it.
This
we're
is
just
all I was
beautiful
asking
people.
for all day.
Love
all
it.
right, when's
love
this
it.
next race going to start? Huh?
I know, love it. I know. Now the awkward pause. All right.
Well, the best part, thank you. The best part is we've got the screen right in front of us that's showing us the same feed that you're seeing. So it's great when it's just my face popping up. I love it.
Yeah.
All right, looks like we finally got to start here in this girls lightweight double final for the Lawrence J. Kiefer Trophy. In lane 1, Ridgewood. Lane 2 is Conestoga. Lane 3, Hockaday. 4 is Agnes Irwin. In lane 5 is Prendy. And in lane 6 is Friends Select.
Now, speaking of, a lot of schools combining, back in the day, it was Bonner and Shipley, but is this the combination?
No, it's always been Bonner and Prendy. They've always kind of shared the same school.
Okay. Shipley.
They're now officially combined as one school, but they still represent their colors as separate high schools. Yeah, so you'll see Bonner in the green and Prendy in their maroon. Still.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's the nature of the Archdiocese of Philadelphia schools combining over the past decade or so. Bonner and Prendy have officially combined into one school, but
yeah, I remember seeing those green oars at the start.
Yeah,
those were the goofy crew. Like the Bonner guys were just like they'll be at the start, and we're just sitting there like trying to prep ourselves, and they're just like just goofy, but they were very, very strong nonetheless. We definitely took an L to them on that day. That was like Philadelphia City Championships, and yeah, we took a fat L. That's all right.
All right, so in these semifinals yesterday, Hockaday and Agnes Irwin each won their semifinals. Conestoga Friends Select finished really close together behind Agnes Irwin, and then Prendy not too far behind Hockaday in their semifinals. So look for Agnes Irwin, Prendy, and Hockaday to be really competitive here. Nice shot here as the doubles go by, giving you a good idea of how this one is starting to break out. You see lane 3 lane 3 Hockaday and lane 4 Agnes Irwin striking out in front, and then that's Prendy there in lane 5, looks to be in 3rd.
And see lane 1 creeping up, so they are still in the picture, no pun intended.
Yeah, Ridgewood there. Ridgewood, a strong sculling school. We'll see them throughout the day today. And there's lane 2, Conestoga, also looking pretty strong. So a good race here. The gold medal race between Hockaday and Agnes Irwin is being hotly contested at the moment as they approach the 750-meter mark into that second 500. That, if you want to break the race out into 500s, you kind of have that first 500. Your body's still running off of adrenaline in those first 200 meters or so. You get up really high off the start, high stroke rate, and then you have to settle in, kind of allow your body to adjust to the, physical effort that you're about to put in that first 500. Then the middle 500, that's when your body starts to say, hey, what are you doing?
Right. Stop doing this to me, please.
Exactly. And then you have to rely on your training. Like that middle 500 is really where races are won in championship high school racing with the 1,500 meters. So that final 500 meters is where you kind of you start to raise your rate up a little bit. You start maybe your form, you try and hold on to your form as much as you can. It becomes a little bit less important in that last 500. Obviously, the teams with the best sprints are the most technically sound as they can raise the rate up. But, you know, it's just how you attack the race in different areas. Some teams want to be first 500, fly out, and then, like, sit on the lead. Other teams believe in that middle part of their race, and that's where they're going to beat you. And other teams say, we don't really care. As long as we stay within a length, we know we can out-sprint you in the last 500. So different strokes for different boats.
I saw what you did there. Not bars.
Thank you.
When you dropping the next mixtape?
You know, there's a new one coming soon. Check me out on Daft Piff.
Freemixtape.com.
Yeah. 500 meters left to go now in this girls' lightweight double.
You know, speaking of the you know, first, second, third, or at least first, second, third, 500 for 2K, first, second, third, 4, 500. You know, that's when it comes to importance of training that anaerobic threshold. I mean, being able to push your body to push that lactic acid a little bit further on to not get it to settle. You know, it's that training in those zones to push that envelope. And so a lot of the teams that are good at holding their race for this race would be probably at like the 750, but for 2K, that third 500, those that keep their speed or even speed up a little bit, those are the ones that are effectively balancing their anaerobic threshold and able to push that envelope a little bit further.
Mount St. Joseph.
All right, final couple 100 meters of this girls' lightweight double. It looks like Hockaday has struck out into the lead here. Hockaday looking really good. Prendy trying to make a run for silver as the winners of the girls' freshman 8 Mount St. Joe's head to the medal dock with a large applause there.
We will have lane 3 of the girls' lightweight double Hockaday. As long as they maintain their pressure, they will walk away with the Lawrence J. Kiefer Trophy.
And it is the gold to Hockaday. The race for silver's hot. Here comes
It's very
Prendy.
hot.
Prendy's going to take the silver.
But they picked it up a bit. Way to defend that. Lane 5.
Agnes Irwin, the bronze. And the Prendy rowers collapse in exhaustion.
Way to maintain.
4th place to Stoga. Ridgewood in 5th. And in 6th place is Friends Select. So great racing from Hockaday. Congratulations on winning the girls' lightweight double final for the Lawrence J. Kiefer Trophy. And as we wait for this next race to get started, on the medal dock now receiving their gold medals are the freshman girls from Mount St. Joe's.
Love it. Singing their chant, you love it. I don't know what the chant is, but I would sing along if I knew it. I have the vocals. You got the bars. I think we can make something happen. Congratulations.
Great scenes here on the medal dock as the Mount girls receive their freshman 8 gold medals. And there you see the final results from the girls' freshman 8.
Regatta wear t-shirt for your championship t-shirts today. Congratulations, girls.
Pictures. Thank you. Awesome. I think that hurt.
And we are off here in the boys junior 4 final. In lane 1, Hun School. Lane 2 is Norfolk. In lane 3, Montclair. Lane 4 is Nutley. Lane 5, Haverford School. And in lane 6, Bethesda Chevy Chase. So this should be a really tight race, as we had, three semifinals. Montclair winning theirs, Nutley winning theirs, and Norfolk winning theirs, all with pretty similar times. So those 3 crews are the favorites here. Montclair, obviously the fastest time in qualifying. Nutley, the second fastest. Norfolk, the third fastest. So expect those 3 crews, and you do see there the lane 3 Montclair boat out in front at the moment as they come through the first 500. Montclair there, and there is lane 2. That's Norfolk. Norfolk in lane 2 looking really good as well. So Norfolk, Montclair, and Nutley.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a race right here. Nobody has fallen off yet.
Lane 2, Norfolk. Lane 3, Montclair.
And this is going to be for the George Madsen Trophy.
Lane 5, the Haverford School. Lane 6.
No more time trials, no more heats, no more semifinals, none of that. This is for the hardware.
Yeah. 500 meters down here in this boys junior 4 final. Again, you see there on your screen Montclair. Montclair down. Lane 2, Norfolk continuing to press the issue here. Looking really good out of lane 2.
And they are not letting up, it does not look like.
And the Hun School there in lane 1 also looking strong. Again, these cameras can play tricks on you a little bit, so I wouldn't doubt that Montclair is kind of right there with Norfolk.
Now for the medals, Agnes Irwin.
And approaching the dock will be the crowning of the girls lightweight double champions, followed by the silver and bronze medalists.
Yeah, you see there on your screen the girls from Prendy. Excited to receive their silver medals. Tears of joy from the bow seat there, just a beautiful sight.
This trophy will be presented by our Director of Racing, Joe Kiefer.
About halfway through here, that boys junior 4 making its way down the race course.
One more round of applause for the girls lightweight double.
And there on the medal dock are the gold medal winners from the girls lightweight double. Hockaday, champions at the Stotesbury Cup Regatta, presented by Toyota. All right, under the wire come the boys junior 4s now. JV 4s out there making their way down the course. Tough to call from this angle.
Very tough. I mean, everybody's in the picture.
It looks like Norfolk is still out in front, though. Norfolk out of lane 2, your leaders at the moment. Expect a big sprint right now from Montclair and Nutley. Montclair looks like they're in second out of lane, but man, this Norfolk crew continuing to press the issue. They were leading at the halfway point. They look to be up now. But it's tight. It's really tightening up here. Haverford School, Nutley, Montclair all making a push now. Can Norfolk hold off Montclair?
This is it.
Oh, and there's lane 6 hidden over there in the darkness.
Hitting those afterburners.
Bethesda Chevy Chase making a push. But here it comes. The race is between Norfolk and Montclair for the gold.
This is going to be it right here. Who got the bigger dog in them?
100 meters left to go. It's all Norfolk. It's been Norfolk start to finish.
I don't know. Montclair is now picking it up. This is going to be very tight.
And the finish for the George Mattson Trophy as they come to the wire here. It is.
Oh, my goodness. Wow.
Norfolk takes the gold. Montclair, the silver.
Finishes second.
And then the race for bronze is going to go to Nutley, it looks like, but here comes Hun School. And it's Nutley, Hun School, Haverford finishing in that order. And then finally, Bethesda Chevy Chase in 6th. But on your screen there, the winners.
What a race.
From Norfolk. Oh, and flex on them, young man.
What a race.
Yeah, slap some water. Tell it how you feel.
Yeah.
Great racing there. All right, and it looks like we're gonna get started with our next race, the boys lightweight double. But in the meantime, we're gonna take a quick break for a message from our sponsors.
With an exciting new Toyota, you can go out and enjoy all your favorite summer activities. Sorry.
Toyota is the #1 retail brand for electrified vehicles 23 years in a row.
Your summer starts here.
Toyota, let's go places.
And it looks like we are back for the boys lightweight double final for the Barker Cup. In lane 1, we will have Manhasset. Lane 2, Holy Spirit. Lane 3, Haverford School. Lane 4, Blessed Trinity. Lane 5, St. Benedict's. And lane 6, Conestoga.
Yeah, so Haverford School, the fastest time in qualifying, and then they won their time trial. Blessed Trinity won their semifinal as well, followed closely by Holy Spirit. St. Benedict's and Manhasset also with a similar time to Holy Spirit. And then Conestoga with the slowest time in the semifinals out of these 6 crews. As you see the results from the girls' lightweight double up on your screen now. And the rain seemingly has ceased here.
Maybe.
As I continue, to jinx it.
Love that.
We had a nice mist going on for a while there that seemingly was never going to stop. But now some reprieve from the rain. Temperatures going up just a little bit here.
Just a tad. Looking at they fought to the finish.
And there are the results from that
457
boys junior 4 race as Norfolk edged out Montclair, and then Nutley over Hun School, and then Hun School over Haverford School was close there. And we have a start here in the boys lightweight double. Again, Manhasset, Holy Spirit, Haverford School, Blessed Trinity, St. Benedict's, and Conestoga. Haverford School, the favorite in lane 3, fastest time in qualifying, and they won their semifinal. That's the team to beat here.
Double final, the Barker Cup. Lane 1, Manhasset. Lane 2, Holy Spirit. Lane 3, the Haverford School. Lane 4, Blessed Trinity. Lane 5, St. Benedict. Lane
See the yellow blades there from the Haverford School in lane 3 there with a really strong drive there. You see them really jerking back into that finish. Strong finishes there. And they are your leaders here at the moment. Looks like lane 2 there in second. That is Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit in second place at the moment. Bronze medalists in the boys junior 4, Nutley on the medal dock.
And next up for their medals, Montclair.
We will have Montclair approaching the dock, our silver medalist.
And you see the Haverford School there just running away with this lightweight double final. In the race for second there, looks like you've got St. Benedict's and Blessed Trinity looking pretty strong, but it's all the Haverford School out of lane 3 right now.
Now pulling in for the George Matson Trophy, Norfolk. The trophy will be presented by the Matson family. One more big round of applause for our boys junior 4s.
Love it. And this will be your champions from the junior 4, Norfolk.
Just want to give a shout out to the lady in the red hat there with the ridiculous Bluetooth earpiece in. That is my mother.
Hi, Mom.
Shout out Marie Leonard. All right, 500 meters left to go now in this boys lightweight double final for the Barker Cup. Again, it looks like the Haverford School in lane 3 continues to dominate this race. You can see it from here now as they get closer, just that really aggressive swing they have into the finish. It's an interesting tactic to really squeeze those finishes in these doubles, help set the boat, let it run, get out into that finish and take a nice easy recovery up the slide.
And we were coming through the island here, and this will be the last stretch. And yeah, it looks like Haverford may be on that lonely single island up in first place, but second and third looks to still be contested.
Yeah, maybe let's give the edge for the silver here to Blessed Trinity out of lane 4, but St. Benedict's in lane 5 looking really good.
They're looking pretty strong coming through this finish right now, and they are moving the boat pretty decently in lane 5. Yeah, they're picking up that rate. And I don't know. They're moving. They're moving. They're not going to let lane 4 walk away that easily.
Check out lane 1 though. Lane 1's coming up for this bronze as well. Haverford School though will win the Barker Cup going away, and they'll take the gold.
So you'll have lane 4 coming down to secure, Blessed Trinity to secure that second place finish, but lane 1 and lane 5 may do, oh my goodness. Lane 1 and lane 5, oh, Manhasset might have walked away with that.
They just stole that bronze medal from the St. Benedict's boys. Holy Spirit finishing 5th, 6th to Conestoga.
Wow. That lane 1 was a sleeper. They
Yeah,
came out of
they
nowhere. I did not see them. I mean, our view is pretty hard, but they swooped in.
I saw
real
them
quick.
sweep in these last 200 meters. I saw them speeding up, and I was like, "Oh, St. Benedict's might not know they're there."
They might, and they might not, and that's and that's the key. What you were talking about, the lane piece, is being able to beat lanes 3 and 4. You'll be able to see the whole field, but if you're in lane 6 or lane 1, it's hard. It's very hard.
So Benedict's out there in lane 5. They had Blessed Trinity on their hip that whole time. And they might have just lost sight of Manhasset there at the end, but still a great race from the boys from St. Benedict's. Love seeing them out here competing at the city championships and now at Stotesbury. Great racing.
These are the fastest crews that have showed up this weekend. So if you made it to the finals, you have something to be proud of. I mean, showing up, period, you have something to be proud of. But for those that just missed out by a medal or missed out by first place, just by you making the finals is a glory in and of itself.
Next up on the race course will be the girls Junior 4 final. In lane 1, North Catholic. Lane 2 is Lower Merion. 3 is Branksome. 4, Marietta. 5, West Springfield. And in lane 6 is Mount St. Joe's. There you see the results from the boys lightweight double final.
1 second.
Yeah,
1 second.
Just 1 second from Manhasset over St. Benedict's there. And with the rain subsiding today, we're able to get our drones up in the air. Hopefully bringing you some start to finish coverage with our drones. And you see there, the girls Junior 4 is just about ready to get started here. And they're off in the girls Junior 4, the Elizabeth Plate Cup. Or maybe it's just a plate. Either way, Lower Branksome there in lane 3 off to a really good start. See they're prying, and now you start to lengthen up that stroke here. 10 strokes down, and this is where you start to burn off that adrenaline in the first 20, 30 strokes of the race, get through Strawberry Mansion Bridge, and start to lower the rate down into your base rating. But as they come through the bridge here, it is Branksome in lane 3 out in front.
And the Haverford School. The winners of the Barker Cup, which will be presented
And at the St. Joe's Boathouse here,
on the course, the
boats passing by.
Final. The Elizabeth Plate, lane 1, North Catholic.
Great shot here as you see.
Very great shot.
Let's call it Branksome, followed by Mount St. Joe's in second out of lane 6, and then Marietta in lane 4 in third at the moment. That's your top 3. But all boats still very much involved in this race. Branksome with open water on everyone but Mount St. Joe's. So Mount St. Joe's coming from lane 6 right now, looking really good.
All right, you love to see a boat do well out of that lane. Really
so
good.
Mount St. Joe's was in the semifinal with Branksome. They finished second to the Branksome boat. So
I don't know. Looks like they're moving up quite a bit here. It could be the angle, but they are closing that gap in between Branksome.
Marietta's still looking strong. Marietta had a similar time to Mount St. Joe's in their semifinal, although they weren't in the same race, so conditions vary. And there is an overhead shot of your leaders from Branksome. So Marius, tell me, what are you seeing out of this 4 right now?
You know, honestly, I'm loving it. Very good body swing here. Initiating that leg drive. I mean, they're doing everything together and as one. I mean, I'm not seeing any disturbance when they're coming up to that catch. They have a very confident catch, and they're releasing at the same time. I mean, it's not much I can say about this boat right now, and which is why they're probably leading the pack, and by the length that they are leading the pack at. So.
Yeah, and it looks like they're starting to push open that lead just a little bit there in that middle 500 as they approach 750 left to go. Mount St. Joe's hanging on to second at the moment, but Marietta looking strong out of lane 4. And then all 3 boats behind them pretty much even, still with a chance to sneak up into that podium. Check out lane 2 there. Lane 2 is Lower Merion. Lower Merion looking like they have some speed here going into the second half of this race.
Right, and as we were talking about before, I mean, once you get up to that, every crew knows, especially if you've raced on the Schuylkill, once you get to that wire, that is it. That's pretty much where you can make your last move. You have enough room to make a move and overtake, but once you pass that wire, and if you're content where you're at, you're probably going to stay there. So that wire is that marker to do what you need to do in order to get to where you want to be.
Yeah, so under the wire here, Branksome looking really strong. Mount St. Joe's hanging on to second place, but the lead is tenuous over Marietta at the moment as Marietta tries to make a push back into second place and try and get that silver.
And again, lane 6, it'll be interesting to see how lane 6 does. Once they hit the island, there is a little bit of a disadvantage being that close to the island. And so we will see how they will adjust to those conditions and see if they can maintain their speed and maintain their position in this race, because right now they are definitely in medal contention.
So dominant race here from Branksome so far. You know, never really looked at much of a doubt. They went out and they were the first people off the line. They went into the first 500 with the lead. They opened it up in that second 500, and now they're looking to put the finishing touches on it here. Branksome probably going to cruise, and it looks like Marietta may have overtaken Mount St. Joe's in the island there for that silver medal. It's going to be close.
It's going to be very close.
That's your podium, though, at the moment. It's Branksome coming home to win the Elizabeth Plate in the girls' junior 4.
It's going to be a fight for that second place right now, and the Mount St. Joe's might take that. They might take that second place.
Here it comes to the line here.
Mount St. Joe's, can you hold it? Number 4 is moving.
It is.
Mount St. Joe's takes it by a close margin.
Just running out of room there was Marietta, and you see the celebration from the girls from Branksome.
You love to see it. And no, we're still not done with lane 1 and 2.
Wow, what
fighting it out to the last stroke.
Just jubilation there from Branksome as they win the gold and the Elizabeth Plate here at the Stotesbury Cup Regatta, presented by Toyota. So quick adjustment here to this lineup on this boys freshman quad graphic that you see on your screen. This is in lane 1, Niskayuna. Lane 2, Ridley. Lane 3 is Western Albemarle. In lane 4 is Ridgewood. Lane 5, Augustine Classical. And in lane 6 is Germantown Friends. As you see the drone go under Strawberry Mansion Bridge, rising up over the bridge.
Such a cool shot.
And heading over there to give you a view of our boats lined up at the start here for the Jack and Nancy Seitz Trophy in the boys freshman quads. Bowmen are just going to get their final adjustments here. My freshman year, I raced in this boys freshman quad final. I think we finished 5th.
Are you getting the jitters all over again?
No.
He said no. Not at all.
I did not enjoy rowing in this event. I was the bow person of that boat.
That's rough.
And we had just learned how to scull 2 weeks prior. Because once our season finished in the Novice 8, they took 4 of us and made a freshman quad to compete at Stotesbury. Yeah, it was an adventure.
That's rough.
Learning how to scull in 2 weeks.
That's rough.
And back then we didn't have all these Canadian schools coming down, so and I don't think Ridgewood competed at that point either. So it was us against Haverford, Roman,
sculling heavy programs.
Yeah, in the Philly area, but these schools from out of town now are dominating this. So the only Philly area schools here are Ridgewood and Germantown Friends are at the least city championship schools. I wouldn't say Ridgewood is all that local, but they are a PSRA team. And we are off here in the boys freshman quad event.
And coming down the course.
Clean starts for all crews.
Freshman quad, race 9. The final.
Looks like Western Albemarle out to a good jump, as is Augustine Classical in lane 5. Lane 5 looking really good there off the start.
Lane 2.
Really high rating as they begin to lengthen out their stroke. So, Maurice, for people who may not know, bring me through the anatomy of a start and how you get up to speed and begin to get into your base rating.
So, I mean, it can definitely vary depending upon boat type, but depending upon whether it's 8, 4, quad, double, it all depends. But typically with these bigger boats, and I can really talk about like the quad is having a quick start and being able to process. So getting that half, which is like a half stroke to start to pick up the speed, and then three-quarter length and full, and to bring it up to that race pace, and then sliding into that power 10, power 20, depending upon the crew. And again, these bigger boats, it takes a little bit longer to get up to speed, but once they're at speed, you have to maintain that. And so with the quads here, you'll see that in comparison to the smaller boats like the single or double, there will be a little bit less layback and a little bit more quicker hands away, bodies over, and that plays a role into being able to maintain that high rate. And so I wish I had like one of the timers here, I could probably figure out what their stroke rate is right now, but it'll be safe to say that they're in the upper 30s, especially coming off that start. That is not abnormal for a quad to go off that. I mean, it can get upwards of 45, 46, depending once you start getting into that elite level. But these athletes probably came off at, a 40, I would say.
Yeah. So you see there the overhead shot of our boys freshman quads. Looks like we've got Ridgewood in lane 4 out in front, followed by Augustine Classical in lane 5. Western Albemarle in lane 3 in 3rd place, as you see the girls' junior 4s on the medal dock now. The girls from Marietta receiving their medals. And yeah, there's the overhead shot once again. Ridgewood, followed by, now it looks like Western Albemarle has overtaken Augustine Classical, so it's still Ridgewood and Western Albemarle. You see, one of the really interesting things in this event is there's no coxswain, so these rowers have to get their point for themselves. And you see there's just slightly different angles right now between Ridgewood and Western Albemarle. The Ridgewood crew a little bit more familiar with the course, so you wonder if maybe they know they can play around with their lane a little bit, and if they're a little bit more comfortable rowing on this course than the Western Albemarle team. But again, Ridgewood currently out in front in lane 4. And your podium at the moment is Ridgewood, Western Albemarle, Augustine Classical, and then in 4th there in lane 1 is North Catholic, or I'm sorry, Niskayuna.
And our gold medal winners, bring some pulling in for the Elizabeth Slate, presented by Liz Bergen. One more.
I don't know. Maybe I just realized that it is the freshman quad, so maybe not as high as 40 starting off. It might be a little bit lower than that, but still high rate. We're talking upper 30s. That's where you'll see a lot of your high school athletes thriving, and those are normally your podium finishes when you're in upwards of that.
Yeah, so you see here Ridgewood trying to hang on, Western Albemarle making a late push. You see they just went into their sprint. They're raising the rate. Augustine Classical falling off now in 3rd. Look at Western Albemarle. They're walking right now on Ridgewood. Ridgewood trying to do everything they can to hold them off. Give them 2 seats right now on Western Albemarle. This is a really close race.
They are fighting for it, and they are both moving the boat really well. I mean, if you're looking at these oars right now, I mean, just simply looking at them, they're moving in together. They are striking that water together. They're slicing it like butter.
They are, Western Albemarle is walking right now.
They are
walking.
Wow.
And they have
love
pulled
to see
even
this.
with Ridgewood. Ridgewood needs to raise that rate. They need to raise that rate.
They need to go now.
Because it's all Western Albemarle right now. They have all the speed, and you see it right there.
And they're picking it up. They should just shift it to another gear.
Ridgewood.
They're not. Oh, they're not. They can't. They're not responding.
Enough.
They're not responding well.
It's not enough. And it will be into the finish line after a blistering sprint.
And now they're trying to claw back, but lane 3 will go off.
Western Albemarle takes the gold. Ridgewood the silver. Bronze. Can Augustine Classical hold on? They will.
They will hold on.
Niskayuna 4th.
Wow.
5th.
Wow.
Ridley takes 5th, and then finally in 6th will be Germantown Friends. But a championship effort from Western Albemarle here.
That walk
in the boys freshman quad. You saw it on that drone shot. They just, in the last 300 meters, decided to take the rate up and won that race in impressive fashion.
Wow. And that's exactly what I was talking about before with the matches. They knew that they could shift that. Did you see that extra gear shift? Like, that was amazing. The way they shifted up and they picked up the speed. It wasn't a shift up in rate and still keeping the same speed. No, they picked up speed with the rate, and they had enough matches to walk through that crew without them being able to respond. That was a well-earned first place medal.
Should be one of our faster races on the course is coming up next. The boys JV8s on the course next, as you see the silver medalists and the girls junior 4, the Mount St. Joe's crew. And then receiving their golds now are the girls from Branksome.
Time 4:58.7. Michael and Ed. Thank you.
There you see the results from that girls junior 4 final. Mount St. Joe's just edging out Marietta by 0.3 of a second.
Wow. I mean, look at this whole race. Look at that. Look at it 4th through 6. I mean, it was a fight for every single last person. I mean, Branksome had open water, but 2nd and 3rd had to fight it out. 4th through 6 had to fight it out. That was awesome.
As we sit, and we're still getting some points here in this boys junior 8 event. In lane 1, Canisius. Lane 2, Gonzaga. Lane 3 is St. Joe's Prep. 4, Christian Brothers. In lane 5 is Seton Hall. And in lane 6 is South County. So we have the boys junior 8 coming up. This event had 3 semifinals yesterday evening. St. Joe's Prep won theirs. They also had the fastest time in the time trial, but only by about a second over Christian Brothers and Gonzaga. And then Christian Brothers and Gonzaga both put up pretty good times in their semifinals. So that's your 3 favorites right there. Prep in lane 3, Christian Brothers in lane 4, Gonzaga in lane 2.
And what were the difference in times for them?
So in the time trial, just about 1 second between all three of them, and then in the semifinal, about 2 seconds from Christian Brothers to Gonzaga, and St. Joe's Prep in the middle between them. So
yeah, this is going to be it right here.
These three boats should be really, really close together. Again, finishing with almost identical times in the time trials and the semifinals. So,
and you may have a sleeper in this. I mean, the other crews that we did not mention in that top 3 pack. I mean, they could be saving the best for last.
They all finished top 2 in their semifinals. They had to beat 4 other teams just to get into this race. So they've got something that allows them to dig deep and win. So can't count any of them out just yet. It looks like all boats are sitting ready. All boats square. The stillness before a start.
And they're off.
And you have a start here as you see those blades just gnash against the water, creating those puddles. And you see how fast St. Joe's Prep is off the start. Look at lane 2, that's Gonzaga. Gonzaga flying out to a fast start. Prep at a really high rate still, as is Gonzaga. Prep may be outstroking them by just a hair at the moment. We'll see if Gonzaga starts to settle before the Prep. They do. And there's the Prep. So it is Gonzaga and the Prep off the start, out in front. Looks like lane 1 there is Canisius. Canisius with a really good start too. Lanes 4, 5, and 6, slightly off at the start, but let's watch for Christian Brothers to take it up a little bit. St. Joe's Prep likely to have some spectators here as they pass by their boathouse. That can always be a little helpful when you hear folks calling your name.
For sure.
Canisius there looking really good out of lane 1 off the start. And there you see it is. St. Joe's Prep and Gonzaga pretty much dead even, maybe give the edge by half a deck to Gonzaga there. Canisius and I believe that is Seton Hall. Canisius and Seton Hall locked in 3rd place with each other. Christian Brothers about 4 seats back, and then about a few seats back on Christian Brothers with South County in lane 6. But there you see.
See, and when you're right next to each other coming through, especially after the first 300, 400 meters, that is where that middle part comes into play, because you have to drop rate. There is nobody that's going to start the same way and keep up that rate throughout the middle of the race. And so who can drop that rate, keep the power, and fight through that lactic acid buildup that all of these athletes are feeling at this point of the race.
So still really not much at all between the Prep and Gonzaga. And look at Seton Hall. Seton Hall edging their way back up into this race. Canisius there as well. Christian Brothers starting to fall off a little bit, surprisingly. But 4 boats right now, well in contention for this gold. Christian Brothers not out of it yet, but they need to start making their way back into this race as Prep just ever so slightly starting to move away from Gonzaga.
Just a little bit.
But look at Seton Hall. Seton Hall is going with the Prep.
They're creeping up, and that coxswain needs to be able to recognize that, and whatever they feel that they need to call, they need to call it. Whether it's a technical 10, whether they need to do a power 10. I mean, they know their boat very well, but you cannot let that slide.
Pretty much stroke for stroke with the Prep right now is Seton Hall. And it definitely looked like they took a little mini move there. And now that move has ended. And the Prep is beginning to walk through the competition. Here comes Christian Brothers. Christian Brothers is starting to pull back up onto Seton Hall there. Canisius starting to fall back just a little bit. And it is St. Joe's Prep and Gonzaga there still maintaining 1st and 2nd.
They are.
But the Prep now up by about 4 seats on Gonzaga and continuing to push as you see Western Albemarle, your champions from the boys freshman quad, coming to the medal dock here.
Congratulations, Western Albemarle.
Under the wire here in the boys JV8 final at the 2023 Stotesbury Cup Regatta, presented by Toyota. St. Joe's Prep continuing to open up here. We'll see as these teams come under the wire when they start to raise the rate. Prep maintaining right now. We'll see if they wait for the other teams to go or if they just start, and it does look like Prep just took maybe 2 beats up. Don't hate that. Maybe take 2 beats here and then 2 beats again when you get to the end of the island. As
And
we
here
have
they
a
come.
nice shot here. It is St. Joe's Prep. Gonzaga trying to fight off everyone else for that silver. But here comes Christian Brothers. They waited maybe a little too long, but they've got some speed now. But look at Canisius in lane 1, Seton Hall in lane 5, all of them competing.
I mean, they are all in contention for 2nd and 3rd place. This is going to be a very tight race. Very, very tight race. I mean, look at this. Lane 1 creeping up. Walking on lane 2. This is going to be a fight to the finish. Gonzaga, can you hold them off?
And Prep takes the gold. Silver
will go to
Gonzaga.
Oh my, 2nd and 3rd Canisius will be very close.
I would say Canisius takes the 3rd there.
Oof.
And it looked like Seton Hall finishes 4th. Christian Brothers in 5th, 6th to...
That was nasty.
Lane 6 there was South County.
So it was too much. It was too much going on. Couldn't even pick it up.
Yeah, a lot happening there at the line there. It looked like we had St. Joe's Prep. Gonzaga seemed to have edged out Canisius there, and then Canisius over Seton Hall. But we will have to wait and see the final results there. But St. Joe's Prep, winners in the freshman 8, and now winners in the junior 8. There are the results from that boys freshman quad final. You see how close it was for Niskayuna, just missing out on that medal stand.
Love to see it. Love the excitement of being on that medal stand.
As we wait for the next race to get started, next up on the race course is the girls' freshman quads for the past President's Cup of Conestoga High School Crew Championship. It's a mouthful, that one. So it just sounded like we had word there that it was in fact Canisius winning the silver medal there over Gonzaga out of lane 1. Canisius taking the silver and Gonzaga the bronze, and Seton Hall Prep finishing in 4th.
That's an awesome race.
All right, and we're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be right back with this girls' freshman quad final.
Summer's here, and with a new Toyota, you can do all your favorite beach activities, like spike ball, whitewater rafting, shrimp boils, ooh, wade fishing, or hanging with the locals. You can say that again.
Toyota has 20 models with available all-wheel or four-wheel drive, including the Corolla Cross, Corolla Hybrid, RAV4, Camry, Highlander, and Tundra.
Your summer starts here.
Toyota, let's go places.
All right, and we are back and underway here in this girls' freshman quad final. In lane 1 is Germantown Friends, lane 2, Western Albemarle, 3, Springside Chestnut Hill, 4, Hockaday, 5, Penn Charter, and in lane 6 is Lower Marion. Looks like Springside Chestnut Hill out to a really good start there in lane 3. So this event was straight to a final, no semifinals here in this one, so should maybe see some interesting stuff happening. Springside Chestnut Hill won the time trial yesterday with a time of 6 minutes and 6 seconds. Hockaday less than a second behind them, and then Western Albemarle, Penn Charter, Germantown Friends, and Lower Marion in that order. And you see right now it is SCH out there in lane 3 by just about a seat over Hockaday, and then Hockaday in second over what looks to be Western Albemarle there in lane 2 in third, and then Lower Marion not too far off.
And I'm seeing a familiar name here. Special shout out in that Springside Chestnut Hill boat, Treyes, who will be the niece of Jenny Treyes, the Chief Engagement Officer of U.S. Rowing and a good friend of mine. So special shout out to her. She will be stroking this Springside boat here, and they look like to be leading the pack. So looks like there's some excellence that's running through that family.
And you see there a nice shot as SCH continues to maintain that lead just a little bit over lane 4 Hockaday. Again, only less than a second separating them in the time trials yesterday. Probably the first time all season they've gone head to head. And what better place to do it than the Stotesbury Cup Regatta for all the marbles in the past President's Cup of Conestoga High School crew. You see the boys from St. Joe's Prep there receiving their golds. Canisius just pulled into the medal dock to receive their silver medals. And there you see the boys from Canisius getting their silvers.
Congratulations to all crews that have made it up onto this medal stand.
So SCH and Hockaday continue to push away from the rest of the field. Looks like Hockaday out in front now. Hockaday walked through SCH there. We'll see with 500 meters left to go, can Springside respond to Hockaday's move there in that middle 500? Not out of it just yet.
So still holding on.
Springside Chestnut Hill slightly higher in the rate than Hockaday at the moment.
Do they have enough matches to burn to get back up into that first place contention?
And Hockaday with about a length as they head under the wire into Peters Island.
And this is, again, as we said before, this is where they need to make their move. If you are in third, you need to walk. This is your time to walk because you will not have any room once y'all clear that island.
And it is going to be Hockaday exiting the island in first place. Springside Chestnut Hill now just trying to hang on to that silver medal. And just a few hundred meters left to go now here in this girls' freshman quad final. Hockaday
looking to be crowned Stotesbury champions here. But will Springside be able to make up for the lost water?
So Hockaday already with the gold in the girls' lightweight double event, looking to add some more hardware to their Stotesbury as they will cross the line first for the gold. Hockaday, your champion in the girls' freshman quad. SCH, the silver. The race for bronze is a good one.
Oh man, they're right next. Wow. Wow.
And you saw it there on your screen. Western Albemarle just holding off Germantown Friends.
They were oar to oar. I'm surprised they didn't hit each other. They were that close. Wow.
Lower Marion and then Penn Charter in 6th out of lane 5. A really great race in the girls' freshman quad. And you see there the girls from Hockaday just trying to avoid the bridge now.
Oof, I know that feeling of exhaustion. But it's like, you know what, whatever.
Elation as well. You see there the 3-seat celebrating.
Awesome job. Awesome job to these athletes. Yes, Hockaday walks away with the past President's Cup of Conestoga High School crew.
All right, another fast race headed our way down the course. The last of the Junior 8, the girls' Junior 8. As you see, the boys' Junior 8 champion, St. Joe's Prep, walking away with their medal. And of course, so far we've seen Mount St. Joe's win the freshman 8, St. Joe's Prep win the freshman 8, St. Joe's Prep win the Junior 8. So now can Mount St. Joe's continue the streak here and keep the gold in Philly for the 8 events. It's one of the storylines we're going to follow throughout the day today to see if St. Joe's Prep and Mount St. Joe's can sweep the 8 events here at the Stotesbury Cup Regatta. There you see the results from that race. Canisius just edging out Gonzaga by a 1/10 of a second there.
Insane.
And we are off here in the girls' JV8 final. Again, in lane 1, South County. Lane 2, Nardin. Lane 3, Mount St. Joe's. 4, Montclair. 5, Village Joe. And in lane 6 is Atlantic City.
Race number 12, the girls' Junior 8.
Again, Mount St. Joe's looking to continue their dominance in the sweep event. They had the fastest time in the time trials, and they won their heat their semifinal this morning pretty handily over Atlantic City. Montclair and Nardin would like to play spoiler here to the Mount St. Joe's team, attempting to win both the freshman 8 and now the JV 8, looking strong later on this afternoon for the second 8 and the varsity 8. But check that out. That's lane 1 That is South County in lane 1 putting up a good fight at the start here. Looks like Mount St. Joe's and Montclair are out in front by themselves there in lanes 3 and 4. Potentially lane 6 there going with them.
Yes, you're definitely seeing. I'm very impressed with the high rates here. It's really nice to see that hunger that these ladies have to fight to the end, and super excited to see how this one's going to turn out, because it doesn't seem like it's going to be an easy runaway, at least right now, for that first place finish.
And you see there Mount St. Joe's and Montclair, your leaders. It is Mount St. Joe's looking really good here at the start. They are the city champion in this event.
And just so everybody knows, this is the girls junior 8 final. So these are the rising, typically the rising seniors. And so what you're seeing here, I mean, this is some really good rowing right here. And this is going to be your next senior class. And a lot of these ladies will be in that senior boat next year. And so based upon what I'm looking at right now, all of these programs have a pretty good setup for their senior 8s for next year.
Yeah, so Mount looking really strong here about halfway through this race.
Now pulling in for their medals, ringside Chestnut Hill.
Just about 500 meters left to go now here in this girls junior 8 event. It does look like Mount St. Joe's and Montclair continue to strike themselves out into the lead here. Mount with the edge over Montclair, and then Nardin in lane 2 appears to be in 3rd at the moment.
And now pulling in to accept the past President's Cup of Conestoga High School, Hockaday. This trophy will be presented by one Conestoga crew.
Under the wire they come here. Mount St. Joe's trying to hold off Montclair in this girls junior 8. As you see the champions in the girls freshman quad, Hockaday.
See the happiness and excitement. Love it. Well earned, ladies. Way to go. Go ahead. Pure happiness right here, ladies and gentlemen. Capture the moment.
And back to the girls JV8 championship here. Montclair trying to make a late push onto Mount St. Joe's. Mount St. Joe's doing everything they can to hold them off. And as they come to the end of Peters Island here, Mount St. Joe's looking really strong, and there you go. They see they've begun their sprint in the final 250.
And there you see, that's pure power right there, pure power. I mean, very crisp finishes, very confident in their stroke. I mean, I am not surprised by Mount St. Joe's. I mean, their program is a program built on confidence, and that's what you are seeing today. That's what they're demonstrating. Same thing as Montclair, but it doesn't look like they will be able to take that away from the powerhouse of Mount St. Joe's.
And the winner of the D. Campbell Trophy at the 2023 Stotesbury Cup Regatta presented by Toyota is Mount St. Joe's. Montclair, the silver. Bronze is going to go to lane 1 here, South County.
And that will be South County, very close. Way to go.
Looks like we had Nardin coming in 4th there, potentially 5th to Atlantic City, and then Villa Joseph Marie finishing in 6th. So Mount St. Joe's
Is that their names on the oars? If it is, that's pretty cool. Do you see like the...
Yeah, for Nardin there?
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
Huh. Look like names.
Yeah, celebration there from Mount St. Joe's as they... looks like they were in a bit of a state of shock as they crossed the line, and then were able to suck in some air and and celebrate their championship at the Stotesbury Cup.
Yeah, that lack of oxygen will do it to you.
Yeah. There you see the final results from that girls' freshman quad event. Western Albemarle just edging out Germantown Friends for that bronze medal. 512.7, silver medalists in the girls' freshman quad there. Springside Chestnut Hill.
Congratulations.
Heading into our final slate of junior events coming up next before we head into our varsity racing for the remainder of the day. 2 junior quad events, boys and girls, up next.
Yes, we will. This will be for the boys junior quad final in lane 1. St. Benedict's lane 2, Manhasset lane 3, Seton Hall lane 4, Shenandoah lane 5, Germantown Friends lane 6, Conestoga for the George C. Hines Trophy.
Looks like all crews are sitting ready here at the start. Pretty much running right on schedule.
Look at that water. I mean, from here, that looks perfect.
Yeah, it's definitely settled down a bit. It was really fast at the start of the day today. It looks like it's really kind of settled. Not too much wind out there now. Really nice conditions. It started to warm up just a little bit. Feels like we're getting closer to that 70-degree range that we were expecting. As you see the results from that girls' Junior 8 final with Mount St. Joe's, Montclair, and South County, your podium. And Nardin just edging out Atlantic City. And we are underway here in the boys' junior quad event. Good starts by Seton Hall and Shenandoah. Shout out to lane 2 there, Manhasset, really strong off the start. And under Strawberry Mansion Bridge, first one out is lane 3. Lane 3 is Seton Hall. Seton Hall out in front at the moment. Seton Hall had the fastest time in the time trials yesterday. Shenandoah only a second behind them. They're your 2 clear favorites. And then they both won their semifinals.
Boys Junior Quad for the George C. Hines Trophy.
With similar times, Seton Hall and Shenandoah with pretty identical times in the time trial and in the semifinals. So look for Shenandoah to make a potential comeback here out of lane 4. They're down at the moment, but not much between them and the rest of the crews. Seton Hall with about a length on the field. Looks like second at the moment is Germantown Friends in lane 5.
Pulling in for their medals.
Seton Hall, though, trying to slam the door here in the first half of the race.
And way to adjust. I mean, they were about to cross over into another lane. So way to adjust that and get back over into the middle of the lane so you don't have to worry about at the end of the race, because that's when it will really matter.
Seton Hall continuing to impress here in this boys junior quad final as they continue to open up the lead. Shenendehowa is starting to reel in the rest of the crews, but it just looks like Seton Hall is dominating. Looks like Manhasset now into second place out of lane 2.
Wow.
Shenendehowa starting to gain on the rest of the field, but Seton Hall just dominating this one.
They are.
Now pulling into their medals, Montclair.
As you can see on the stream, Montclair coming to get their swag, aka their hardware, aka their bragging rights.
And Seton Hall just continuing to strike out at a really impressive rate here in this boys JV quad event.
Looks like right now they're on an island. It's safe to say.
Yeah, and Shenendehowa has come back on the rest of the crews here, including Manhasset and Germantown Friends. Germantown Friends in second right now. Looks like maybe lane 1 there as well. St. Benedict's with a strong showing out of lane 1. Nobody seems to be able to come near Seton Hall Prep, though. That race for silver is a really fantastic one. Maybe give the edge to St. Benedict's right now, but it's close.
Yeah, and I mean, again, that lane 1 can be a sleeper. We've seen that multiple times. So do not sleep on that lane 1 right now. And they are walking up. I mean, they are in medal contention right now for second and third place. So we will not be able to make that call right now, but we are coming through the island. And so if they want to make that move, they need to make that move right now.
Yeah, even Conestoga hanging in there in lane 6 at the moment. Seton Hall Prep just dominating right now as Mount St. Joe's comes in to get their junior varsity gold medals.
Junior ace. Congratulations, girls.
Here we go, and this is your last sprint, your last 150 meters of the race here. It's going to be tight for second and third.
100 meters left to go now. Seton Hall Prep. It will be Seton Hall taking home the gold in the Charlie Butt Trophy for the boys junior quad. Seton Hall, the silver 2.
Oh, 4 is walking through. Oh,
looked like they just got it there. Looked like Shenendehowa just edged it out.
Very close. Oof.
Conestoga finishing what looked like 4th.
Very
St.
close.
Benedict's in 5th, Manhasset in 6th somehow.
Very close.
Wow, Shenendehowa just edging out Germantown Friends there, it looked like, but we'll have to wait for the official results there to see exactly what happened.
And this will be for the George C. Hines Trophy. Congratulations to Seton Hall.
Drone shot there of our medal dock. And our grandstands here. Parents and fans of the Mount crew celebrating the gold medal.
So happy. Love to see it. You love to see it. The emotion. Crew moms, crew dads, crew grandparents, cousins, uncles, aunties, cousins. Probably said cousins twice, but that's okay because we have a lot of those. And I love it. Thanks for jinxing us, bro. It's raining again.
Is it really raining again?
Yeah, it is.
That's crazy.
I wonder why.
I mean, I don't control the weather. Maurice, if I controlled the weather, it would be thunderstorming right now.
Wow.
And I wouldn't be here.
Wow, but then what happens to all of this magical, this the feels, the
Yeah.
energy. What?
Yeah. Yeah. Sure.
The pain, the hurt, all the above.
Listen, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. We're here.
The roller coasters of emotions throughout this regatta, all-time high.
So we got some girls junior quads up next on the race course. This is E.L. Crossley is the favorite here. They won the time trial and they won their semifinal with the fastest time across all events. In lane 1 is Augustine Classical, lane 2 is Hockaday, 3 E.L. Crossley, 4 is Ridley, and in lane 5, Germantown Friends, 6 Conestoga. So we just saw Germantown Friends and Conestoga in lanes 5 and 6, and there they are again in the girls event.
And this girls junior quad final will be for the Ruth Robin Hold Trophy. And again, special shout out to the sponsors of the regatta. You have Toyota, U.S. Navy, U.S. Coast Guard. Without you, none of this is possible, so thank you.
And we're underway here in this girls junior quad final. Again, look for E.L. Crossley to put their mark on this one early.
Race number 14 for the final of the Ruth Robin Hold Trophy.
Ridley also competitive, and Hockaday, the other winner of their
Lane 2,
time trial.
Lane 3, E.L. Crossley. Lane 4, Ridley. Lane 5, Germantown Friends. And lane 6, Conestoga.
And you see there, Augustine Classical looking good out of lane 1, but again, E.L. Crossley dominant in the time trial, dominant in their semifinal, looking to dominate this final here in the girls junior quad for the Ruth Robin Hold Trophy. You see there your leaders from E.L. Crossley.
Again, very nice power application from the legs there. Very good leg drive.
Yeah, the school from Pelham, Ontario, coming down here and competing every year at the Stotesbury Cup Regatta. The Canadian powerhouse, just always competitive in the boys and girls events. Love having them here. As the Germantown Friends boys come in for their bronze medal. And there you see the results, and the 1/1000th of a second.
I knew that was going to be that close.
It was close, man. Shenandoah.
And then look at 4th and 5th. Like, I mean,
that was a great race. That was a really great race. Seton Hall obviously dominating, but man, just every boat competing really hard there. About halfway through this girls junior quad event now. It does look like our leaders from E.L. Crossley continue to row a strong race.
trophy, Seton Hall.
Approaching the medal dock now are the champions in that boys junior quad event, Seton Hall.
Nice. For the boys junior quad.
500 meters left to go now in the girls junior quad event. As you see here, the Seton Hall. Under the wire for the girls junior quad, and the rain continues to fall. E.L. Crossley dominating this girls junior quad event, and they're going to win this Ruth Robin Holt Trophy barring anything unforeseen. Just what a stroke there by this JV quad from E.L. Crossley. And they're going to sprint. It's their last race of the weekend, so why not?
Why not lay it all out?
Yeah, they look great here. Raising that rate up to around a 38. Just swinging together. You can see it's fallen apart a little bit here, but when you're as fast as this boat, you know, you can afford a little bit of, you know, mistakes, especially when you get that rate up high and the boat's moving fast. And
now this is a dagger. They wanted to place the dagger in, and we hear you.
This is fantastic.
We hear you, we see you, we feel you.
So the race for second is a good one between Hockaday and Ridley right now. So that race is on as E.L. Crossley wins the Ruth Robin Holt Trophy. Beautiful. And takes the gold.
By a commanding first place.
Fantastic race and some excitement there. And the silver, Ridley will take the silver.
Ridley.
And then Hockaday, the bronze
takes the
there.
Bronze.
Wow, fantastic stuff. And looks like we'll get Conestoga here.
Followed by lane 1.
Augustine Classical really close behind in 5th. And then 6th is Germantown Friends. But a great race there from E.L. Crossley, and of course the 2nd and 3rd place finishers finishing so close together, Ridley and Hockaday. But there are your champions, E.L. Crossley from Ontario, Canada.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was awesome. They came, they saw, they conquered. We love it. Love to see it.
Yeah, sitting ready now in their stake boats is the boys lightweight 4 event. Boys lightweight 4 up next. Bronze medalists in the boys junior quad from Germantown Friends on your screen now. Silver medalists. Oh no, that's the, yeah, silver medalist from Shenendehowa. So E.L. Crossley in lane 3 here is going to be the favorite once again, looking to win back-to-back races here. But don't count out Prep and LaSalle. They had a tightly contested semifinal where they finished just about 3 seconds back of the E.L. Crossley time and within a second of each other. So E.L. Crossley, LaSalle, Prep, Christian Brothers also looking good. And then St. John's from DC also with a shot at this out of lane 6. So should be a pretty tightly contested race here in this boys lightweight 4. E.L. Crossley obviously the favorite, but you can't count out the Philly boys from Prep and LaSalle. And we are underway here in the boys lightweight 4 final. In lane 1, Canisius. Lane 2, St. Joe's Prep. Lane 3, E.L. Crossley. 4, LaSalle. 5, Christian Brothers. And in lane 6 is St. John's.
Coming down the course, race number 15, the boys lightweight 4. The final for the Bill Belden Award. Lane 1, Canisius. Lane 2, St. Joseph's Prep. Lane 3, E.L. Crossley. Lane 4, LaSalle.
And did you see a major difference in between E.L. Crossley and LaSalle St. Joe's in terms of time difference?
In the time trial, yes. In the semifinal, not so much. So maybe E.L. Crossley took it a little bit easier in that semifinal. They did have the fastest time in the semis by about 3 seconds over Prep and LaSalle. But in the time trial, it was a little bit more pronounced. So we'll see. There you see E.L. Crossley in lane 3 and St. Joe's Prep in lane 2. Looking pretty good so far. E.L. Crossley definitely out in front, though, at the moment. Looks like E.L. Crossley, your leader, at about 500 meters.
And again, a lot of these crews have, this is their training ground. So they're LaSalle, St. Joe's, I mean, they know this course very, very, very well. And so see how that plays a role in
Christian
the final.
Brothers was here for the city championships. I'm sure they made their way down for a flick or two in the spring season. So Christian Brothers is familiar with the course as well.
And our winners of the girls.
And you see there, it looks like we've got E.L. Crossley, the Prep currently in second.
Crossley. Liz Bergen will be giving out this trophy.
And your winners in that girls junior quad event on the medal dock now, E.L. Crossley.
With a commanding, with the emphasis on command.
And we're going to get a nice little chance here of the girls as they receive their gold medals with a chance to cheer on the boys in the lightweight 4 boat as they look to win gold for E.L. Crossley as well. Bit of a heavier rain coming down now. It's not the heaviest of rains. It's just a little bit of a thick mist is really the best way to describe it, because it's not super soaking.
No,
but
not at all. But it can be annoying.
Yeah.
Slightly.
It's preventing us obviously from getting our drones up in the air, which, you know, not allowing us to see exactly how these races are breaking down. What we do know about this race is that E.L. Crossley is out in front in lane 3 there, as is expected. And then after that, it's anyone's guess. LaSalle, Christian Brothers, both looking good. Both Christian Brothers schools looking good there. But you see there, the boat from Crossley still looking good under the wire as their teammates receive their gold medals on the dock right now.
Let's see if we can go back to back. Same lane, same school.
Yeah.
Hopefully same medal.
Yeah. Might not be the last one of the day for the Crossley team either.
We are coming to the last 200 meters of the race here.
Yeah, exiting the island now.
E.L. Crossley.
It is E.L. Crossley looking good, and then Prep, LaSalle, and Christian Brothers all in contention for that silver. Prep and LaSalle will likely know each other well, know each other's moves.
And respond as such.
And there is E.L. Crossley. And the girls on the medal dock now cheering for their teammates.
As they appear to be able to walk away with this one.
Going back to back here for the Bill Belden Trophy now. E.L. Crossley winning the boys lightweight 4 in the race for silver. Here it comes.
There it goes. Oh, wow. Prep is creeping.
It's LaSalle.
LaSalle will walk away with that one. And
maybe. Christian Brothers in fourth there.
Oh.
Looks like we've got...
That's rough. That's tight. That is very tight.
St. John's in fifth. Canisius in sixth. But, man, that silver between Prep and LaSalle.
That was...
I think give the edge to LaSalle there.
I'm going to have to say LaSalle.
I think so, but it was really tight there.
Very.
We'll have to see. We've seen a lot of close silver and bronze races. The golds haven't been too hotly contested as of yet, but a lot of podium hardware races in contention.
What a move.
And there you see the results from
Look at that, Ridley and Hockaday.
Yeah, really close there. Again, we keep seeing those tight finishes. After the golds win, it's become the theme of the day.
And Augustine, I mean,
yeah,
it's fight to the finish. Don't matter what place you're in.
And the girls' lightweight 4 will be next on the race course. And as we wait to get started, the lineups here for this girls' lightweight 4 in lane 1 is Ocean City. Lane 2, Oakcrest. Lane 3, Montclair. 4, Holy Spirit. In lane 5, Lake Brantley. And in lane 6 is Egg Harbor. So Montclair looking to be the favorite in this one. A very deep team, this Montclair team, in both the boys and girls events. Montclair with the fastest time by far. In the time trial yesterday, no semifinal, so straight to a final. So it was Montclair at 5 minutes and 58 seconds, followed by Holy Spirit at 6:06, Oakcrest 6:08, Lake Brantley 6:09, Ocean City 6:09 and a half, Egg Harbor 6:10. So expect Montclair to perform really well here, and then after that, a lot of boats really close together in terms of their times in the time trial. So anything can really happen here in this girls' lightweight 4 final.
You said this was straight final?
Yep, yeah. Straight from the time trial, yeah.
So I don't know. We can have some sleepers. I mean, if you know you're going to the, you might not burn all those matches.
And we have a start here in the girls' lightweight 4 again. Ocean City, Oakcrest, Montclair, Holy Spirit, Lake Brantley, and Egg Harbor. The lineup
and we are
for this one.
We are off the starting blocks.
Up next, race number 16, the girls' lightweight 4. Final for the Phyllis Graham Trophy. Lane number 1, Ocean City. Lane number 2, Oakcrest. Lane number 3, Montclair.
And looks like we have a stoppage here.
Lane 5, Lake Brantley. Lane 6, Egg Harbor.
They stopped. So
this race has been stopped. so I'm sure it'll be restarted momentarily.
Right under their bridge too. Oof, that's rough.
I bet they'll probably go to the second floor first.
Yep.
But looks like we have a stoppage here. Don't know why. Likely some kind of false start. So we'll get these boats back to the starting line. I imagine they'll send the boys' second four off. Next, but in the meantime, as we sort everything out, we're going to take a quick break for a message from our sponsors.
Summer's here, and with a new Toyota, you can do all your favorite beach activities, like spike ball, whitewater rafting, shrimp boils, wade fishing, or hanging with the locals. You can say that again.
Toyota has 20 models with available all-wheel or four-wheel drive, including the Corolla Cross, Corolla Hybrid, RAV4, Camry, Highlander, and Tundra.
Your summer starts here.
Toyota, let's go places.
Wow, so we just heard news that there was a dead tie between St. Joe's Prep and LaSalle in this race. I can't imagine anything worse than tying with LaSalle if you're a prep rower. But
yeah, I would say the opposite. I can't imagine anything worse than tying with the prep.
Yeah. I mean, Prep and LaSalle are natural rivals, so tough pill to swallow there, but both will receive the silver medals, so handshake, good. Move on to nationals. But E.L. Crossley, the real champion of the day, you see the gold medalist pulling into the medal dock now.
I love the socks.
I saw their girls wearing those too.
Are those frogs? Toads? Those are definitely toads.
Some kind of frog. It must be their mascot.
Yeah. Love it. A little pit viper action.
I can't stand pit vipers, dude. I just think they're so...
Hey, watch it,
they're
buddy.
So ugly.
Watch it, buddy. It's free speed.
Free speed.
It's free speed.
What, looking like a... I'll hold my tongue.
Listen. You got to be cool. You got to be part of the cool kids.
I agree. So don't wear pit vipers. Just my 2 cents.
See, just for that, I'm going to put mine on while it's raining and cloudy.
If anyone at home is wondering, Maurice has pit vipers on his head.
Yes. He's a hater, ladies and gentlemen. This is what you call a hater.
They knew that already. Look at that.
Oh my gosh.
Look at that. That's awesome. And Christian Brothers was only half a second behind.
That's
too.
Insane.
Great finish there. Great
Beautiful finish. Like, what can you, when you go back as a rower or even as a coach, what do you fix to overcome that?
It's crazy how over 1,500 meters you can't create a difference between the two of you.
That's what I'm saying. It's so...
Really, really, really crazy there. But E.L. Crossley winning by 5 seconds is a statement in and of itself.
It definitely is.
Yeah.
They're like, we don't need to tie.
Yeah, no. As they accept their trophy here on the medal dock. And there is a race underway now. Unclear if it's the girls' lightweight 4. Again, we'll try and find out. Looking for the blue and yellow of that Ocean City boat in lane 4. I don't know if I see that.
Yeah, it's really hard to tell which event this is.
I do think those are girls, though. So I do think this is the... Yeah, so I think this is the girls' lightweight 4.
Okay, so they just went, okay.
Yeah,
Sweet.
They went back and restarted them. And again, Montclair, the favorites in this one. You see them there in lane 3.
Once again, the girls' lightweight 4 is
There we
on
go.
the course. They're competing for the Phyllis Graham Trophy. Lane 1, Ocean
Yeah, so this
City.
competition for the Phyllis Graham
Lane 2,
Trophy.
Oakcrest.
And Montclair, the favorite, but again, this was a straight to final from the time trial, so a lot still to be discovered between these teams. Some of them might be familiar with each other. You see Ocean City there in lane 1 looking strong. Ocean City, Holy Spirit, both Jersey Shore schools. Montclair, a Jersey school. And then Egg Harbor, also a South Jersey school. So Jersey heavily represented in this girls' lightweight 4 final. So those teams are likely familiar with each other.
And they're definitely connected. I mean, nobody is a clear winner here walking away that easiest, at least right now. And so we may see some shake-up from that time trial.
Yeah. And we'll try and see here as they pass by the camera. It does look like Montclair is really strong and has the edge over those outside lanes. Tough to tell what's going on in these lanes closer to us, but through 500 meters, it's Montclair by about a length over Holy Spirit there. And there you see lane 1. Lane 1 is Ocean City. Looks like they could potentially be in second place, but they might be right there with Holy Spirit as well. So Montclair looking really good here in this girls' lightweight 4 final.
And it's super important, I mean, for these athletes to, when they're coming out, going up to the catch and then coming back to that finish, to sit up, to open up those lungs, because the more oxygen you can get, the more energy, the more energy you can make to last throughout this whole race. And so it gets hard when you get tired and you start to slump over. I mean, I had that issue. I still can have that issue at times when you get tired and you automatically just want to just drop your whole body. But in rowing, you can't do that. You need to open up those lungs and get as much oxygen in you as possible to keep that energy train moving.
About halfway through this girls' lightweight 4 event now. Again, Montclair in lane 3 was the leader as they went by our camera at the 500-meter mark. And it looks like, we're about 750 down, 750 to go here. And 500 meters left to go now here in this girls' lightweight 4 final. It looks like Montclair continues to strike out at a good pace. And I would say let's give that second place edge to Holy Spirit right now in lane 4. Holy Spirit looks like they might have a slight edge on lane 5, Lake Brantley out there. And then again, lane 1 still looking strong, Ocean City. Ocean City in lane 1 looking good as they're under the wire now into the final 400 meters of the race. Montclair striking out really well here.
And they have definitely just picked up the rate here. Lane 3, and you can hear in the background, Montclair. You'd love to see it, love to hear it.
And as they cheer them on here, Montclair looking really strong as they head to the final few hundred meters of the Phyllis Graham Trophy competition here at the Stotesbury Cup Regatta presented by Toyota. There are your leaders, Montclair, and it looks like Holy Spirit and Lake Brantley are in a fight with Ocean City right now, who I can't see and may have fallen off. So it's Holy Spirit and Lake Brantley for that silver right now. Montclair,
5 and 4, stroke for stroke.
Your gold medal winner in the girls lightweight 4. Montclair
will walk away with this one. But for second will be a dogfight between 5 and 4 here.
Who's got it? Holy Spirit or Lake Brantley?
I think lane 5.
Lake Brantley takes it.
Take
over Holy Spirit.
Second with Holy Spirit coming in third.
Ocean City 4th. Looks like lane 2 might have edged out lane 6 there, but it was really tight.
Really close.
Montclair, though, your champion in the girls lightweight 4. Silver to Lake Brantley. Holy Spirit, the bronze.
And now we are off with the boys' second 4 final. In lane 1, we have Oakton. Lane 2, Don Bosco. Lane 3, Montclair. Lane 4, St. Joe's Prep. Lane 5, Manhasset. Lane 6, Gonzaga.
Yeah, so this second 4 should be a fun race. We watched some of these semifinals earlier this morning. Montclair, the favorite, with the fastest time in the time trial, and then they won their semifinal pretty handily. St. Joe's Prep in lane 4 off the pace at the moment. They finished with a faster time than Montclair in the semis, but Don Bosco right on their heels. So we'll see if St. Joe's can't make a push back into this one. Montclair currently out in front here.
Lane 5, Manhasset. Lane 6, Gonzaga.
Great length out of this Montclair 4 right now. As you see there, the lane 4 St. Joe's Prep team starting to gain some speed here. We'll see if they can't pull back up onto this Montclair boat. But right now, looks like Don Bosco and Montclair are out in front, Prep in third, potentially 4th to Oakton as well. But I believe it goes Montclair, Bosco, Prep at the moment. All right, 500 meters down here into the middle 500 of this one. This is where this race is going to be won or lost for this crew. Montclair looking to win the boys' second 4 after having just won the girls' lightweight 4. We'll see if St. Joe's and Don Bosco Prep can't make some inroads and try and overtake this Montclair team in this middle 500. Doesn't look like much has been made here. Montclair still looking really strong in lane 3.
Very steady, misty fall here, but not much wind, so that's pretty good. Pretty good conditions, if you ask me, in comparison to how bad it can be.
It is Montclair still out in front at the 500-meter mark. Maybe Don Bosco in second there, Prep in third. Looks like a strong race from Manhasset as well in lane 5. So Montclair looking to win the gold here in this boys' second 4 event. And this will set up a battle later on today as St. Joe's Prep and Montclair will face each other again in the varsity 4 event in lanes 3 and 4. So interesting subplot here. We'll see if Montclair can't dominate the 4s the way the Prep looks to dominate the 8s races.
love it. Another back-to-back, same lane, same school. Can they get the same medal?
Yeah, we just saw it with E.L. Crossley going back-to-back to win their events, and now Montclair looking to follow suit directly after them as they come in here for the Chipolone Cup. It is Montclair out in front by open water.
Well open water.
The race for second is on. Give the edge to Bosco, but here comes Prep.
Oh, man. This is what you live to see. This is what makes this job so much fun, ladies and gentlemen, is just seeing the stroke for stroke, pound for pound for that second place finish. Montclair will get the cup for the second four, but it will be down to the wire between St. Joe's Prep and Bosco.
Don Bosco looks to have taken the silver there, Prep the bronze. Oh. Manhasset 4, Oakton 5, Gonzaga 6.
And pulling up to the medal dock, Holy Spirit. And Lake Brantley.
And we are underway. Again, that false start, restart had us behind schedule a little bit, so the centers have moved themselves up a little bit, but the girls' second four now out onto the race course. In lane 1, Sidwell Friends. Lane 2, Stonebridge. 3 is Bishop O'Connell. 4, Unionville. Lane 5 is Petty, and in lane 6 is Marion Mercy.
And this will be for the Thomas V. Dowd Trophy.
So this is one of the ones that didn't necessarily go to form in the semifinals after the time trial. So Petty finished with the fastest time in the time trial, and then of course did not win their semifinal in this girls' second four event. It was Petty at 6:19 in the time trial, and then in the semifinals, it was Bishop O'Connell and Unionville with the fastest times. So we'll see how this kind of shakes out. You see right now, it's a really tight race between Bishop O'Connell, Unionville, and Petty, all involved at the moment.
And Tom Graham. Congratulations once again to the girls lightweight 4.
And we will have the champions of the girls lightweight 4 coming up, which will be Montclair. Oh, look at that. I see some pit vipers out there. Free speed.
I mean, listen, popularity does not equal, cool. I think, if you want to conform, that's fine.
These are champions right here, and I'm picking them out. I'm like, that's Pit Viper. That's Pit Viper.
I mean, they're everywhere. They're everywhere. They're everywhere.
You know what? I'm gonna get you a pair. All right.
No.
I'm gonna get you a pair.
Remember Oakley? Remember how Oakleys were cool when we were in high school? Fads fade.
Listen, I got my glasses from Walmart. I wasn't on that Oakley money yet.
Me either. All right, halfway through in this girls' second four event. This one looks to be a really tight race. Tough to tell exactly what's going on. Again, we think that Bishop O'Connell, Unionville, and Petty are out in front, but Marion Mercy looks strong there in lane 6 too. So can't count them out yet. Bishop O'Connell, obviously, with a really impressive semifinal earlier today, beating Petty, who had that fastest time in the time trial. And you see there peeking onto your screen now, Bishop O'Connell on the right-hand side. They do look like they're out in front right now. Nice swing from them. Yeah, Bishop O'Connell there, your lane 3 boat with those blue and white oars. They do look like they have a bit of an edge from this vantage point. Strong race from Unionville as well, though. Petty in lane 5, don't count them out. And lane 2 there looking strong as well. Marion still well within reach, too. Really not much between lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5, and then even lanes 1 and 6 not far off the pace. This might be the most competitive final we've had so far today from lanes 1 to 6. Really not much from 1st to 6th place at this moment. Bishop O'Connell, lane 3, looking strong.
Can the cheers help push their crew to that 1st place finish? Because I know they hear the cowbells, the screams, the yells, parents, supporters, coaches. Can they send their energy to their boat to claim that 1st place spot? And we will see very, very soon as they come out that island into the last 100 to 150 meters of this race. And this will be it. Who wants it more?
All right, final couple strokes here of this race. Looks like Bishop O'Connell out in front. Check out lane 2 here, lane 2. Who we got here? That's Stonebridge. Stonebridge looking strong. It's going to be Bishop O'Connell down the stretch here. The gold.
4-3. Who is it going to be?
And the Thomas V. Dowd Trophy. It's Bishop O'Connell, followed by Unionville and Stonebridge, the bronze.
Wow.
Petty will take 4th.
And then
Sidwell
lane 1 will
and
take
Marion
that 5th
in
place.
6th. A great race there as Bishop O'Connell edges out Unionville and Stonebridge to win the Thomas V. Dowd Trophy. Exhaustion on the faces of the Bishop O'Connell rowers as they celebrate their gold medal.
Nice.
All right, and we're gonna run a quick commercial here. We'll be back with the Hammer Trophy after these messages.
Summer's here, and with a new Toyota, you can go out and have s'more fun. Whoa, whoa. Yeah, that's crispy. Anyone?
Every new Toyota comes with Toyota Care, our 2-year or 25,000-mile no-cost maintenance plan. Toyota, let's go places.
All right, pulling up to the medal dock here is Don Bosco for their silver medals in that boys' 2nd 4 event. Again, we just saw Bishop O'Connell win the Thomas V. Dowd Trophy in the girls' 2nd 4. Looks like next up on the race course, we're going to have some double events. The girls' senior double final will be next up on the race course. As you hear a big cheer for your champions in the boys' 2nd 4, Montclair pulling into the medal dock to get their gold medals.
Love to see it. Love to see the happiness.
Great connection between coaches and rowers. See a lot of these coaches on the younger end these days. Not too much older than these young high school rowers. And they are off here in the girls' senior double final, the Lovey Farrell Award. In lane 1, Lower Merion. Lane 2, Albemarle. Lane 3, Western Albemarle. Lane 4, Churchill. Lane 5, Baldwin. Lane 6 is Penn Charter. So this should be a pretty good race here in the girls' senior double final. Great start by Albemarle in lane 2.
Race number 19, the girls senior double. The final for the Lovey Farrell Award. Lane 1, Lower Merion. Lane 2, Albemarle. Lane 3, Western Albemarle. Lane 4, Churchill.
And in this doubles final, we're going to have two Albemarle schools, the Albemarle and Western Albemarle from Virginia. We've seen them throughout the day put up some pretty good times across different events. But at the moment, it's the girls' senior double. In the time trials yesterday, Western Albemarle had the fastest time, followed by Churchill. And then in the semifinals, Churchill barely beat Albemarle. So maybe a little bit of sandbagging there from Albemarle yesterday in that time trial. As you see right now, 3 boats separating themselves as we got our drone coverage back up in the air. The rain has subsided. Give the edge right now to lane 2, Albemarle.
Yep.
Second place is Churchill in lane 4, Western Albemarle in third, but well within striking distance at the moment. And then it's pretty much 3 boats across there, lanes 1, 5, and 6 for 4th place. So great race so far, kind of separated into 2 packs at the moment. Give the edge to Albemarle in lane 2.
Believe the hype. Believe the hype.
And there's a shot of our leaders out of lane 2 at the moment.
Look at that, very composed.
Yeah, they look strong.
The flex at the hip, love it. You love to see it. Very, very good sculling here.
We have the coach from the lane 2 Albemarle team standing over our shoulder watching the race. Her heart beating at 1,000 beats a minute
right.
as she sees her crew continue to maintain their lead here over Churchill in lane 4. Western Albemarle falling back just a little bit.
Now, will Albemarle be able to hold off Churchill?
So this
because they are making a move right now.
This is something we've been talking about throughout the day, right?
It is.
How do you attack that first
Adjust.
750? And if you go out fast and you dominate, do you have enough left in the tank in that second 750 to finish? This Albemarle crew looks really strong, though. They're not at a crazy high rate. They're not, rushing the slide or anything like that. So it looks like it's a maintainable position right now. Churchill looking strong as well in lane 4, though. Just hanging on to that stern deck of the double from Albemarle.
Now, is Churchill, are they just holding on until they get to that sprint and then going to move? Do they taste that blood in the water? They're like, we're going to hold on and have them push until we can take them at that last 300 because we know our sprint is really built like that.
Exactly. So there's a lot going on here. Western Albemarle has fallen off even further at this point. It looks like it's open water to Churchill, but Albemarle maintaining just about a boat length over Churchill right now. It's stayed that way for the past 500 meters. Not much between these two teams at the moment. I'm sure they're looking across at each other saying, when are you going to go? When are you going to go?
Yeah.
As they, 500 meters, as they go under the wire into Peters Island here.
This is it.
This is where you ask those questions.
Who's going to make that move first?
Who's going to make the move first, and who's got it within themselves to take this competition? Again, the girls' senior double for the Lovey Farrell Award. It's Albemarle and Churchill in first and second, respectively.
And it looks like Albemarle is going to pick up that stroke rate. And then they are responding.
Here goes Churchill.
Churchill's responding.
Churchill making a move now. They look like they have a bit of speed here.
They are gliding. They are gliding.
Yeah, Churchill looks strong, and it is Churchill
What did I say?
in front.
What did I say?
Churchill in front now over Albemarle. Albemarle trying to push back.
They're trying to push back. I felt it. I felt it. They knew what they could do in that last, and now they are overtaking.
They looked across. They let them get out to that lead. They let them kind of rope-a-dope them a little bit there. Waited for their moment to strike. Did they go too early, though? There's still some time left for Albemarle to respond now. They've got to raise that rate. They've got to go now.
They got to go.
Oh, and it's all Churchill at the moment. It's all Churchill.
This is it. Yeah, and they're picking it up even more, and they're stretching that lead. They tasted that blood in the water. They held onto that stern deck.
And final few strokes here in the Lovey Farrell competition. It will be Churchill taking the gold.
Wow.
What a sprint from Churchill to take the gold. Albemarle, the silver. Western Albemarle, the bronze.
Wow.
And you see there the celebration from Churchill. Exhaustion on their faces as they celebrate their gold medal.
The trophy will be the two sons.
And followed by lane 6, which will be Penn Charter, followed by lane 5, which will be Baldwin.
And then finally Sidwell Friends, Lower Merion, rounding out the top 6 at the Stotesbury Cup Regatta.
What a race.
Yeah, it was a great race there.
That was a race of strategy.
It was.
That was absolutely a race of strategy and almost a race of intimidation. Like, they held onto that stern deck, which forces that it forced the other crew to, like, you keep up that strength and to, I mean.
Yeah, and by the end of it, they knew they had that extra gear. They said to themselves, we just got to maintain this lead. We can't let them get any further than a length out in front. That we know we have that extra gear. And once they got into that extra gear, they really kicked it in. And it was just a fantastic bit of racing. Really smart racing from Churchill there. Albemarle with a really strong race as well. Just, you know, trying to hang on. Again, we were talking about that, you know, that fly and die kind of strategy. You live by it, sometimes you die by it.
For sure. And I don't think they just had enough for that. And I mean, they demonstrated their power throughout majority of that race, but that last bit, they just weren't able to get the splits low enough to counteract what Churchill had, and Churchill walked away with that one.
Yeah, so next up on the race course is going to be this boys senior double final. This should be a fun one. I remember these semifinals from earlier today. We saw West Niagara and Albemarle pretty much dominate their semifinals, along with Ridgewood. So West Niagara with the fastest time in their semifinal and the fastest time in the time trial. So they're going to be the favorite there out of lane 3, third from your right. Albemarle won their semifinal pretty convincingly, though, so tough to draw comparisons from semifinal to semifinal, 1-to-1. Only a few seconds difference there. Seems like maybe
not sure what happened there.
A cup drop, potentially.
I don't know.
Somebody dropped a trophy, maybe. All's good.
All's good. Everybody's okay.
Bishop O'Connell on the medal dock receiving their gold medals from the girls' second 4 event. As we wait for the boys' senior double to get started, in lane 1 is Springside Chestnut Hill, lane 2 Ridgewood. In lane 3 is West Niagara, lane 4 is Albemarle. In lane 5 is Germantown Friends. And in lane 6 is Penn Charter. And they are off in the boys' senior double. Clean start here from all crews. Looks like Ridgewood off to a good start. Ridgewood, winners of semifinal number 3 and the city champions at the boys' senior double here. Lane 2 off to a really strong start. Under Strawberry Mansion Bridge.
Up next, the boys senior double.
And the first ones through are Ridgewood out in lane 2 there, off to a really good start. They've got the lead at the moment. Let's say lane 1 there. Lane 1, Springside, Chestnut Hill, the 2 city schools here on the Schuylkill River, off to a good start. West Niagara and Albemarle going to try and track them down now. Germantown Friends with them as well out in lane 5. But again, it's lane 2 there. Ridgewood with a great start. So we'll see what happens here. So we just saw in the girls senior double, Albemarle kind of jumped that start, had a really great first 750, and then Churchill turned it on at the end to pass them. We'll see now Ridgewood off to a really great start here. They've jumped out to a start. We'll see if they're able to maintain that lead. One of the things you want to look for is if these boats can kind of hang on the stern deck of Ridgewood here. But at the moment, it is Ridgewood with open water. But again, and then you see Albemarle there in lane 4 starting to pull through. But Ridgewood, it's all Ridgewood right now out of lane 2.
Again, very, very good body swing here. Very powerful strokes. Moving that boat very well. Not much check in the boat. Love to see it. Love to see it.
All right, and our drone shot here tells the story. We've got Ridgewood in lane 2 out in front. Albemarle in lane 4 in second place at the moment. Give third place to lane 3. That's West Niagara. But Ridgewood setting out at a blistering pace. Albemarle going to try and track them down here.
And I think we'll see. I mean, Ridgewood is still holding on with a commanding lead here right now. But for that third place, that might be a dogfight, because we have quite a few boats that are still in contention. I mean, everybody's in contention for all medals at this point, but from what we are seeing right now is Ridgewood is holding on to their lead, and then in second place we will see
Albemarle, yeah.
Albemarle
there in lane 4, and you see they're starting to come back a little bit. They're starting to, you know, they've gotten back in contact now with that Ridgewood boat. So we'll see if they have that sprint that their women did not have in this event, to be able to kind of pull a switcheroo and do the same thing that Churchill just did to their women to Ridgewood here. Ridgewood, the city champion, trying to hold on here.
But I don't know, they're creeping up a little bit. They're closing that distance, and it looks like they may be connected to that stern deck now.
Yep, definitely. Ridgewood, though, with about 500 meters left to go now, looking really strong still. Albemarle and Ridgewood have separated now from West Niagara. West Niagara, who won the time trial, had the fastest time in the semifinals, is in third place, and now he's going to have to hold off Germantown Friends there in lane 5. Germantown Friends making a late push out of lane 5. But again, Ridgewood and Albemarle in first and second at the moment. Under the wire they go. We'll see. Albemarle's going to have to make a sprint here. There's a nice shot of it. It's still Ridgewood. It is still Ridgewood out in front. And they've seemingly just responded to everything that Albemarle's doing at the moment. We'll see if Albemarle can take it up.
And this is it. I mean, if they don't make this move before that island runs out, I think Ridgewood will walk away with this one.
Yeah. All right, and you see there they go. They're starting to bring that rate up. See if they can't get any final speed here.
They are picking up that rate, but so is Ridgewood.
Final stretch.
I don't know.
Can Albemarle reel them back in? It's a close one. It's definitely tightened up over the last few strokes, too.
Man.
Here they come to the finish. It's Albemarle. Albemarle with all the speed here.
Wow.
We'll see if they can take the gold, and they will. Gold.
They just walked through.
Ridgewood.
They just walked through. Albemarle just walked through Ridgewood. Insane. With third place will be
the Charles J. McElwain
Wow.
Cup.
Wow.
West
What
Niagara,
a walkthrough. What a walkthrough. And again, what do we say? This has happened 2 times in a row.
Yeah.
They knew what they were capable of. They held on to that stern deck. They forced that other crew to respond, not knowing that they were cool sitting where they were at, because as soon as they got to that line, they were going to pick it up, and they had a lot left in that tank.
That was a gutsy gutsy finish by Albemarle there. That takes a lot of fortitude, strength, comfort in your ability. We saw at the end of the island, they were down a full length, and they came back and they won. That was a very impressive race from Albemarle there. And I mean, shout out to Ridgewood. It's in a double race like that, it is tough to lead from the front. We're seeing it now in 2 back-to-back events. Boats who had the lead for 1,400 meters losing in the final 100.
Wow. Wow.
There you see the results and how close that finish was between Churchill and Albemarle there for that gold. And we just had another finish, maybe even tighter. In the
I would say that was definitely tighter.
In the boys' senior double. But as we wait now for the Hammer Trophy event, the boys' second 8. So the varsity 8s might take all the glory, but the second 8s get to take the hammer. In lane 1, St. Andrews. Lane 2, Bethesda Chevy Chase. 3, St. Joe's Prep. They're the favorite. 4, Gonzaga. 5, Lawrenceville. And 6, McLean. So, again, I've been talking a little bit throughout the day today about these 8 sweeps that both St. Joe's Prep and Mount St. Joe's are going for. So St. Joe's has 2 of the 4 legs at the moment. They've got the freshman 8. They've got the JV 8. Now they're looking to take the second 8 as well. Mount St. Joe's will be right up after this trying to do the same. Something that we don't see done very often here at this Stotesbury Cup Regatta, and now we have 2 teams attempting to do it in the same year. Looks like all crews sitting ready here as you get the results there from that boys senior double. Albemarle by less than a second over Ridgewood.
Insane. Insane.
The boys second 8, again, Prep and Gonzaga winning their respective semifinals earlier today. Prep with the fastest time in qualifying. And they are off and underway here in the Hammer Trophy competition. The boys second 8.
And pulling in the medal stands.
And again, we will have a lane 1, St. Andrews. Lane 2, Bethesda Chevy Chase. Lane 3, St. Joe's Prep. Lane 4, Gonzaga. Lane 5, Lawrenceville. And lane 6, McLean.
The boys second 8. Final for the Hammer Trophy. Lane 1, St. Andrews.
Love it. The Hammer Trophy.
And St. Joe's Prep out to a strong start here. They're in front early on. Again, they won the time trial by about 10 seconds, and then Lawrenceville, that boat in lane 5, put up a pretty good fight in the semifinal to kind of nip at their heels a little bit there and to beat St. Andrews. But St. Andrews also with a really strong race out of lane 1 now. So we'll see. Gonzaga and Prep the favorites, but watch out for Lawrenceville and St. Andrews as well. Bethesda, Chevy Chase, and McLean also with competitive time. So Prep the favorite, but again, there's a lot of speed in all 6 of these boats. So we'll see. But there you see Prep out in front handily at the moment. Really clean strokes here from this second 8 from Prep. Again, I was mentioning a little bit earlier, you see there it's Prep by about 3 seats over Gonzaga. Gonzaga with about 7 seats on St. Andrews. St. Andrews with 2 seats on Lawrenceville. Lawrenceville with 2 seats on Bethesda, Chevy, Chase. Lawrenceville has to correct. Their coxswain needs to get over. Right now they're in the wake of that Gonzaga boat, which is just not where you want to be. The puddles of Gonzaga hitting the back of Lawrenceville. That's going to create, some drag.
Resistance.
You don't want your oars catching in another team's puddles. So you see there, the coxswain needs to adjust and get back over into center of lane 5. As St. Joe's Prep continues to walk away from Gonzaga, and St. Andrews trying to hang in there. I mean, Lawrenceville, that point is problematic. It's not great for them right now.
And again,
they're still in contention. But yeah, go ahead.
But the importance of the coxswain and how crucial the role that they play in this race. I mean, their rowers can pull as hard as they want, but if they continuously are hitting buoys or continuously in wake, what good is that?
Exactly. St. Joe's Prep now with a length lead over Gonzaga. And yeah, just a little bit of a messy race going on here with these coxswains, kind of all over the place. You see now lane 2, Bethesda, Chevy Chase.
Oh no!
A
crab. We call you said there was one that hasn't happened yet, so you jinxed us again.
No, it's not a jinx. I told you it was going to happen. St. Andrews.
Just a matter of time.
St. Andrews out of this one now after being in 3rd place for much of this race. Lawrenceville making a push now onto Gonzaga. St. Joe's Prep with open water here under the wire into the island. A beautiful shot here showing you just how much this race course tightens up into this island here as Gonzaga maintains that 2nd place position. Again, St. Joe's Prep trying to keep this clean sweep alive in the boys 8 events. 4 boys 8 events here today at the Stotesbury Cup Regatta. Prep attempting to win all of them, and they are going to win the 2V going away here. Final stretch of this boys 2nd 8 event. Just a really nice overhead shot there of the boys from the Prep.
Just tapping along.
Yeah, just easily tapping that one along, and they will take the gold. St. Joe's Prep lays the hammer down in the boys 2nd 8. And takes the gold with open water going away. Gonzaga takes the silver. Bronze to Lawrenceville. Bethesda, Chevy Chase in 4th. 5th to McLean. And then St. Andrews in 6th after taking a crab with 500 left to go.
Hate to see it.
St. Joe's Prep slapping the water, letting it know how they feel. For some of these guys who have been rowing on the Schuylkill their whole high school careers, this could be the last race of their high school career on the Schuylkill. So a cathartic moment, maybe a little bittersweet as they take home the gold. Wow, 4:27 the time there from St. Joe's. Really fast time for a 2nd 8 as we wait for the girls' 2nd 8 and the Irish American Chamber Cup to make its way down the race course next. So St. Joe's Prep just won their 3rd 8 race of the day. They've won every boys 8 event so far. Mount St. Joe's has also won the freshman and the JV 8 race, now looking to win the girls' 2nd 8 in the pole position as well in the next race.
be gearing up for the girls' second 8 final, where we have in lane 1, St. Andrews, lane 2, Jackson Reed, lane 3, Mount St. Joe's, lane 4, W.T. Woodson, lane 5, Walt Whitman, and lane 6, Bethesda Chevy Chase, in the fight for the Irish American Chamber Cup.
Yeah, so for people joining us for this race, if they were watching this morning during the semifinals, they would have seen that semifinal finish between W.T. Woodson and Jackson Reed was a really close one. W.T. Woodson kind of eked it out over Jackson Reed, but Mount and then Walt Whitman just made it into the final as well.
Lane 4, W.T. Woodson. Lane 5, Walt Whitman.
So some tight finishes between all of these crews here. Mount St. Joe's pretty clear favorite by a couple of seconds in that lane 3, but again, anything can happen. We just saw St. Andrews go from 3rd to last in the blink of an eye by making, a pretty common mistake, but, one that, can happen kind of at any time. All boats are sitting ready. And we are off in the girls' second 8 for the Irish American Chamber Cup. Clean starts for all crews, it looks like. Maybe a little hiccup there out of lane 1. Nothing they can't recover from yet. And look at Mount St. Joe's just bursting out of the gates, man.
Look at that stroke rate. I mean,
always known for really fast hands away. Mount preaches those really quick.
Nasty start.
That was a fantastic start.
I was sick.
And again, the favorites in this race, Mount St. Joe's, having won the 2 8 events prior to this, the girls' freshman 8, the girls' junior 8, looking to win the second varsity 8 before finally heading to the varsity 8 showdown later this afternoon. But through the bridge, the shadow of the bridge, and it's already Mount St. Joe's with a length on top of lane 2 there. Jackson Reed. And then after Mount St. Joe's, it's anybody's race. It's really 5 boats across there. Maybe give the edge to Jackson Reed in lane 2, but not by much.
You got lane 1 creeping.
Yeah. Lane 1 hasn't gone away after what looked like a bit of a rough start there for St. Andrews. Back-to-back lane 1 assignments there for the St. Andrews team.
But also lane 6 as well.
Yeah, that is Bethesda Chevy Chase out there in lane 6, looking pretty good. Maybe Woodson and Jackson Reed have just started to edge forward, but Whitman in lane 5 looking really strong as well. Mount St. Joe's with a length on the field, and they're probably content right now to kind of just sit there for a little bit before anybody takes a move and then lay the hammer down themselves when they get the chance. And it is open water for Mount St. Joe's.
They're going to be comfortable, but it's going to be a fight for the second and third. I can already tell. I mean, there isn't nobody that's making a clear move. There is the boat run is pretty much the same. There isn't a clear, like, you can normally tell if somebody just casually just walking through. We don't see that right now.
No, and Jackson Reed is looking good, but not much of an edge there.
Not much
for them
at all.
Over what is W.T. Woodson in lane 4, and then in Walt Whitman in lane 5 is maybe a seat down on Woodson.
Yep, exactly.
But Mount St. Joe's with about a half length of open water now, continuing to push this one away. An impressive stroke rating here in the base rate for Mount St. Joe's.
Just pushing, tapping, tap, 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 tap.
As you see, just a
Maintaining
beautiful
speed.
shot there, giving you an idea of how this race is shaping up. It's Mount St. Joe's, followed by Jackson Reed, W.T. Woodson, Walt Whitman, St. Andrews, and Bethesda Chevy Chase in that order. 500 meters left to go now. You see that black and white pole on the side of the east side of the river, the right side of your screen. That's the 500-meter mark. Just under the wire is about 400 meters left to go. As our drone dips down and we see the girls from Mount St. Joe's head under the wire.
And now this is it. This is where, because we've seen most of these crews, that they've obviously proved that they can hold off during that middle 500. Now, what can they do for the last? Who has those matches remaining to burn in order to secure that second and third place finish? There are 4 boats, only 2 medals. Who's going to take it?
Yeah, it looks like Jackson Reed is in a strong position in that silver spot. Mount St. Joe's just biding their time, and there they go. There they go. There Mount goes. They just took the rate up right there.
It's time to go.
This is, again, like I just said with the prep, some of those guys might have just rode their last race on the Schuylkill River. The same can be said for this Mount St. Joe's boat. They've been rowing here for 4 years. Lay it all out on the line. You don't want to remember your last race and not giving it everything that you had. And you see there a nice shot. Lots of length in this Mount St. Joe's boat. They've shortened up the stroke just a little bit now.
Here we go. Now this second and third is going to be a fight.
Yeah.
Who's going to take it?
So Mount St. Joe's is going to win the Irish-American Chamber Cup and take home the gold here in the second 8. And as they come in for the silver medal, it's going to be Jackson Reed. Jackson Reed takes the silver.
Oh my goodness.
The bronze.
Number 2.
Walt Whitman, the bronze. W.T. Woodson.
Wow. Number 2 will take number 2.
Andrews 5th. Bethesda Chevy Chase in 6th, but Mount St. Joe's keeps the potential for the sweep alive.
And the winners of the Hammer Trophy, St. Joe's Prep. Presenting that award is Mark Ignis.
So great racing there in both the boys and girls second 8s. Lots of really fast competition heading your way. We only have 4 more events across both the boys and girls. 8 races left. We got the quads, the singles, the 4s, and the 8s. The championship races headed your way. Obviously, we did the senior doubles before these 2Vs, but the remaining varsity championship races headed your way over the next hour as St. Joe's Prep collects the gold medal in the Hammer Trophy for winning the boys 2V. And you see there sitting at the starting line is the girls' senior quad. In lane 1, Hockaday. 2 is Episcopal. 3, Conestoga. They're the favorite. 4, Agnes Irwin, their rival there in lane 4. Lane 5, Haddon Township. And in lane 6, North Allegheny. So Stoga and Agnes Irwin will be your favorites here after winning their semifinals earlier this morning. Both won their semifinals this morning by open water. So expect those two to try and strike themselves out. Maybe give an outside shot to Episcopal there in lane 2, who will be familiar with Stoga and Agnes Irwin, all 3, along with Haddon Township, our PSRA Philadelphia City Schools. Hockaday and Northern Allegheny, the outsiders in the outside lanes, trying to play spoiler here for the Bride's Plate girls senior quad. as the prep receives the hammer trophy now on the medal dock.
Is it an actual hammer?
It is an actual hammer on a pedestal.
I love that.
It's great. There it is.
Oh, there it go. Oh God, don't drop it.
In the coxswain's hands.
Oh, can he lift it up? There we go.
Exaltation.
Love it.
That's great. And still back
Love
up
it.
at the start here. We're sitting ready in this girls' senior quad event.
We are off with the girls senior quad. And lane 1, we have Hockaday. Lane 2, Episcopal Academy. Lane 3, Conestoga. Lane 4, Agnes Irwin. Lane 5, Haddon Township. Lane 6, North Allegheny for the bride's plate.
Stoga with a really good start. Agnes Irwin and Episcopal trying to go with them under Strawberry Mansion Bridge here. Stoga's going to be the first to emerge.
Lane 2, Episcopal, EA. Lane 3, Conestoga. Lane 4, Agnes Irwin.
Stoga pointed across their lane just a bit here. We're going to have to get adjusted there.
Lane 6, North Allegheny.
But as they come by our 500-meter camera here, it is Conestoga out in front. Episcopal and Agnes Irwin in a battle for second place.
We will have lane 3 leading the pack right now, Conestoga, followed by lane 4, which will be Agnes Irwin holding on. And then in lane, I would say lane 2 will be sitting in that 3rd place spot, which will be Episcopal Academy.
Yeah, it looks like Haddon Township and North Allegheny still very much in this race, as is Hockaday in lane 1. Conestoga looking really strong. Episcopal and Agnes Irwin currently in podium positions, but still within striking distance for those schools at the back as they are into that second 500 now. Conestoga looking really strong as they have opened up water over Agnes Irwin. I love those pink oarlocks right on the white shell of the Stoga boat. It strikes an aesthetically pleasing
Very true.
scene.
Very, very true.
Yeah, there's something really nice about the symmetry of rowing, especially when
It's
you
like
get these
hypnotic. It's just like,
yeah. When you get these overhead shots like this that really show you just how in sync the girls from Conestoga are.
They have a pretty decent lead here. Open water. There's nobody connected to their stern right now. But I will say, lane 4, Agnes Irwin, is not given off of them just yet. They still have enough room to make a move if they are able.
500 meters left to go now for our leaders. Conestoga. Not too much drama in this one, as Agnes Irwin has now pushed into second place by themselves. Episcopal in 3rd as well, as you see Jackson Reed coming to the medal dock to receive.
Love to see it. Love to see it.
Their silver medal. As Conestoga continues to strike their way down the race course. And Episcopal is hanging on to third place there, but they're going to get a run for their money right now. It looks like Haddon Township is making a play for that bronze medal. Conestoga has all but wrapped up this bride's plate at the 2023 Stotesbury Cup Regatta presented by Toyota. It's all Conestoga right now. And I wonder if we'll start to hear chants of Stoga as they come through here.
And we are coming down to the final 10 strokes of this race. And Conestoga will walk away with a very, very, very commanding lead here with the bride's plate, followed by Agnes Irwin for that silver medal.
All right, Haddon Township and Episcopal. Who's got it? The bronze to Haddon Township. Episcopal in fourth. Allegheny, I believe, in fifth, and then
Hockaday.
Yeah, Hockaday finishing in sixth there. So a great race there in the girls' senior quad final. There you see the champions, Conestoga, on your screen.
Way to go, ladies.
Congratulations to Mount St. Joseph. Let's have a round of applause for the girls' second ace.
So we're waiting to get started here in this boys senior quad event. You see the girls from Mount St. Joe's celebrating their gold medal in the girls' second varsity 8.
Community. Hey, turn it down.
Some technical difficulties on the medal dock there. We almost had the medal dock into lane 1.
You know, it would have been, I'm not going to lie, it probably would have been awesome to see like just a floating medal dock in the middle of the river as they're getting their medals. Pretty cool sight to see, but just don't see that every day.
We got some people on it. As we sit ready here in this boys senior quad, in lane 1, Ridley on the right-hand side, Conestoga in lane 2, Haverford School lane 3, Haddon Township lane 4, Roman lane 5, and Albemarle in lane 6. Of course, the favorite in this event is going to be the Haverford School. Always a big competitor in the boys quad event. This year, though, looking really strong. They had the fastest time in qualifying by 6 seconds. They won their semifinal by 4.5 seconds over Roman, and about 5 seconds to Haddon Township, who won semifinal number 2. So Haddon Township, Roman Catholic, Conestoga, looking to play spoiler to the Haverford School, the favorite. And they are off in the boys senior quad. Again, the Haverford School out of lane 3, the favorite here in this event. Clean start from all crews. It is the Haverford School striking out in the lead at the moment.
Lane 1, Ridley. Lane 2.
Really good start as well from Roman Catholic in lane 5. Roman Catholic in lane 5 off to a hot start.
Lane 4, Haddon Township.
Haverford School needs to get their point right. They're steering over into lane 2.
Lane 6, Albemarle.
Yeah, you see the referees telling the Haverford School they need to get over, and they have to do that. They're in the winning position. You can't afford a penalty here if you want to get this gold medal. Looks like they've straightened that out a little bit. They're still on that buoy line just a bit. But you see, even as they're adjusting their point, they're still the fastest boat in this race right now.
I mean, we have a few, even lane 5 here. You see they are riding that buoy right now.
Yeah. They're okay, though, at the moment, as they aren't anywhere near that lane 4 boat. But you see here, it is the Haverford School, followed by Roman Catholic, and then in third place at the moment. Well, how about that? Looks like it's Ridley out of lane 1. Ridley in lane 1 in third. Haddon Township, who was in a good position to take home the silver, has some work to do after 500 meters if they want to take home a medal here in this event. Ridley there in lane 1 looking really strong, but you see the boys from the Haverford School just really strong stroke there. Not too much layback in that quad as you were talking about earlier, Maurice.
And yeah, and you can when you tend to get tired, you tend to open that back up a little bit early. And I'm starting to see that with a few of these crews here now. And so we got to be real careful with doing that, because you are losing speed and you're going to have to work a little bit harder, the other muscle groups, in order to keep up that speed. So hopefully they can get it together. That bow seat can determine that they need a technical 10 to get back on track.
And you see here, the Haverford School hanging in there. Roman Catholic making a strong push right now out of lane 5. Roman Catholic trying to pull even. They've been watching the Haverford School all year, right? So they've been competing against this boat all year. They know what they want to do. And, you know, we saw earlier in the doubles some boats having some trouble really dominating all 3 500 meters. We'll see if that plays true here in this quad event, as Roman has pulled back within striking distance. Haverford School definitely losing some steam right now to the rest of the field. You see there lane 4, Haddon Township starting to make a push up. Haddon Township out into third place. They've overtaken Ridley now. Ridley falling back. It's the Haverford School, the first under the wire here in lane 3, followed by Roman Catholic and Haddon Township. That's the top 3 at the moment. Call it Ridley in 4th, Conestoga in 5th, Albemarle in 6th place at the moment.
And this is where they make their move. And now you see Roman Catholic is starting to make a move, but Haverford is responding to that. Will they be able to hold that speed away from Roman Catholic? Will Roman Catholic be able to walk through them in the last 250?
This might be the most difficult to pronounce trophy of the day so far, the Sanzoni trophy, I think.
That was flawless.
I think.
If you said that confidently, I would believe it.
Yeah. As the Haverford School still looking really strong. Now Roman's trying to hold off Haddon Township in lane 4. And you see the drone wrap around our lead crews here. The Haverford School coming through the grandstands. Final 150, let's go. It's the Haverford School in the boys senior quad. Roman Catholic doing everything they can to hold off Haddon Township now. Who's it gonna be?
This is gonna be a fight to the line here, folks.
And the gold goes to the Haverford School.
Will Roman Catholic be able to hold on to that second? And they will. Roman Catholic will run away with that silver.
And Haddon Township, the silver. Ridley 4th, Conestoga 5th, and Albemarle finishes in 6th in a really exciting boys senior quad race. Exhaustion and elation from the Haverford School.
Yep. So yeah, Haddon Township. Sorry, Haddon Township would be that silver. Or was it third? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
Roman took the silver.
Roman took the silver. Okay. I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah,
Did my eyes deceive me there? So I was right the first time.
Haddon Township just ran out of water there at the end.
Love to see it.
So next up we have the singles, the boys and the girls. Senior singles coming up next. This is a gut check type of race, rowing in that single. As you see, the gold medalists from Conestoga taking home the bride's plate as Stotesbury Cup champions. There you see the results from that girls senior quad final. Conestoga, Agnes Irwin, Haddon Township. You see Haddon Township there just edging out Episcopal at the end, if you remember that finish.
This is going to be a really, really nice race to watch here. I mean, this is the single sculls, the slowest boats out here in comparison to the team boats. But I say this is probably the most mentally tough boat out here today. And I don't think anybody will argue that. And if you would, you never raced in a single. But yeah, and so, I mean, it's all on them. And, you know, you can be your own worst enemy, or you can be your best motivator. It's all up to you. And so this is what all of these boys here in this senior single will have to deal with as they're going down the 1,500 meter course.
The girls senior quad.
Yeah, so the favorite in this event is going to be E.L. Crossley by a good margin. We've already seen E.L. Crossley take home a couple of gold medals today, looking to add more hardware to their treasure chest back home. E.L. Crossley had a 5:41 in the time trials, and then we saw them just edge out Brophy there in their semifinal, if you recall. E.L. Crossley and Brophy made it in that first semifinal. Ridgewood and Bonner after them, and then Don Bosco and Western Albemarle in their semifinal. But again, E.L. Crossley, the overwhelming favorite if you base anything off of the time trial times yesterday.
Yo, Austin. How we doing? Good. How about you? Doing good. Good to see you. Yeah, you too.
And pulling into the medal dock, Haddon Township.
And we are underway here in the boys senior single. In lane 1, Bonner. In lane 2, Don Bosco. Lane 3 is E.L. Crossley. Lane 4 is Ridgewood. Lane 5 is Western Albemarle. And in lane 6 is Brophy.
And pulling in for their medals, Roman Catholic.
And you see a nice shot here, and it looks like we've got E.L. Crossley out in front, and then in second place, Ridgewood there in lane 4. There are your two leaders here. And there's a nice shot overhead of how it's breaking out. Call it E.L. Crossley, Ridgewood, Bonner, followed by Brophy, and then Don Bosco and Western Albemarle. But again, it's E.L. Crossley and Ridgewood E.L. Crossley having a bit of an issue with his point at the moment. Ridgewood needs to take advantage of that.
And it can be very crucial, especially in a single. You're covering a lot more distance when you're off course in comparison to a bigger boat when you're off. That's normally a quick correct, but in a single, it can be a lot more detrimental. And so your course is very, very crucial, because if not, a very experienced sculler will notice that and make a move while you're trying to fix your course.
And he looks like he's recovered well. He's got a really strong finish here.
Very quick hands away.
Yeah, you just see how violent his finish is as compared to that Ridgewood rower, who kind of takes a beat at that finish. He really gets his hands in quick. He gets them out quick.
Yep.
In that Crossley boat there, and he is continuing to maintain his lead out of lane 3.
Very nice and clean coming out that water. Taking that quick breath during that recovery and back into the water.
And about halfway through now in the boys senior single final. And the bottom right hand of your screen, you see the winners in the boys senior quad event, Haverford School, getting their gold medals.
On the course, race number 25, the boys senior single for the John B. Kelly Cup final. Lane 1, Bonner Prendergrass.
E.L. Crossley continuing to look really strong here. Ridgewood hanging in there with him, but you know, might
very strong.
Yeah.
E.L. Crossley is doing a very good job moving his boat down the course. I mean, he is. I don't really see, just based off on what I'm looking at right now. I don't think that, and I could be wrong, but I will say, and it'll be safe to say that E.L. Crossley, if he keeps this up, he will run away with that John B. Kelly Cup.
The race for bronze is a tight one between Bonner and Brophy as well. Give the edge to Bonner. But again, John B. Kelly, the statue here, if you know the Kelly Drive course at all, right here at the grandstands. The statue of the sculler is John B. Kelly, obviously the father of famed actress Grace Kelly, one of the more famous families here from the city of Philadelphia, the house that he grew up in just up the street in East Falls, and currently home to the royal family of Monaco, which is just absurd.
Yeah, I've been in there, and it's legit. There's a lot of history in that house, a lot of history.
And E.L. Crossley continuing to dominate here. Ridgewood looks comfortable for silver. Let's see if he makes any kind of push here, but Crossley, Mr. Perko there from Crossley, looking really strong coming into the finish here. And then Bonner in a fight out there with Brophy. The Brophy rower looking to have some speed at the end here to try and take that bronze. Bonner,
let's remind everyone that he is also fighting the horrors of lane 6.
And final 100 meters here for our leaders from E.L. Crossley. And you see there, he's just giving it everything he's got here at the end. Not much left in the tank, but he's giving it, and man, does he look good. And the winner of the John B. Kelly Cup is Mr. Perko from E.L. Crossley. He'll take the gold. Silver to Ridgewood. The race for bronze is on. Oh, and there's a lot of boats vying for it now. Bonner trying to hang on here.
Wow.
Here comes Don Bosco. Brophy out there with a shot, and it's going to be Bonner. Woo. Bosco 4th, Brophy 5th, and then 6th to Western Albemarle. So the race for bronze goes to Bonner.
Oof.
Crossley, E.L. Crossley takes the John B. Kelly Cup.
Wow, that was a nice singles race there.
That was really good, yeah. And you see there the timed results from that boys senior quad final. Pretty fast quad race there. I'd be interested to see how fast of time we get from that St. Joe's Prep V8 later today. And the other boats in that race generally go about 10 seconds faster than the quads, so maybe a little bit more. And as we wait for this girls senior single to get started, we have in lane 1 Haddonfield, lane 2 Eden, watch out for them, lane 3 St. Mark's, 4 Phoenix Country, lane 5 Baldwin, and in lane 6 A.N. Meyer. So we had 3 semifinals this morning in this event. St. Mark's obviously had the fastest time in qualifying yesterday, but Phoenix Country and Eden were right behind them, and each of them won their semifinals, and in fact the fastest time in the semifinals belonged to Eden by about 5 seconds. So Eden in lane 2 looking to see if they can't push St. Mark's and Phoenix Country, who beat them in the time trial. This is for the Anna Tomas Connect Trophy. And there are the results from that boys senior single final, and you see how close Bonner, Bosco, and Brophy all were there.
It's tight racing right there. Tight racing.
And following behind them, Ridgewood.
And we're underway here in this girls senior single final. Again, Eden, St. Mark's, Phoenix Country, the favorites in this event. St. Mark's with the fastest time in time trials, Eden with the fastest time in the semifinals. Eden, St. Mark's, and Phoenix Country each winning their semifinal. But don't count out Haddonfield, Baldwin, and A.N. Meyer just yet. Should be a really tight race here.
Have a big round of applause for the boys senior singles.
And there you see the champion in the boys senior single from E.L. Crossley. Someone's got to get my man some contacts. Can't be rowing in glasses. What is this?
Listen, free speed. Don't be a hater. Free speed.
Really tight race right now in this girls senior single. Looks like St. Mark's in lane 3 and Phoenix Country have set themselves out. But wow, look at this. We got pretty much 5 boats still in contention here. It looks like maybe A.N. Meyer has fallen off just a bit. St. Mark's in lane 3 looking strong. Phoenix Country in 2nd. And then Eden there in lane 2 in 3rd, followed by Baldwin in lane 5. But looks like St. Mark's, the rower from St. Mark's, Miss Moore, is out in front. The rower from Phoenix Country, Miss Rosenfeld, looks like she's just behind her. And then Eden following there in 3rd.
it's very important to, in the single, it's very, I mean, in any boat, it's very important to be relaxed, but especially in the single, I mean, every movement that you make, the boat will react to it. And so it's very important that you are flawless up to the catch, not making too much noise with the oars, not bending on one side or the other, having relaxed shoulders, and relaxing your face. I mean, you can be surprised how much energy goes into your face alone if it's scrunched up. Relax your face, relax the tightness of how tight you're holding the oars, because that can also play a role into how tight your forearms get. And I'm sure there's a lot of rowers out there that over grip the oars and start to feel that numbness in the forearms, and that then plays a role into feathering and squaring. And there's been times where I've over gripped way too much and was not able to effectively square or feather the oar, and it was just a bad look altogether. So good kudos to these athletes here. I don't see any difficulties, at least from the outside looking in. They seem pretty relaxed here coming. So about what? How much?
We got about 500 left now, and what a really strong race here by Eden. Eden it was in a third place there off the first 500. The second 500, they have, if not moved into second place, overtaken first place on St. Mark's. Again, a lot of race left in these singles. As long as you stay relatively close to each other, anything can kind of happen in those final 10 strokes. So, you know, the singles is this race kind of with the most variance, because they are moving the slowest. It's the biggest opportunity to gain seconds in a small amount of time.
Exactly.
So as you see here, 3 boats right now pretty much in a dead heat. Eden, St. Mark's, Phoenix Country, and then Baldwin there is in 4th. We'll see if they can't try and make a late push for the medal stand. But I don't know how to call it between Eden, Phoenix Country, and St. Mark's. Maybe give the edge to lane 4, Phoenix Country?
Maybe so. And I mean, lane 3 could be holding on to that stern deck for a reason. And so we'll see if they're holding on so they can grab them and slingshot themselves forward, or if they really don't have not much left in the juice and they're holding on for dear life. But we'll see as they're coming underneath the wire now.
And you see there, the rower from Eden just took a peek out. She sees them going. Now it's time for her to go. Phoenix Country coming all the way from Arizona, trying to take home the Anna Thomas Connect Trophy. St. Mark's is giving it all they got here. And we've still got a good amount of race left. They try to make their moves now. Can Eden?
Can they hold it?
Can they bide their time here? There's still so much time left. As you see, the rower from Phoenix Country kind of went out a little early there. You saw the rower from Eden kind of clock it. We'll see if she has anything left in the tank after that really strong middle 500. It's tough to call at this moment. And as they come to the finish line here, it's going to be St. Mark's and Phoenix Country duking it out. Eden has fallen off the pace. Baldwin now making a push.
Wow.
Baldwin in lane 5 trying to get a medal. Phoenix Country looking really good here at St. Mark's and Phoenix Country.
So they will now do that lane 3, lane 5, going stroke for stroke.
And the
lane
winner,
2 is trying to sneak in. Lane 2 is trying to sneak in for that third. Who's going to take that third? Oh, lane 2 might have walked through lane 5. It was pretty close to call, but what do you think?
So I think Baldwin came up short of a medal. That much I'm sure of. It looked like...
Yeah, I think lane 2, Eden might have taken that third.
Eden hung on to the bronze there. The race between St. Mark's and Phoenix Country was way too close to call.
Yeah.
Our broadcast is giving it to St. Mark's there, but both of those rowers might have won that race. As they passed, I would have given it to St. Mark's. I'm sorry, Phoenix Country, but it was stroke to stroke there at the end. I don't know exactly how that happened, and there was so much going on with those 4 boats that finished seemingly within 2 seconds of each other.
Yeah. Wow. Way to push, ladies, at the end of the day.
And they don't know. They don't know. They're waiting for someone to tell them who won.
Time, 6:12.4.
So we just got the winning time, but we don't know which boat was the winning crew just yet. And we move into our premier sweeping categories. Coming up next, we'll try and figure out who won that race.
Yeah, that was nuts. So cool. So cool to see.
The girls senior 4 getting ready here in lane 1, Atlantic City. 2, Nardin. 3 is Lawrenceville. They're your favorite. 4 is Blair Academy. They also won their semifinal. Lane 5, Villa Maria, and in lane 6 is Branksome. So should be a pretty good race here between the girls senior 4, one of the largest entered events here. 46 boats entered this girls senior event, one of the deepest events here at the Stotesbury Cup Regatta. Lawrenceville, the favorite here, but not by much over Blair. Blair with a really fast time in their heat, and then of course Nardin and Villa Maria with a similar time to Branksome and Atlantic City, and we are off here. Really one of the first races of the day where I don't think there is a clear favorite. I think Lawrenceville and Blair Academy both have a good shot, but all 6 boats are pretty even here based on the times from the past 2 days. And the order that they're coming in, it does look like St. Mark's. If we can base anything off of that, the rower from St. Mark's may end up with the gold medal here, as she will be the 3rd one to hit the dock. That's not official, though, obviously. That's just a speculation on my part. And there it is.
There you go.
Wow,
Look at, oh my
0.2 of a second. St. Mark's takes home the Anna Tomas Connect trophy, and then Eden and Baldwin just a second off each.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Just a fantastic race there in that girls' senior single. All 6 boats really deserve praise, but really those 4 in that photo finish there was just I can't remember a Stotesbury in a long time that we've had this many races finish in this tight of a fashion.
That was awesome. That was awesome.
And you see here, this girl senior 4 is shaping up to be similar. Blair Academy currently out in front in lane 4, and Lawrenceville, who had the fastest time in both the semis, in the time trial, and then won their semis, they're in 4th place right now, potentially 5th. So a lot of work to do for Lawrenceville out of lane 3. Let's look, Blair Academy and Villa Maria currently out in front. And you see the winner of the Anna Tomas Connect Trophy.
St. Mark's.
From St. Mark's, Miss Moore.
Coming down the course, race number 27.
Nice.
Girls, senior 4.
And there you see Nardin is in lane 2. Based on our drone shot, we think they're in 2nd or 3rd. Villa Maria out in lane 5, also strong.
Yep, so that will be lane 4 leading the way here, and that will be Blair Academy.
Yeah, Blair with the bees on the oars. And you see there, now Lawrenceville starting to creep back up, right? So Lawrenceville with a bad, maybe it's just how they row their race, but an objectively bad start there, finishing like all the way back in, or starting all the way back there in 5th place off the start. They're slowly creeping their way back in. Blair Academy rowing at a pretty high rate. I'd like to see just a little bit more length out of that Blair boat, maybe slow it down a little bit and just try and reach that extra inch. But right now it's working for them, so we'll see if they can hold off Nardin, Lawrenceville, and Villa Maria here. So the one thing that Lawrenceville kind of has going for them is that as they push up into these crews, right, Nardin and Villa are going to feel them. And Nardin and Villa, therefore, are going to have to respond to try and push up. So all 3 crews right now are working together to try and track down this Blair Academy boat, pushing each other as they can see each other. They all know they have to get back in contact with Blair. And
Blair right now just not allowing it to happen.
At all, but I can tell you right now that second and third place spot is going to be a show.
Yeah, a little bit of a shock here. Blair just running away with this one at the moment as they continue to open up water on the rest of the crews. Lawrenceville really making their way through now. Villa and Nardin. Let's call it Lawrenceville in second, Nardin in third, Villa in fourth, fifth to Atlantic City, and Branksome in sixth place at the moment. Lawrenceville under the wire here for Blair. Lawrenceville to follow them. Do they have anything left here to try and track down this Blair boat in the final stretch of this race? Blair looks really strong here.
Really strong here.
That's a great stroke.
Boom. Not much tilting to one direction or the other. Very, very symmetrical here.
Just hammering it down on that leg drive too. Really impressive.
I can see those puddles.
And
very strong.
Looks like they might have just raised the rate a little bit there. Stroke seat with an early catch, but that's all right. They are opening up the lead here. And Blair Academy with just a start to finish domination in this girls senior 4.
Yeah, they made a statement here.
Lawrenceville has struck out now into second place on their own. They've got about 4 seats on Nardin and Villa. And then Villa and Nardin are just locked in a battle right now for that third place spot. We'll see if Atlantic City trying to make a push out of lane 1. There might not be enough race left for them. But the story here for the Airlie Cup in the girls senior 4 is all about Blair. And the girls from Blair right there on your screen are gonna walk away and win by open water here in the girls senior 4, the gold to Blair.
But now we will have a tight race for second and third. We will have lane 3, which will be Lawrenceville, and lane 5, but lane 3 will take that silver Lawrenceville, followed by lane 5,
I don't know.
Villa.
I don't know.
You don't think so?
I think that was Nardin there. I think Nardin got that bronze, but we'll have to see. You see the girls from Blair celebrating.
So you're undefeated right now, so I'm not even gonna.
I got one wrong earlier. And I got that St. Mark's, the last one wrong, Phoenix Country and St. Mark's. So I'm not as lined up, I think, as we were when we were sitting a little bit further to our right. We had a pretty straight on
line,
view.
Yeah.
We're a little bit behind the finish line now. So we'll see. It was really close. I think Nardin maybe just edged out Villa there. As the boys senior 4 gets ready here. Another big race coming up. And in lane 1 on the right-hand side there is Norfolk. In lane 2 is Hunschool. Lane 3, Montclair. 4, St. Joe's Prep. 5, Father Judge. And lane 6 is St. Joe's Collegiate. So Montclair the favorite in this one. They won the time trial and their semifinal. St. Joe's Prep not too far behind. In fact, had the faster time in the semis, but may have been pushed just a little bit more. So Prep and Montclair, they raced in that boys' second 4 event. Montclair came out victorious in that, so now a little bit of a rubber match right now between these two. And they're still sorting things out in that girls' senior 4. We do know that Blair won and Lawrenceville took home the silver, and now we just have to wait to see between Villa and Nardin who turns around and who heads back to the docks.
This is for bragging rights right here. Yeah, I'm going to say Villa.
Okay.
So you got Nardin.
All right. That's fine.
This is our bragging rights because we're not doing this 1,500 meter course. This is
never
This is
again.
our workout for the day. He said never again.
Uh-oh, Maurice, look who's turning around. Nardin Academy's making their way to the medal dock right now.
Boy.
So we'll see. We're going to have to wait for the official results, but looks like Nardin might be heading to this medal dock, and Villa taking some strokes in the other direction.
No.
It's tough. It's tough. just waiting to get started here. We still got some feathered blades.
Yep, and there we go. Oh, wait. Yep, there you go. So, wow. Look how...
Yeah.
I mean, that's
0.2 of a second.
Dude, that is so close.
We've seen so many close races.
That's crazy.
The boys senior 4 underway here. Again, in lane 1 is Norfolk. In lane 2, the Hun School. Lane 3, Montclair. They're the proverbial favorites. In lane 4, St. Joe's Prep, who should be right there with Montclair. Lane 5 is Father Judge, always a strong 4 school. And then in lane 6 is St. Joseph's Collegiate. All right, so Montclair striking out to an early lead here off the start. Again, they won the second 4, and they're trying to win the Varsity 4 event here as well. They beat St. Joe's Prep in that 2v4. And they're trying to beat them once again.
And Norden.
And you see a nice race here. This is a strong race going on. Montclair out in front, but nobody's really created the separation that Blair had in that first 4 race for the girls. St. Joe's Prep and looks like the Hun School there in lane 2 kind of hanging on. The Hun School also the winner of their semifinal. So you can't count them out, but man, look at Montclair go. Montclair really strong here in the first 500. Out with about a length over, maybe less than a length, maybe about four seats on St. Joe's there.
I love how all the St. Joe's people are like probably running to the finish line.
Yeah.
I love that.
Get them at the boathouse, get them at the finish line.
Yep. And we will see the champions, Blair Academy of the girls senior 4, winner of the Airlie Cup.
Yeah, the boys right out on the course. You see the leaders, Montclair. They're competing for this King's Club Cup. That's the one you were dealing with earlier. Yeah.
So you're probably like, oh my God, this guy can't pronounce none of these words. Then you did. You're like,
I never said that. I never said that.
I was like, I promise it's a tongue twister. I promise.
Oh, and man, check that out. You see the tents starting to get taken down there as we come to the end here. Some schools having finished up their days. The volunteers out there getting these boats, these tents situated. And Montclair really strong. The Hun School overtaking the Prep right now for second. The Prep has some work to do if they want that silver medal, or, you know, if they even want to think about coming into contact with Montclair. But a lot of work left to do for our top 3. 500 meters left to go now. And you see it is Montclair, Hun School, St. Joe's Prep. St. Joe's Collegiate is in 5th. Looks like Norfolk there in 4th out of lane 1, and then Father Judge out of lane 5 in 6th. And there are your leaders from Montclair looking really strong. The Hun School trying to make a late push. St. Joe's Prep just struggling to keep pace with these 2 boats.
Very nice push. This is a very, I love this drone shot right here.
Yeah, this is
very, very, very beautiful. Really captures our sport.
Down to about 300 meters now, halfway through the island for our leaders, Montclair. St. Joe's now has got to make a push here if they want that silver. Gold's probably out of their reach.
Oh, this one's going to be tight.
The Hun School looks good.
Lane 2 is moving on through. Will they be? Will St. Joe's be able to respond to the Hun School? We'll see.
Looks like we're getting a little bit of sunshine
now.
here.
Oh man, for the big races.
Yeah.
That's following the fastest races of the day. Will be here in a few minutes.
Yeah, the Kings Club Cup coming down to the finish line here. Prep's got some speed now at the end. Can they come back on the Hun School? Gold's out of the question. Montclair is going to walk to the victory here. And it is Montclair taking the Kings Club Cup.
But who will take that silver medal? We have 2, 3. Here we go. 2 might have taken that with the silver medal, going over possibly the Hun School.
Yeah.
I think that will go to the Hun School. They got that bow off the water and up into the finish line.
And St. Joe's Collegiate finishes 6th, or out of lane 6 in 4th, I'm sorry. Norfolk finishing in 5th, and Father Judge finishes in 6th. As you see the boys from Montclair celebrate their victory here in the 4. Stotesbury Cup champions. All right, moving on to the flagship races of the day. We have the girls senior 8 final. In lane 1, Holy Spirit. Lane 2, Jackson Reed. Lane 3, St. Andrews. 4, Mount St. Joe's. 5 is Wakefield, and in lane 6 is Montclair. And you see there the results from the girls senior 4 final. If you remember, if you were watching these girls senior 8 semifinals, that Wakefield boat kind of snuck in over a couple other boats. Montclair, Holy Spirit, the Jersey schools just coming in second in their events. So Wakefield, if you recall, just edged out that W.T. Woodson school in this event in the semifinals. So some speed out of that Wakefield boat. But again, Mount St. Joe's and St. Andrews, the favorites. One of the storylines here today, Mount St. Joe's going for the sweep here at the Stotesbury Cup Regatta of the 8 events. 4 8 events here. Of course, this used to be a 5-boat sweep. The lightweight 8 has been removed from competition here at the Stotesbury Cup. So no more lightweight 8. So now it's just down to 4 8 events, and Mount St. Joe's looking to win all 4 here in this girls senior 8. It should be really close. St. Andrews had the fastest time in the time trials. Mount St. Joe's had the fastest time in the semifinals. There's not much between them. So this is a really big test here for the girls from Mount St. Joe's, who have been pretty dominant throughout this whole spring season in Philly. They walked away with the city championship. Can they continue their dominance in this girls senior 8 event and walk away with the Robert Engman Trophy and the clean sweep of the 8s? Looks like all boats are sitting ready now.
They are in the chute.
You see the boys' 8s, the last race on the course, sitting behind them.
There are a pair of Bose headphones that have just been
This
found
is
with
the moment we've been waiting for.
the announcer's table.
The monsters of the water, the girls senior and the boys senior 8s.
Yeah, these will be quick races. They'll get down the course in under 4.5 minutes. Just about. The girls might be 4:45 or so. It's 5:06. This race is scheduled for 5:07, so.
And they're off.
They are off. Let's watch for the starts here. Looks like a clean start.
Tap.
On the course,
Great start out of lane 2 from Jackson Reed.
Senior 8 final.
Holy Spirit with a flying start as well. And Mount St. Joe's in lane 4 looking good. St. Andrews going with them. So 4 boats, lanes 1 through 4, kind of together there off the start. Looked like Lawrenceville with a tough start out of lane 5.
Lane 5, 5, Wakefield. And lane 6, Montclair.
We still have connection through this race here.
And
Lane
you see
1, 2, 3, 4. Lane 5 may have dropped back a little bit, and lane 6 is holding on as well.
nice shot as the boats come back. Really not much between them here whatsoever. Mount St. Joe's and St. Andrews look like they might just be starting to strike out here. 500 meters down in the girls' senior 8, and it is Holy Spirit out in front. Not by much. Mount St. Joe's and St. Andrews are right there with them, but the girls from Spirit trying to make a play here early on through the first 500.
Spirit with Spirit.
Always good, Holy Spirit in this girls' senior 8. They won Stotesbury not that long ago. They're always competitive in this girls' senior 8 event. Them in the Mount are notorious for close races, and you know, the two Philly area schools here, Mount St. Joe's and Holy Spirit, striking out ahead of Jackson Reed and St. Andrews. Could we get another classic Spirit Mount finish in the girls' senior 8?
Man. Oof.
And you see there Mount with just a bit of an edge over Andrews and Jackson Reed. No Spirit in this picture, but we know they're there. We know Spirit's there. And there you see it, Spirit out in front.
And out in front by maybe a seat, if that.
Yeah, and then Mount with a couple seats on Andrews and Jackson Reed, who look like they're just about even. But man, Holy Spirit is looking really good here. They're at a really high rate, so can they keep this up?
Oh, man.
As Mount outstroking them now by just a little bit. Spirit, as they get into this base, what a shock this would be.
Oh, man, upset season, and I love it. I love it. Give me the underdog. Give me. I love to see it. I love to see it.
And it looks like Mount may have tracked them down here in this second 500. Spirit just starting to slow down a little bit as they fall back to Jackson Reed and St. Andrews here. Mount St. Joe's out in front now. It's Mount St. Joe's out in front. This angle is a little bit different though, so I don't know.
It is, but Mount, it definitely looks like Mount took some back.
Mount
for
might
sure.
I think Mount is up.
Yeah.
But if anything though, but they're very close. And look at St. Andrews now trying to make a push.
Trying to make that creep.
This is a really good race between these four boats. All of them pushing each other to their limits. And you see there it is,
yep,
Mount
taking a couple seats.
Yeah. Can Holy Spirit fend off Andrews and Jackson Reed now and hang on to the podium? Under the wire, 400 meters left to go in the Robert Engman Trophy for the girls' senior 8.
This is it, and because these boats are so fast, they need to make their move now.
Yep.
There won't be enough for them. They need to go.
And the girls from the Mount just looking so good. Look at those hands away. Always notorious for quick hands away in the Mount.
Love it. Very crispy feather in there. Whew.
Yep.
Wow. Quick.
Technically proficient.
Love it.
And Mount St. Joe's looking to put the finishing touches on this 8 sweep here at the Stotesbury Cup Regatta. What a race
Holy Spirit may be
Mount.
Losing out on that second place.
Yeah, St. Andrews is coming.
St. Andrews is creeping.
As is Jackson Reed.
Oh,
Jackson Reed wants the bronze.
Oh, man. This is going to be down to the line.
The grandstands erupt with cheers of Go Mount Go or Row Mount Row. You take your pick. Oh, and a little bit of a mishap there in St. Andrews. Can they get back up to speed? Looks like a little bit of a digger there on the left side or the starboard side. And it's going to be the Mount.
The Mount looks like they will run away with the Robert Engman Trophy here.
They will take the clean sweep of the 8 events at the Stotesbury Cup Regatta.
But
it's a sweep for the Mount.
And third will be up for grabs here.
Holy Spirit,
we have 3,
silver.
we have 2, we have 1. We have 1.
Jackson Reed, the bronze.
Holy Spirit will take the second.
Oh, that little mistake.
Wow.
That small mistake by St. Andrews cost them that silver medal.
Oh, no.
Montclair finishes 5th. And 6th place, Wakefield. Mount standing up in the boat. The girls' senior 8. They just swept the 8 categories at the Stotesbury Cup Regatta. jubilation there from the mount. All right, Maurice, one more race, man.
One more to go. I'm so sad that Stotesbury is coming to an end, but and we're ending on a very high note right now. I mean, we had that race coming down. Now we're about to have the boys senior 8 coming down.
Yeah, so this is going to be the fastest race on the course. Again, if you remember from the semifinals, Prep, Gonzaga, LaSalle all won their semis. They're the 3 favorites here. Prep has beaten LaSalle a few times this season. I'm not sure if they've raced Gonzaga yet. Normally they get to see them once before Stotesbury, but you know, it's earlier in the season, so results aren't always great. And we have our gold medalist with a bit of a, looks like we got a Charlie horse. Gold medalist from Montclair with a bit of an emergency. I think he's just maybe, you know, overexerted his lungs. He's okay though. He's got a doctor with him. As we wait for the boys senior 8 to get started again, in lane 3 is St. Joe's Prep. They're the favorite. Gonzaga looks to push them. The 2 Jesuit schools who have created a bit of a rivalry here over the last decade and a half at the Stotesbury Cup Regatta, trading championships in runs, it seems. When I was in high school, Gonzaga dominated us. After I left, we dominated them. But it's really been a lot of Gonzaga in the early 2010s. Recently, it's been all St. Joe's Prep. Of course, St. Albans, always competitive. LaSalle, one of the best LaSalle 8s I've seen in a long time. And then Lawrenceville, McLean, all looking to play spoiler here. Looks like we're just waiting to get started here now in this boys senior 8 event. Final race of the day for the Edward T. Stotesbury Cup. All boats are sitting ready. Again, St. Albans, LaSalle, St. Joe's Prep, Gonzaga, Lawrenceville, McLean. And they are off in the boys senior 8, the last race of the day here on the Schuylkill River. Great start from LaSalle out of lane 2. Really hot. They know what Prep's game plan is. They know what they need to do if they want to beat the Prep. Do they have what it takes? It is LaSalle in the first 200 meters off to a really great start. Under Strawberry Mansion Bridge. Look at that stroke rate from the Prep. Just incredibly high right now. And there you see they settle down with some really powerful strokes. I'm sure they went straight into a power 10. LaSalle trying to hang on right now. You see the dueling Empacher boats of the Philly rivals, Prep and LaSalle. No love lost between those 2 teams as they strike out in first, let's call it, LaSalle, Prep, Gonzaga, Lawrenceville, McLean, St. Albans, in that order at the moment. Prep, though, making a lot of noise at that starboard side of the LaSalle boat. And they're gonna pass the Prep boathouse here on the right. And you see there the boys from St. Joe's looking really strong. The boys from LaSalle and the Bumblebees looking great as well. Gonzaga trying to push their way into it, and if this angle is telling us anything, it's that St. Joe's has started to open up, and they have. LaSalle now has been overtaken by Gonzaga as well. Maurice, tell me what you're seeing from these crews out in front.
Man, it's I'm like at the edge of my seat here because this can be any man's game here at this point. I mean, we're seeing lanes 4 and 3 going stroke for stroke right now. And yeah, I'll say Gonzaga is in the lead right now, but St. Joe's is only down by what, maybe a seat?
I don't think they're down at all.
You don't think so?
No, I think Prep's up right now. It's very close.
I don't know. I think Gonzaga's up right now. I want to say Gonzaga's up right now, but Prep is making a move, obviously, and regaining that seat back.
Gonzaga made a push there in that middle 500. It looked like that they kind of pulled back even with Prep. Both have overtaken LaSalle now at this point. LaSalle just doing everything they can to hang on to third place because here comes Lawrenceville out of lane 5, but it is St. Joe's Prep. 500 meters now left to go here in the final race of the day at the 2023 Stotesbury Cup Regatta presented by Toyota, and it's St. Joe's Prep out in front by 4 seats. Gonzaga trying to hang on here. Here LaSalle starting to pull back into Gonzaga. Lawrenceville doing the same.
They're not letting off here.
And they're going to go
off here.
Under the wire here. You see there St. Joe's Prep, the bow ball of Gonzaga sitting on that 5 seat of St. Joe's Prep. That is what
St. Joe's is moving.
Yeah, St. Joe's is fast.
They are moving.
Don't be shocked if St. Joe's opens up this lead continuously into the final here. It's all St. Joe's Prep. 350 left to go. Prep starts to raise the rate here.
Gonzaga, if you want to make a move, you have to make a move now.
Check out the bend on those carbon fiber ores out of the Prep. And it is a length now for the Prep over Gonzaga. Can LaSalle push back into that silver spot? LaSalle with a flying start. Can they cap it off with a flying finish? Here they come. Gonzaga's got to hold it on. 200 meters left to go.
This is it.
The Stotesbury Cup Regatta comes down to this. Can St. Joe's Prep follow suit with Mount St. Joe's and take home the clean sweep of the 8 categories?
It looks like St. Joe's Prep may walk away with the Edward T. Stotesbury Cup.
And after taking the loss in 2022 a year ago, St. Joe's Prep returns to the top of the podium in the boys senior 8. Gonzaga takes the silver. LaSalle takes the bronze. Lawrenceville in 4th. And the race for 5th is tight. It's going to be McLean taking 5th and finally 6th to St. Albans as you see the celebration for the boys from the Prep. And what a day of racing it has been. Maurice, any final thoughts on today's Stotesbury Cup Regatta?
A lot of heart was put out there today. A lot of heart, a lot of soul. You'll see, I mean, the exhaustion, this is what you work up to. You work up to finish and be on this podium. You want to go home with something in your hands, whether it's the DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia, Philly, Canada, wherever. This is what we live for. And so I'm ready. I'm super excited. This is a precursor, I would say, for the U.S. Rowing 2023 Youth Nationals in a few weeks.
Yeah, so we still have SRAAs coming up probably next week. But in the meantime, I just want to give a big shout out to all the volunteers who made this possible, all the referees for taking the time to put on such a great event. The Schuylkill Navy for consistently making the Stotesbury Cup Regatta a premier event here on the Schuylkill River. I also want to give a shout out to 5 Tribes Productions. 5 Tribes really did a great job with the drone coverage. We waited all morning for the rain to clear to get the drones up, and once that happened, it was just a great scene. And that's going to do it for the 2023 Stotesbury Cup Regatta presented by Toyota. For Maurice Scott, my name is Joe Leonard. Thank you so much for tuning in with us. Have a great rest of your weekend.
And for those that are going to the 2023 U.S. Rowing Youth Nationals, I will see you in Sarasota.
And thank everyone that's involved with the Schuylkill Navy that put together a
Got it? You hear me? It's utterly smooth. Here comes LaSalle. Let me know when you come to me, Printish. Kintish, let me know when you're on me. Are you on me right now?
Down to the back of the dock, gentlemen. Watch your planes! Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'm going to go move over to the top. Can I move over? Alvarez, please. Great focus.
Nice race, Gonzaga. Well done. Let's do it again. It's Oak Ridge. You going to Oak Ridge? Okay. Full road, young fella. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations.
Same time, they place next year.
You got it.
Yeah.
Mike Brown. Hey. Congratulations, sir.
Alex.
Right here. They're right here. So we got them coming in right now.
What are we doing? Bringing the girls in. Yeah.
They're coming in right now. They're coming in.
We're going to do something a little bit different today, but pulling in towards the Robert England Trophy.
And come on up. And Eggman's, if you can explain. Step on up. Come on, Nancy. And go ahead.
You have a good row?
Right. Yep. Right. You're small but mighty.
They're not small.
You guys really know how to row.
Mr. Henderson.
It's all about the bracelet. All about the bracelet.
That's all good. I'm here for this. got him on my sites right now. 6 is good. Not done yet.
Are they going to throw her in?
I was looking the wrong way. With the camera. Better. Who's ready? I got him too. Get to put apart. It's better that way anyway. Oh, the sweet. That's a joke. Shut up.
Boys senior final. Stotesbury Cup Regatta.
Stow him in. Stow him in. Yeah, let's go. We're home. We need another photographer in there. There we go. All right, here we go. One, two, three.
Summer's here, and with a new Toyota, you can do all your favorite beach activities, like spike ball, whitewater rafting, shrimp boils, wade fishing, or hanging with the locals. You can say that again.
Toyota has 20 models with available all-wheel or four-wheel drive, including the Corolla Cross, Corolla Hybrid, RAV4, Camry, Highlander, and Tundra.
Your summer starts here.
Toyota, let's go places.